Help me, Vikir, please, just once. The budding tutor, the wannabe superhero, always so proud and confident, is now pleading in a miserable position. Ugh, I'm going to die like this. Yes, kill me. It'll be impossible to beg for mercy from you, Vikir, anyway. Sancho, the next mercenary king aiming for the supremacy of the North, has an indomitable fighting spirit and also accepts death without losing his will to fight. Vikir, you betrayed me. How could you do this to me? Piggy is just Piggy, but he trusts Vikir more than anyone else, so his frustration is deepest when a knife is plunged into his back at the last moment. But Vikir killed his friends without mercy. If you can't do it, die. Vikir's voice rang out dryly. Churuk. The cards moved. Colorful horses moved across the wide cardboard board. Vikir's black pieces devoured Tutor's blue pieces, Sancho's red pieces, and Piggy's yellow pieces. At the same time, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy were sent back to the starting line, along with 3 glasses of punishment. Alas, I lost again. Why is this bastard so good at board games? I think I've already drank a liter of punishment drink. I feel like I'm going to puke. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy sulked as they watched the distance they'd worked so hard to travel on the board get reset in an instant, and as they watched their drinks pile up in front of them. Meanwhile, the girls were in a frenzy of laughter and chatter. Hey Vikir, you're really good at board games. Do you have a trick for throwing the cards? You look like you've been playing games all day. Ho ho ho. Churlish light makeup and a faint smell of soap instead of perfume. These are the usual attire of the normally modest academy girls. The male students who came to the girls' room late at night were enjoying the atmosphere of the drinking party with their hearts pounding. Late at night, the lovers led by Tutor secretly escaped from the men's dormitory and sneaked into the women's dormitory. The girls had broken the latch on one corner of the window in the first floor restroom as arranged with the boys, and after sneaking in through the first floor, the boys managed to climb up the drain pipe to the second floor, then up the fire escape to the third floor, and finally to the girls' floor on the fourth floor, which was forbidden territory. Of course, they were stopped a few times along the way by the on-duty officer. But the supervision of the wardens was unusually lax today. Probably because they didn't want to crack down too hard on young men and women's secret meetings. Well, whatever. So here we are, boys and girls, in a room playing a board game. The game is called Yut, and the penalties are mostly drinking punishment, liquor, but there are also individual penalties written on the board for moving and settling the pieces. For example, hold the hand of your crush for 5 seconds, kiss the forehead of anyone wearing red for 10 seconds, hug the person in front of you for 30 seconds, etc. Almost every space had a non-punishable penalty, with the level increasing as you got closer to the goal. Is a thumb game not a drinking game? Someone looking at the board grumbled. It was Bianca, sitting on the bed in her sweatpants. Tutor frowned. Don't you think you're being a little too whiny about no one wanting to fuck you? I think you misspoke when you said no one wants to go out with you, asshole. Another war of words between Tutor and Bianca. Sinclair, who was standing next to them, interrupted them. Come on guys, it's fun drinking. Sinclair smiles like a sweet puppy. As a model student, she always wore an elegant school uniform and had a flawless image, but now that she is wearing a loose tank top and dolphin pants, she looks quite familiar. The boys began to murmur amongst themselves. Maybe we should have paid less attention to our clothes. Are you stupid? You think they don't care about their clothes? Those are their combat uniforms, man. Sancho and Tutor exchanged a look. Yet, Vikir moved his horse again. Tutor and Sancho's horses were eaten again. And then, yet, mo, do. Vikir's black horses serially slaughtered, advancing and retreating strategically. Hey, let's get some other penalties. You're just drinking yourself to death. Tutor and Sancho regretted bringing Vikir with them and picked up their glasses of punishment liquor. Then, hey kids, even the students drink a little. It was Saint Dolores. She too was sitting on the bed, dressed comfortably in a stretch t-shirt and pajama pants. In fact, she was deep in thought. They're volunteering during the Golden Week, so it's okay for them to deviate. Once in a while I'm not a jerk at this point, am I? Well, I should probably have a few drinks just in case there's an accident. Look a little old-fashioned too. Do I look like an asshole? At Dolores' troubled look, Tudor smirked and picked up the glass. Don't worry, Ms. President, this isn't alcohol, it's soda. Suddenly Dolores is relieved. Of course she didn't realize that some sodas also contain alcohol, although in trace amounts. Meanwhile Vikir was still racing alone at the board game. Why is Vikir, who doesn't usually like to be in the spotlight, doing so well in the game? It reminds me of the old days. It was the memories. The game. For tiles are thrown, and depending on the situation in which they are flipped or flipped, do pig, gee, dog, geology, sheep, yut, cow, and mo. Horse are selected and move forward or to the side. If you encounter an opponent's horse along the way, you can eat it and send it back to the starting line. This board game was very popular among soldiers in the field, in ambush or on standby during the Age of Destruction. Not because it was particularly fun, but because there were no other board games to play in the Army's Internal Affairs Department. I played this game until I got sick of it while fighting in a 5-minute standby in the trenches of Hill 7 on the Western Front. In the midst of a protracted war and prolonged confrontation with the enemy, the soldiers lived a boring daily life. It was one of the few things they could do together as a group of men. Of course, at that time it was an outdated classic game that was not played by anyone except soldiers on the front lines, so there were many old people and outcasts who learned all kinds of unusual techniques. Now it's a trendy board game that's been around for a while. That's why there weren't any skilled players. Even Piggy, who is the second best board game player right now, its throwing skills are terrible. If I throw like that, I'm going to lose to my fellow soldiers on the military salary. Most soldiers on the front lines in the Age of Destruction would have had enough. Vikir wasn't much of a gambler himself, but had been dragged by his superiors often enough to learn the tricks. Thud, yut, and a thud to the back. Vikir's black piece moved forward and ate Sinclair's white piece, which was 5 squares ahead. Then, on the very next turn, it moves backward 1 space and eats another of Sinclair's white pieces. The 2 white horses are rolled back to the starting line at the end of the turn. Sinclair, down 2 pieces, cries out, "Hyung, are you a professional player? Why are you so good? It's bad enough that I lost in my studies, but now am losing in games." He told her not to call him Appa, but she was calling him Hyung. Tudor, who had 5 horses stolen by Vikir, asked Vikir with an shocked expression, "No, you're good with your hands, you're good with dice, you're good with cards. Is there any game you can't play?" "No," Vikir said firmly. Everyone in the room gasped at his overwhelming confidence. "Hey Vikir, can't you give me a ride on your horse? Hey, I want to see your facey. Can't you just take off your bangs? Let's take off your glasses, okay? Isn't it stuffy? Do you want me to cut your hair, especially those bangs?" Some of the girls sidled up to Vikir's side and touched his arm, knee, etc. Then another girl showed interest in Vikir. "You're good at board games." It was Dolores, the student council president. "And do you know how to play Go?" She didn't know any other games, but she was confident in this one. Finally Vikir nodded. "You can play some." "Really, what's your level of Go?" "About level 2. Dolores laughed inwardly. "2nd grade, that's good enough to go out and show off." For reference, she was a level 5 amateur. She was the top ace in her freshman year, and in her 2nd year she was the vice president of the Go Club, a position she held with great enthusiasm, because there was no one in her family who could play Go. Although the club was closed after that because no new students came in. No one would play with her after that, and most of them didn't know how to play in the first place. Dolores also had a busy work schedule that made it difficult for her to play a game of Go, so the hobby naturally fell by the wayside. But here we have a kid who thinks he's good at all board games with only a 2nd grade skill. "Ms. President, are you going to play a game with Vikir?" "Sis, you're awesome. The jack-of-all-trades versus the newbie who specializes in board games. How's that for a match?" The mood of the room was welcoming to Dolores' participation. Dolores jumped out of bed, unable to resist the cheers. Until now Shed watched from the sidelines because she didn't know how to play board games, but this was different. The only board game she knew how to play and the only one she was very good. It was Go. It's been a long time since we've had a game like this. Shall we have a little fun then? The saint smiled as she held up the simple checkerboard tutor had brought with him. Amateur level 5 hides his strength. The difference between Dolores' power and Vikir's was as great as the difference between heaven and earth. And she was keeping it a secret right now. As for the penalty, how about a cup of punishment liquor per house? The other students who had been crushed by Vikir cheered at Dolores' bold provocation. And, okay. Vikir could only nod as tasteless as ever. A white pure and spotless fortress. This spotless and virtuous white citadel has been invaded by hordes of dark evil for some time now. Vikir and the Black Cavalry led by Vikir split into several lines to attack the White Citadel. The paladins of Dolores were helpless in front of this mysterious movement, which was like a Black Cavalry unit digging through the smallest of cracks, destroying the entire inside and then breaking through the gap on the other side. This isn't a level 2, did he trick me? Dolores rallied her remaining troops and reinforced the walls. The strongholds and outposts were made a little tighter and the fortresses on the 4 corners of the city also had thicker walls. But once again the Black Cavalry broke through the snow-white walls and trampled on them. What used to be white is now empty and black is taking its place. Oh no, if we let any more in we're going to. Dolores rallied her best troops, reinforced the walls of the citadel and secured the passage. The last bastion, the last line, a land like Althoran that guarantees unconditional victory if it can be defended. However, the premise is as long as you can keep it. Once again Vikir's black soldiers bared their fangs. Black auras shaped like awls pierced through white walls and ravaged the interior. The white land inside that Dolores had defended so steadfastly was eventually covered in the black marks of Vikir. It all ended with the Black Hound inside the protective box with its mouth wide open. Uttery. Vikir took the saint's arm in his mouth. Now if he bit down hard enough her right arm would snap off. The same fate would eventually befall her left arm, then her right leg, then her left leg, then her torso, and finally her neck. Sweat began to trickle down Dolores' forehead as she realized that the entire group was about to be annihilated. What can I do? What can I do? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see a way out of the black monster's jaws. The feeling of defeat is already setting in. And Dolores couldn't bring herself to admit it. After all Go players are competitive. She had been through heaven and hell many times in the short time she had been in the game. And today Dolores had met the right man. It's like a handshake at the end of the move. The attack on Vikir's mind continued. Meanwhile, Vikir was a little surprised. In today's world, this is probably a level 5. It wasn't that Dolores was a bad player, but rather that she was a better player than he expected. Vikir had played against quite a few people on the battlefield in boring confrontations before his regression. One of the sergeants who was a good player said to him, "How's your level?" "What's your level of skill?" "About a level 1. Of course I was rated before the war." He said that at Vikir level he would be at level 2 or 3. He's a first rate and Vikir's skills are only slightly below his own. Ha ha ha, after the war of destruction against the demon world there were no organizations or tournaments to certify one's strength. Is that why Vikir thought that he would be around the level 2 range, but it seemed that with proper verification he would be much higher than that. And eventually, just like that, the last stone hit the board and Dolores' head dropped. Lost. Regardless of defeat, it doesn't even make sense to calculate the house. Then exclamations followed from around the area. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a saint give instructions in Go. Ms. President, didn't you appear in the newspapers in your youth as a Go prodigy? Even when there was a Go club in Colosio, our president was the one who single-handedly massacred the Magic Towers Go club and the Varangians Go club. How can this happen? Since the other person is Dolores, everyone is cautious about what they say. It was a result that would not have been strange even if there had been harsh evaluations, such as it was torn apart and it was ripped apart. Vikir was just about to clean up the board. Now wait, one more game, this time in shorthand. Dolores stretched out her hands and clung to Vikir's. By nature, all Go players are competitive, especially those who are called geniuses. If nothing else, Dolores had a competitive streak in this area. In the end, Vikir accepted Dolores' offer. The game is called shogi. The rules are simple. You have 3 seconds to decide on your next move. This would dramatically reduce the time it takes to play a game. Vikir and Dolores had moved to the front of Dolores' bed so as not to disturb the other students drinking. The students, however, followed closely behind them with their drinks in hand, sitting in a circle around the board where the game was being played. Apparently it was fun to watch. This is surprisingly fun. Go. Yeah, I used to get bored watching my dad play. I don't know, did you just put the boss and Vikir in a tense situation? I don't know, but I do know that it wasn't a close game. On the battlefield where everyone's eyes are on the Saintess white and Vikir's black, they clash ferociously. Bam! Click! 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 Black and white flashed across the board at breakneck speed. Then a dry voice escaped from Vikir's mouth. All clear. The moment Dolores heard those words, she thought seriously. Should I turn it upside down? It was a violent thought that I had never had in the past dozen years. But as she felt the stares around her, she couldn't help but say the words in a stifled voice. I lost. The students around them, who had been watching the fight without breathing, let out a collective gasp. Sinclair broke out in a cold sweat. I thought I was pretty good at Go, but can't read my Hyung's moves. Piggy nodded in agreement. In the first place, Vikir's style isn't the style nowadays. None of the current knights play like this, and it's obviously not a good move, so how can he play like this? Dolores, on the other hand, could not hide her bewilderment. Go is all about building a house. But Vikir was acting like he didn't care about the house. It was a mess, a dog fight. Instead of building his own house, Vikir was Allen on destroying his opponent's house. Vikir bites and bites and bites like a madman with no backbone, and Dolores ends up with both hands and feet. Vikir smiled bitterly at Dolores, who shook her head in disbelief. As I have said before, those who have not lived through war will never understand those who have. When the age of destruction came, there was no point in building a house or raising a family. You never knew when the demons would attack and wipe out your family. The only way to live was to roam the battlefield and destroy the enemies. Strongholds first. It was this atmosphere, momentum, and values that created Vikir's playstyle. But Dolores and the other students didn't realize it. Ugh, I don't know much about Go, but I can tell he's a mad dog. It's a mad dog style. Well, it has its own charm. Tudor and Bianca nodded in agreement. But to Dolores, none of this chatter fell on her ears. Who am I, where am I, and where am I going? After all, everyone has a board game to be proud of. We all have a board game we're proud of until we get robbed by the wrong person. And once that happens, your whole world is turned upside down. No matter how undefeated you've been, you can lose all your confidence in a single defeat. In the end, Dolores was forced to swallow her punishment once again. Gulp. A burp comes from drinking too much soda. Dolores tried desperately to hide her bulging belly and burp. Then, a hiccup. She started to hiccup. What the hell? Dolores turned her head to look at the students around her. All of them were smiling from ear to ear. Dolores quickly checked the label on the glass bottle of soda. Sure enough, it contained too much alcohol to be called a drink. You guys tricked me, hiccup. Dolores' face began to grow redder and redder. She feels hot and sweaty. In a room stacked high with empty liquor bottles, the air was getting hotter and hotter, with red-faced boys and girls mingling with each other. Just then, thud, 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 thud. Footsteps began to pound outside the door. Dolores felt the drunkenness that had been creeping up on her a moment ago begin to fade. Here comes the supervisor. Everyone in the room jolted awake at the sound of Dolores' words. It was as if they had been splashed with cold water. Bottles, hide the bottles first. Ouch, the ceiling panel suddenly won't open and the window is too narrow to get out. Where do we hide the boys? In the bed, under the covers, everyone. Ha, but what about the men and women? Don't be ridiculous, he's a man after all. Shut up and turn off the lights first. Everyone was in a panic. And in that atmosphere, bang! I heard the sound of a key opening the door. Click. The supervisor entered the room. Bam! The female supervisor in charge of the girls' dormitory opens the door and peers into the room. Isn't it strange? I thought I heard something. It's a quiet room with only the window faintly illuminating the darkness and a dark cloud slowly gathering outside. Seg. If you listen closely, you can hear small gasps of breath. The supervisor looks around the room, careful not to wake the students. Everyone is sleeping quietly on their beds with the covers pulled over their heads. Not seeing anything out of the ordinary, she scratched her head. Did I hear something wrong? But she wouldn't know that she always heard. In fact, there was something quite bizarre going on inside the lump of blankets that now lay on the bed. Hey, get off, mates, too close. How am I supposed to get out of here? Am I going to get expelled? Bianca is lying in bed, covered head to toe in blankets. Beneath her is Tutor, now sprawled out in a stiff position. The two of them are always at loggerheads, and even in this situation they were fighting. Oh shit, why did you have to get into my bed? I had no choice, I was in an emergency. It's dirty, don't whisper in my ear, you're breathing on me. Sure, we're going to get caught. Tutor and Bianca pressed their pounding hearts against each other's chests. When both of them slightly raised their heads, the supervisor's shadow bathed in moonlight can be seen faintly penetrating across the white blanket. Hick! Both Tutor and Bianca were startled by the shadow of the supervisor, who had come so close that they clung to each other even closer. Forgetting their usual grudges, they hugged each other tightly. It did lower the height of the oddly shaped lump of futon a bit, and it was a common occurrence in all the other beds. Meanwhile, Dolores, lying on the bed covered with a blanket, was recalling the events of a few moments ago. Let's see, how did this happen? Seconds before the door opened, she blew out the candles and quickly jumped into bed. It all happened in a split second. The girls, the original occupants of the room, jumped into their beds, and the boys who were closest to them followed suit. A blanket was pulled over them and the lights went out. Dolores was a genius with extraordinary powers of observation and memory, and she was able to recall exactly which boys went into which girls' beds just before the lights went out. I'm pretty sure Tutor went to Bianca's bed, Piggy went to Sinclair's bed, and Sancho went to. The faces of the boys and girls alternated in my mind. Luckily, the sex ratio was just right, with one girl hiding one boy. And that means Dolores also has to hide one boy in her bed. And in my bed. Dolores remembered the face of the boy closest to her. Vikir. Dolores' face instantly brightened at the memory of his nonchalant expression. Soon he will come into her own blanket. Her heart thumped wildly at the thought. Ugh, what should I do? Oh my God. I've never seen anything like this before, and I don't know what to do. Dolores closed her eyes tightly as she felt her hands gripping the corners of the blanket, becoming damp. But time passed, but Vikir didn't crawl under the blankets. At this point, it was Dolores who was burning up. What in the world was he doing in this desperate situation when the supervisor could be coming in any moment? Dolores pushed the blankets down slightly and looked out of bed. By this time, Vikir was standing still, staring silently at the corner of the ceiling. It's about time. The boys were moderately drunk and moderately entertained. They should all be in bed now, sleeping or heading back to their dorms. Vikir had planned to take advantage of this to escape through a hole in the ceiling and assassinate Guilty. He had enough alibis by now. If I disappeared like this anyway, you would think I would have been scared and gone back to the men's dormitory. So Vikir chose this moment to disappear out of sight. Just as he was about to launch himself toward the ceiling. What do you think you're doing? A hand grabbed the hem of Vikir's robe. It was Saint Dolores, pulling Vikir to her feet with her whirling eyes. Dolores was so flustered that even Vikir was flustered with her. With a face covered in cold sweat and rolling eyes, she grabbed Vikir by the hem of his clothes and pulled him into her blanket. Wait. There was no time for Biker to make excuses. The blanket was pulled over him and he found himself on top of Dolores. And at that point, the door opened and the supervisor walked in. Did I hear wrong? The voice came from outside the futon from the bedside. Dolores felt her eyes roll back in her head and shouted. No, you heard me right, I'm sorry. Vikir is lying flat on top of her. They were now so close that the tips of their noses touched and crumpled. Slightly. Vikir sighed lowly. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another chance to slay a demon, and he shouldn't be wasting his time here. But Vikir's sigh seemed to mean something else to Dolores. Hot. Her ears burned as if they were on fire from another's breath. The saint flinched involuntarily as she felt her entire body tickle. At the same time, a great trial came upon Dolores. Yowie, I've been drinking too much soda, or rather too much alcohol, since I lost the game of Go earlier, and am starting to belch and my stomach is bloated. Vikir's body was pressing heavily on my lower abdomen, making me feel even more sick. Dolores cried out desperately, inwardly, not to God but to the supervisor who stood outside the futon. Please go back. But whether or not she realized the wishes of everyone in the room, she continued to look around the room. A little dry. I don't want the Academy's volunteers to get sore throats. Shall I sprinkle some water on the floor? The windows are rattling in the breeze in case you're a light sleeper. Is the room at the right temperature? I hope it's not too cold, seeing as how you're all sleeping with your blankets over your heads. Ironically, the supervisor's compassion was making everyone suffer even more, especially Dolores, who was holding her urine inside the blanket. A restroom? I'd do anything for a restroom. Dolores gritted her teeth and pushed with all her might. And Vikir had to be embarrassed by Dolores' inappropriate grip. Dolores was squeezing Vikir's waist with both thighs. It was a necessary action, but one that Vikir didn't know enough about to understand. Vikir was just about to pull himself away from Dolores. Thud. Dolores raised her hands and grabbed Vikir's back. Dory. She pleaded desperately. Please don't fall off. She said with her eyes, something like that. If Vikir, who was now pressing down on her lower abdomen, were to move, the slightest shift in weight would cause drastic changes in her body. But Vikir doesn't understand Dolores' desperate gaze. Boosh. Vikir removes himself from Dolores' belly. It leaked. Dolores felt her body relax slightly. She wondered if Vikir on top of her had noticed, and what if he did? Oh no, I don't think he noticed. At most, the lower half of my body is very slightly minimally wet. I've got clothes, I've got a blanket, am sweating, and the situation is so urgent I don't think he'd notice. Just as Dolores is slipping into a trance with her spinning eyes and blurred vision. Quang. Above Dolores' head, a palm slammed into the bed near the bedpost. Oops, she was standing right in front of Dolores' bed. Everyone in the room froze at the unexpectedly loud sound. Especially Dolores, who heard it right in front of her. The moonlight shadow of the supervisor loomed very close over the white sheets. Did we get caught? Did we finally get caught? A second stretched into a year of silence in the room. Finally, the supervisor muttered to herself. Wow, it's hot, and there are mosquitoes in this weather. She held up her palm and winced. Oh no, look at me. Oops, that was loud. I'm sorry about the volunteers. She bowed to the already sleeping girls a few times before stepping back and then hurried out of the room. Chirp, thud. The door slams shut and his footsteps echo down the hall. After a few moments of silence, the blankets on the bed began to be pulled back one by one. Whoa, I thought I was going to get caught. I was so freaked out I cried a little. That was a thrill, man, haha. The boys and girls said as they pushed themselves up onto the bed one by one. Some, like Tudor and Bianca, were blushing as they glared at each other like they were going to kill each other, but most seemed to think it was just a pleasant affair. But only one person here, there was one person who was not pleased about this. Saint Dolores, the Academy's student council president. Even though the supervisor returned, she was still unable to take off the blanket and come out. What should I do? 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 Cold sweat pours out like rain. My eyes are spinning and my vision is blurry. A warm and wet feeling was already rising from the lower part of my body. I've lost a Go game and had too much to drink. The amount was no joke. This is An overwhelming wetness that cannot even be called sweat or moisture. I don't even know if the liquor had many vitamins and even the color. It wouldn't be a problem if I just threw away my bed blanket and clothes. But I can't even hide the fact that Vikir's pants, which were close to me, were completely soaked. There was no way I could hide it. And what about the smell? What would happen if the world found out? The image of the noble and compassionate student council president that I've been building up will be destroyed. With about 2 years to go until graduation, it was obvious what kind of nickname would follow. Pisser. Not bad. Dolores would probably suffer from this nickname for years. It would tarnish the reputation of the Quavades family, and it would provide a good excuse for enemies within the family. Dolores cringed at the prospect of such a negative future. Is that why she was still sobbing in her blanket even though all the students had thrown off their covers and gotten out of bed? She didn't even know how to look at Vikir's face, which was now on top of her. Just then, grasp. The blanket was pulled back relentlessly. Vikir had pushed Dolores out of the way. There was no hesitation, no mercy. Dolores was dumbfounded, realizing that this was it. Now Vikir would express his displeasure at having something dirty on him, and the mood in the room would quickly turn awkward. The mood will be completely ruined, the drinks will be spilled, and there will be plenty of gossip to go around. My head was spinning. A cold sweat had already drenched my entire body. My body is hot and my tongue refuses to listen. Should I just jump out? Dolores is staring out the window, thinking the most extreme thoughts. One word brought her back to her senses. No more drinking. Vikir's raspy bass voice drew everyone's attention. Tutor looked puzzled as he pulled the remaining bottle from under the bed. What do you mean the night is just beginning? The drinking game is just beginning. No, it ends here. Neither Tutor nor Sancho nor Piggy shake their heads, as it's the first time they've ever heard Vikir be so assertive. Then, Vikir threw off the blanket completely and stepped into everyone's view. His pants were soaked yellow and wet. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of them. Naturally, the gaze that lingered on Vikir's lower half turned to Dolores' lower half on the bed. The bed and the blankets equally wet and yellowed. The expressions on the faces of every man and woman in the room were one of horror. Dolores covers her face with her hands as the stares fall like arrows. Frustration, despair, shame, self-destruction, anguish, wailing, screaming. Feeling her own self plummeting into the abyss of it all. But at that very moment, there was a saving grace that pulled Dolores back from her downward spiral. I've been drinking and pissing myself. It was Vikir's touch. That's what happened, I'm sorry. Vikir turned around and apologized. Dolores, blank-faced, was unable to respond, and the others surrounding them couldn't help but misunderstand his blank expression. Vikir, are you crazy? Why are you so bold? The saint is in shock. Sister, quickly go to the shower room, I will help you. Who in the world would pee on a saint's belly? It was hard to believe what was happening. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy were stunned by this unprecedented disaster. Sinclair and Bianca are also at a loss for words, their mouths gaping like koi fish. Only Vikir remained calm and rational. A person can drink and make mistakes. That's what Vikir said to Dolores, trying to comfort her. He was trying to tell her not to worry too much, but for the other students watching it was just too much. Saint, let's declare a crusade. Vikir, get down on your knees and pray or you're expelled. A crusade? There's going to be a crusade of the Quavades. Meanwhile, Dolores' mouth dropped open, but she couldn't say anything. His vision was spinning. What the hell is going on here? Why is everyone yelling at Vikir? I'm the one who peed. Thoughts raced through her mind, paralyzing her. Panic. For the first time she lost her cool. Normally she would have accepted being called a pisser, but she wouldn't have put her stigma on others. But Dolores was in such a state of shock that she couldn't tell if this was really real or a nightmare. That's why she's sitting on the bed with her mouth half open, unable to speak. She is even showing signs of temporary aphasia. Sinclair and Bianca are on either side of Dolores, who looks like a lost soul. Miss President, let's get you to the bathroom first. Don't you guys look away, I'm gonna stab you with an arrow. Sinclair and Bianca scooped up the half-fainted Dolores and ran to the bathroom. The rest of the girls looked on and began to clean up Dolores' bed. The boys look on, unable to move. Next, Tutor Sancho Piggy and the other boys surrounded Vikir and asked in disbelief, "Vi Vikir, did you really pee yourself? Didn't you? Please tell us you didn't. You must have just sweat explosively on your lower body, right buddy? Please Vikir, at this rate you're not just going to be called a pisser. You pissed on a saint's belly, that's blasphemy." But Vikir was not listening to his friends. He had taken on Dolores' shame for two reasons. The first was as a small repayment for the blessing he had received from Street Dolores before his return. Dolores, then known as the Saintess of the battlefield, had brought countless wounded soldiers back from the brink of death, and Vikir was one of them. Though Dolores had no memory of Vikir's name or face at the time, Vikir had not forgotten her grace in his second life. And the second is assassination. Guilty, I must kill him before this night is over. In truth, I didn't have much time for such childish games. I must finish my drink quickly. But then the saint gave me a good excuse. I'm sorry friends, when I drink I turn into a dog. A dog is a dog, a hunting dog. Vikir apologized and his friends were surprisingly forgiving. Ugh, you've ruined the party. Oh well. Well, it's definitely a memorable night though. Vikir, I'll find you a good transfer school, I'll always remember it. Hick hick hick. Tutor and Sancho laughed hysterically while Piggy cried for Vikir's future. Piggy could see how hard it would be for Vikir to do well in school now that he had been spotted by the saint and by all the girls in this room. Of course. Then let's go back now. Sorry about the cleaning, tell the saint to charge me for the laundry later. Although Vikir himself didn't seem to mind at all. Late at night, the boys who had infiltrated the girls' dormitory had returned to the boys' dormitory under the cover of night. Just before returning to their respective rooms, Vikir purposely lagged alone. I'm gonna stop by the laundry room for a while. He had a good excuse, he needed to wash his pee pants so he didn't arouse suspicion. Tutor Sancho and Piggy patted Vikir on the back as he headed for the laundry room. Come on Vikir, I am your friend. Even if you turn the faith religion into an enemy, our spear will be your strength. If you are expelled, don't worry about finding a job. I will recommend you to the Mercenary Guild of the North. With my recommendation, you should be able to get an office position. Come on guys, let's leave Vikir alone. I'm on your side, of course. I'm a commoner, but I'm sure that my family can help you if you need it. With that, everyone hurried into the room as if to give Vikir some time alone. Until the door closed behind them, they were still talking about Vikir. What, even a saint wouldn't expel him? If we're going to make this a public issue, we'll have to reveal that we've been sneaking drinks at night. And that's going to hurt everyone. I hope this incident stays quiet and so on. Meanwhile, Vikir returned to the laundry room, stripped off his wet clothes and quickly changed into the outfit he had hidden away. The night hound. Wrapped in black cloth and a plague doctor's mask over his face, he looked like an unstoppable monster. The hound is now on the hunt. The timing was not bad. Tutor and Bianca had organized the boys and girls meetings so well that they already knew the supervisor's shifts and patrol routes. They had also memorized the layout and shape of each building from their volunteer work. Vikir quickly scaled the laundry room's window ledge and scaled the opposite building's exterior wall. He was able to find his way around with his eyes closed because he had worked so hard in the past. Vikir scaled an old drainage pipe he had drilled across the roof of a building he had repaired and moved from building to building through a window he had installed. The drain pipe was welded together at various joints for him to grab and climb, and the building roof was carved with recesses for him to crawl under and hide. Even the bare walls, which originally had no windows, had red bricks cut into them for easy access. The chimneys on the roof, the laundry room, the shower, the toilet, the hallway windows, etc. Then, Vikir faced a circular group of buildings that surrounded Guilty's quarters in four layers. The first was the building for which housed children aged 17-19. The second is the building 3, which housed children aged 13-16. The third is the building 2, which housed children aged 812. The fourth was building 1, which housed the newborns. Only after passing through these 4 buildings and going deeper and deeper inside did Vikir find the room where Guilty was sleeping. Vikir slid across the roof and landed at the back door of Building 4. When he shakes the glass window at the end of the hallway he had previously loosened, the latch comes off and the window opens. Rattle, rattle, rattle. With a ghostly movement, Vikir climbed through the window and was immediately confronted with the dark, silent corridor of Building 4. And then, Vikir found a notice posted on the other side of a hallway as quiet as a tomb. It was grim and meaningful enough to hold Vikir's gaze for a moment as he walked deeper into the hallway. This orphanage provides the following rules of conduct for the safety of night shift staff. The information below must never be disclosed to the outside world, and this orphanage will not provide any compensation for accidents that violate these items. This orphanage provides the following rules of conduct for the safety of employees who work at night. Please do not disclose the following information to anyone outside the nursery, and the nursery will not provide any compensation for accidents caused by violating these items. This sign was obviously not there when I arrived during the day. For the safety of our night staff, Vikir muttered to himself. Below the sign, there were a number of caveats. 1. If you see a child alone in the hallway during your nightly patrol, ignore them and go back the way you came. If the child approaches you or tries to put something in your hand, immediately leave the area as quickly as possible. We strictly prohibit children from walking in the hallways at night and will never leave a child alone without a guardian under any circumstances. 2. If a group of children approaches the guardhouse and tells you that there is a problem with the water pipe in room 66 on the 6th floor of the main building, reply that you understand and then lock the door to the guardhouse. Afterward, hum your favorite song. They hate the sound of singing. For your information, there are a total of 65 rooms on the 6th floor of the main building, and room 66 does not exist in this building. 3. Masturbation is absolutely prohibited in this orphanage regardless of gender, anytime, anywhere, in any manner. For if while patrolling the halls you find that no matter how far you walk, you never seem to get to your destination and you keep seeing the same scenery over and over again, you should immediately exit by the fire escape stairs. Crouch down with your forehead against the wall in the corner. Close your eyes and cover your ears. Daytime security guards check the fire escape stairs first thing when they arrive for work. Stay in that position until morning when you hear chickens crowing. If there is anything else on the list below that negates item 4, you should never pay attention to it. 5. Occasionally a body is found that has committed suicide. This is a common occurrence in other orphanages, so you can follow the usual protocols. However, if you find the body of a child hanging in a very ordinary place, be careful. Calmly check to see if there's anything to step on, and if there isn't and you're wondering how a child could have gotten up there and hanged himself, immediately leave the area as fast as you can. Go into the security office. Turn off the lights and lock the door. Note the order very carefully. It's turn off the lights and lock the door, not lock the door and turn off the lights. Also, in this case, you should never sing. You shouldn't even make a breathing sound if you can help it. It has darkened ears. 6. If you're patrolling a hallway and there's nothing around you but you hear something like a strange breathing sound in your ear, immediately get low and get on the floor. Then crouch down and make yourself as small as possible, and likewise make no sound. If the sound subsequently stops, call another employee to locate and clean the stain on the ceiling. 7. There are always 2 night patrols at all times. No exceptions. No exceptions. Absolutely no exceptions. 8. If there is someone hanging out in the center of the lake above the nursery, never go near it and lock all hallway doors. You should also lock all the windows in the ceiling and at the top of the attic on the top floor. For reference, the lake is 35 meters deep. 9. You should never knock on an empty room. Do not pull a locked door handle more than 3 times. And under no circumstances should you put your ear to the door and eavesdrop on anything. 10. If a child you don't recognize comes up to you and asks for the name or address of the night patrol, etc., you should never answer. If you are dutifully wearing your name badge, there is no reason to ask for Your name and your address is personal information and the orphanage bylaws do not allow you to ask for it. Also, as in paragraph 1, the orphanage does not leave children alone without a guardian. 11. If you see a group of children in the center of the stairs on the 6th floor of the main building, room 6, with only their upper bodies over the railing asking for help, do not take a single step closer. You should leave the area as quickly as possible without looking back. Also try to yell or sing as loudly as possible. Due to the structure of the building, this location is just an ordinary wall, and there is no 7th floor in the main building. 12. If you need to go to the restroom during a night shift, be sure to take a companion with you. No matter how often or how inconvenient, you should always have at least 2 people in the restroom. But the best thing to do is to avoid going to the restroom at night. 13. If you are walking down the hallway and hear a moan from within the walls, laugh out loud immediately. You should laugh until the moans turn into cries. If the cries then stop, leave the area as quickly as possible. Go to the guardhouse and lock the door. And do not check the attendance of the children in the nursery for 3 days, starting with the next morning's check-in. 14. Item 4 doesn't exist in this handbook. Any nursery would leave that ominous number blank. If you see something written in the number 4, always do the opposite of what it says. Never follow number 4. If you see anything else in the list above that negates 14, don't pay attention to it. Seems like a strange list of rules. Vikir nodded, sensing the ominous vibe of the notice. Shallow tricks. The usual tricks of the demons feeding off of human fear. If the night guard did indeed see something, it would be dismissed as a simple matter of discipline. Vikir ignored the notice and stumbled through the darkness of the corridor. The guardhouse in the center lobby of the corridor was unlit, its door firmly shut, and not a single breath escaping from within. The night watch must have seen something. This will make my job easier. Vikir stepped quietly past the front of the guardhouse and made his way to the back of the 3rd building. Just then, Vikir stopped in his tracks. At the end of a long hallway, there was a figure standing there. A girl in a white pajamas, standing still and staring this way. It was Nymphet. Nymphet stared at Vikir with a strange expression on her face, and then she disappeared down the other side of the corridor. Vikir quickly scrambled to his feet and headed back to where Nymphet had been. But when he rounded the corner, the Nymphet was gone, leaving only a torn piece of curtain lying on the floor. What was that? Did I see something? Vikir furrowed his brow and bent down to pick up the piece of curtain from the floor. And then the words on the curtain were imprinted deeply on Vikir's retina. Help me. Suddenly Vikir's mind flashed back to item number 1 on the sign. This is a very unpleasant place. Vikir immediately began to chase after Nymphet. The layout of the building was clear in his mind. Vikir focuses on the spaces where Nymphet could disappear from view in an instant. But something doesn't feel right. Is this? Vikir realizes that from the moment he saw the Nymphet, he's been seeing the same scene over and over again around every corner in the hallway. Same walls, same ceiling, same floor, same windows, same view out the window. Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. Illusion trap. Naturally, his mind flashed back to the sign head seen earlier. Number 4 and number 14. Did it say to take the fire escape stairs? Crouch against the wall in the corner, close your eyes and wait until dawn. But at the very end in 14, it vehemently denies it. Which option then should we follow, number 4 or number 14? Vikir turns his head and sees a staircase leading to an emergency exit, illuminated by a green mana lamp. He's trapped in a labyrinth of corridors, so he might as well get out through the emergency exit. Kigajigig. Vikir twisted the rusted handle of a door at the far end of the corridor and pushed it open. Stairs glowing dimly in green and eerie shadow. Where the door swung open and an unexpected scene came into Vikir's view. There was one passenger who came before Vikir on the emergency exit stairs. My Lord in the heavens, hallowed be thy name on earth as it is in heaven. Thy will be done, lead us not into temptation but deliver us from evil. The shivering woman with her eyes tightly closed is clearly Dolores, the student council president and saint. She had been reciting the Lord's Prayer with her forehead pressed against the wall of the emergency exit. Vikir couldn't help but sigh softly behind his mask. What the hell is she doing here? Vikir let out a light sigh. What the hell is she doing here? Saint Dolores, wasn't she supposed to be in the showers? And why is she in Building 4 at this late hour? It's a long way from the girls' dormitories. Vikir adjusted the mask that covered her face once more. He prepared to modulate his voice. He reached out a finger and tapped Dolores on the shoulder. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And do not lead us into temptation but deliver us from evil. Kayak. At Vikir's touch, Dolores jumped in surprise, almost fainting. She squeezed her eyes shut even tighter and began to shake. She was so frightened that she didn't even bother to open her eyes. Our Father in heaven. Stop saying the Lord's Prayer, just open your eyes. Vikir said, deliberately scratching his voice. Dolores opened one eye from behind her clasped hands. Only then did Dolores' expression turn to one of horror. After staring at Vikir's mask for a long moment, Dolores stammered. Night, Hound. It's been a while. Vikir nodded and Dolores looked mesmerized once more. Finally she managed to speak. It's been a long time to see you. Dolores has a million things she wants to say, but her mouth is too small. Her heart clenches in her chest, not knowing what to say. Why Head disappeared without a word as soon as the plague was over. Why Head been raiding the branches of the Quo Vadis, where and how had been, and what really was. There were so many things I wanted to ask. At such a young age, she had easily taken on the roles of the Academy's third-year student council president, head of the newspaper department, and patron saint of the Quo Vadis family, but right now she was fidgeting like a normal 17-year-old girl. Vikir meanwhile gets straight to the point. Why are you here? That is. Dolores began to squirm, this time for a completely different reason. She was recalling something that had happened only a few minutes ago. After the boys had gone back to their room, Dolores came to her senses. Dolores washed herself thoroughly with warm water and returned to her room to find her bedding crisp and clean. Her roommates had already cleaned the bed.
Im Intrabe.
Dolores, who was barely conscious, realized the gravity of the situation. She had peed on herself, but her friend had taken the blame, even though he was the victim of her own pee. As if apologizing wasn't bad enough, had also been accused. The roles of victim and perpetrator were completely reversed. If Dolores stays silent, Vikir will be portrayed in the worst possible light. A freshman was accused of peeing on a senior, a student body president. Judging by the polarity of the passionate fan clubs within the Academy who regarded Dolores' beauty as sacred, this was a serious matter that could have resulted in threats of assassination. That can't happen, we have to fix this. It's too late, but a job must be done. Dolores walked over to the group of girls gossiping. They were talking about the incident that had just occurred, and they were gossiping about Vikir. Such dignity after pissing on a saint's belly, don't you think it's kind of cool, even though he's an asshole? The sight of that unbalanced figure standing proudly even in wet pants made me feel a little heartbroken. There's something about that nerdiness that makes me feel strangely maternal. I just want to protect him, change his diaper, feed him milk. It's a bit of an odd direction for a conversation to take. But Dolores didn't hear it, so she closed her eyes tightly and told the truth. Girls, Vikir didn't do anything wrong, and I peed on him. The girls' eyes widened. After a few moments of silence, everyone, including Bianca, sighed and tapped Dolores on the shoulder. Really, the president is a saint. Sis, you shouldn't have to bear the insult of being called a pisser for him. Your sacrifice is admirable, and if it were me, I don't think even my best friend would have gone that far, let alone a junior who's not even close to me. No one seemed to believe Dolores. Oh no, believe me, it was really me who peed earlier, not Vikir. Out of frustration, Dolores repeated the truth, but no one believed her. Instead, they admired Dolores' noble self-sacrifice in covering up for Vikir. That's crazy. Dolores decided to give up trying to explain. Instead, she sprang into action to correct the misunderstanding. Even if she was caught, she would go outside, meet Vikir, apologize formally, and clear up any misunderstandings. It was late at night, but she could probably get an emergency meeting request from the supervisor and have Vikir summoned from the boys' dormitory. The sooner the better for an explanation. Dolores left the girls' floor and headed straight for the boys. She thought about thanking him for carrying her burden and apologizing for not being able to explain immediately. And just then, Dolores saw a strange shadow blazing across the outer wall of the dorm. Dolores stopped dead in her tracks as she turned to go to her tutor. What she had just seen was surely a stork's beak mask under the hem of a black cloak. The mysterious creature she had been searching for, the one that had appeared so many times in her dreams. An enigmatic creature that is both endlessly mysterious and endlessly fascinating. The night hound as he glided beneath a moon shrouded in clouds. Dolores forgot everything she had been thinking about in a blur. She turned on her heel and began to move in the direction of the night hound. There was no thought of catching him or stopping him, I just wanted to talk to you. At Dolores' words, Vikir smiled bitterly behind his mask. He knew what she was wondering. Why he stole a saint's tears and why he's been wiping out the branches of the Quovadis. Cook. Dolores' hand tightened on Vikir's collar. Her eyes were twitching like ripples on a lake. Why did you do that to me that day too, disappearing without a word? Tell me you didn't do it, the branches of our family, you didn't do it, did you? There was some misunderstanding, wasn't there? Say something, anything, please. Dolores clenched her small fists around Vikir's collar. Then leaning down, she pressed her forehead against Vikir's chest and spoke in a hushed voice. You're not that kind of person, the villain everyone says you are. Vikir didn't know how to respond to that. Dolores' bite in her voice was more than trust, it was some kind of comradeship. Is it because of the Red Death incident back in the day? It's understandable that feelings of camaraderie and comradeship might have developed in the course of treating so many plague victims. But Dolores' feelings were much broader and deeper than Vikir had expected. Vikir had just opened his mouth to say something. Vikir sensed a strange sound in his ears. Whoosh, hook, grunt. It sounded like the ragged breathing of a beast mingled with the boiling of blood. Dolores heard this ominous breath as well. Dolores tugged at Vikir's collar, her fingers trembling with fear. Did you see the notice? I saw. Vikir nodded. They were now standing on the emergency exit stairs, the location of options 4 and 14. And this uncomfortable breathing in their ears was spontaneously reminding them of item 6 on the notice. 6. If you're patrolling a hallway and there's nothing around you and you hear something like strange breathing in your ear, immediately get low and get down on the floor. Then crouch down and make yourself as small as possible and likewise make no sound. If the sounds subsequently stop, call another employee to locate and clean the stain on the ceiling. Ephibo. Ephibo, the first high-ranking undead guarding guilty, appeared. Hushker. Suspended from the ceiling with an unpleasant breath, this must be Ephibo. He is one of the 4 hounds who, along with Gerontopedo and Hebe, serve as Guilty's minions. Vikir quickly scanned Ephibo's entire body. He's fully recovered, a demon indeed. No broken bones, no torn flesh, no exploded organs, all seemingly intact. But Vikir was a veteran hound used to fighting demons, so he wasn't too phased. Vikir prepared himself for battle and calmly began to calculate his next move. But Dolores was not among them. Lord Ephibo, why are you here? She looked dazed, her thinking paralyzed for a moment. Why is the guardian knight of House Indulgentia in this place at this time of night looking like this? And you'll get yourself killed if you keep bruising like that, Vikir advised mildly. Quack. With that, Ephibo, who had fallen from the ceiling, raised the large hammer he was carrying and smashed it into Vikir. You've got some serious muscle. Vikir stumbled backward with Dolores around his waist. The magic sword Beelzebub was trembling. The Quo Vadis blunt technique would be too much of a drain on his strength in a head-to-head encounter. Vikir leaped to his feet and retreated across the hall. There was no need for concern for terrain in this demonic labyrinth, a corridor that went on forever anyway. Vikir set Dolores down on the floor. So much for rapping, I can't take any more. Dolores tried to say something but Vikir really didn't have time. Thud. Ephibo crawled down to the ground. Crunch crunch. Every joint in his body was grotesquely twisted, and he had an even more grotesque appearance than when they had met before. His arms thick as logs were longer than his legs dragging on the ground. And his legs with 2 or 3 more joints than a normal human leg were bent. In grotesque ways. It looked like a demon. Dolores' eyes grew cold at the sight of him. Although he was an old order figure, he had once been an ally, a member of the same Quo Vadis. But the figure in front of her now was unmistakably a demon. Why is a demon here? It's not a demon, it's Lord Ephibo. I mean, why would Lord Ephibo be demonized? Are you saying he was a demon? In the first place. Dolores stared at the figure before her in bewilderment and disbelief. A man who had been knighted in the Quo Vadis family and appointed as the guardian knight of House Indulgentia. She had never seen his bare face as he always wore a mask, but she had a not so bad image of a man who could take on any task no matter how arduous with grace. What the hell is going on within the family? Dolores felt confused, but now was not the time to pry into it. Boom. The night hound's sword and Ephibo's hammer clashed again. Shockwaves ripped through the ceiling, walls, and floor. Steel frames buried in the walls were bent like taffy sticks, and water was gushing out from burst water pipes. Dolores gasped at the powerful aura Ephibo emitted. Graduators, that's the highest level of the graduators. Was Lord Ephibo that powerful? But there was something even more astonishing than that. It was the blood-colored aura of the night hound. Vikir emitted a thick liquid, almost solid aura from the tip of his magic sword Beelzebub. Handling it was like wielding a giant greatsword. Crackle crackle clang. The black aura that Ephibo emitted was torn apart by Vikir's red aura. It was like iron and lime colliding. Baskerville's 7th form. The upper incisors, central incisors, lateral incisors, and molars. And the wisdom teeth, premolars and molars of the lower jaw. A total of 7 teeth fell toward Ephibo, the black sack monster. Thud, 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 thud. The hound's teeth punctured flesh, slicing, tearing, ripping, and crushing. Even the bones within. This murderous sword technique is optimized for killing, and its sole purpose is to make the enemy suffer. It is a legendary sword technique that only exists in the Baskerville 10th form and has not been reported in the literature. Even a high-ranking member of the Baskervilles would not recognize Vikir's current swordplay as Baskervillian. Is that why? Dolores looked at Vikir, growing increasingly confused. You have grown stronger since I last saw you, haven't you? I've been steadily raiding the branches of the Quo Vadis family. What, how can you say that so nonchalantly? No more than that. Why? Why do you even have that question after seeing that? Vikir jerked at the Ephibo in front of him. Grunt, shrug. Ephibo's entire body was covered in teeth and he was staggering around, but he was still standing without falling. For a normal person or even a normal graduator, a wound of this severity would have been fatal. Push, push. Ephibo's tattered flesh spurted out blood as black as asphalt. Dolores asked, not quite understanding. Why the hell is there a thing like that in our family? What if you ask me to do your household chores? You knew about it, isn't that why you've been raiding the branches all this time? But Dolores' questions were not answered. There was a more pressing matter at hand. Ephibo began to do something unpleasant. The black energy that emanated from his entire body turned into a chain and wrapped around Vikir. What a bother. Vikir realized that Ephibo's purpose was to stall. Pot. Kicking the watery floor, Vikir stretched out the aura of Beelzebub as long as he could. This would be the final blow. But, boom. Ephibo swung the huge hammer a few times, then picked it up and threw it. The hammer bent like a thumb and flew toward Vikir. With the black chains wrapped around his body, Vikir was forced to take the blow with his body. But, light of my life, flame of my life, my sin, my soul, I will break your filthy bonds. The holy incantation from Dolores' mouth shattered the chains around Vikir's entire body. Pot, buff and heal. When the demonic debuff weighing down Vikir's body disappeared, Vikir regained the agile movements characteristic of a night hound. Jaw-pow! Vikir stepped on the flying hammer and leaped once more. Using his momentum as a springboard, he swung Beelzebub horizontally. A red crescent moon floated sideways. Pow! Ephibo lost his head by just a fraction of a second. Biker sunk his 7th tooth into the top of Ephibo's head, then used the remaining 6 teeth to tear off the flesh, tendons, and bones of Ephibo's neck. Kung! Ephibo's body crashed into the watery floor. The hammer also stopped embedded in the wall. Even if water wasn't gushing out of the water pipe, it would have seemed like time had stopped. Thud! Vikir dropped Ephibo's head to the floor, which was still stuck on the tip of Beelzebub. I've severed his neck completely, so I suppose not even a demon can do much about it. Just in case it could regenerate in some bizarre way, Vikir pulled the head away from his body and stomped on it firmly with his foot. This is because there was a case in the past where Set escaped with only its head remaining. Then Dolores spoke, her voice trembling. I don't know what the hell is going on. I thought the only trouble in the family was the conflict between the old and new order factions, but what the hell was lurking behind that, do you know? At this, Vikir shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that the head of the Indulgentia family is actually a demon that's also at the level of a demon king. Dolores' eyes widened to tears at that. She stammered out a question. Are you sure about that? Can you say for sure? Can't you tell by looking at that? Vikir pointed at Ephibo's body and then at his head. Even at this moment, Ephibo's body, pulsing with black blood, was still struggling to regenerate. Dolores finally recognized the words of the Night Hound. But the divine white light that emanated from her body had completely destroyed Ephibo's immune system. In the end, Ephibo sank, completely missing even the last opportunity to regenerate. Vikir looked at it and thought, is more useful than I thought. Demon's uncommon ability to regenerate had always been a problem for Vikir. But with Dolores by his side, it might be a different story. Dolores, meanwhile, looked uneasy and asked Vikir again. If there were demons lurking in the back of the old order, then shouldn't there be a problem with the new order? Did any of the branches I've raided so far belong to the new order? Not one that I know of. Then we have our answer. Vikir neatly organized Dolores' confusion. Dolores could only stare at Vikir's back as he walked ahead. Then Vikir looked down at Ephibo's head rolling on the floor. A black leather sack, which upon closer inspection looked like a hood, attached to the inside of a gas mask. It too seemed to be an artifact of some sort, as it emitted a faint aura of magic. I've thought about it before, but I had a feeling that it might be an artifact, an OP art of sorts like Beelzebub. I was also quite curious about the face behind the black sack mask. Dolores was also very curious, as she had seen with her own eyes that Ephibo had used the blunt techniques of the Quo Vadis. Who the hell is really a Quo Vadis? You'll know when you see his face. Vikir extended his hand. With a snap, the black sack that had been wrapped around Ephibo's face was pulled away. Both Vikir and Dolores stared in horror. Ephibo's bare face was clearly that of someone they both knew. Ephibo's face melted away at a tremendous rate, and he dissolved into the water. Sticky oil floats on top of the murky water, and the smell of rotting meat fills the air. Meanwhile, Vikir and Dolores had already seen Ephibo's face before it melted. It was a face that looked familiar to both of them. Mazgus, Vikir muttered as he picked up a black sack floating in the water. A bald head without eyebrows, bulging eyes, a bulbous nose, and tightly clenched lips. The face I had seen a moment ago was unmistakably Mazgus, a paladin of the Quo Vadis, a pious priest who carried a thick Bible and led the charge against heresy. If fate holds true, when the era of destruction arrives, the person who will have to go to the front lines and fight against demons. Why are there corpses lying around here? Vikir's brow furrowed in unresolved mystery. Mazgus was a human before he was turned, surely, and he was a hero who was cohabited with 1,000 demons during the Age of Destruction, so how can? Vikir's question was answered by Dolores. This is not Mr. Mazgus. Dolores looked at what was left of Ephibo's body and shook her head. Mr. Mozgus had a twin brother who, unlike us, belonged to the old order.
Mozgus older brother.
He too was a paladin with a body like an iron wall and powerful divine powers. However, he had long ago retreated to the depths of an old order monastery for retirement training and has not been seen by anyone since. As far as the world is concerned, the story goes. So you didn't disappear because of your hermit training, but because your body was taken over by a demon. Vikir swallowed hard and Dolores furrowed her brow in concern. There are quite a few people in the Quo Vadis who are currently in the closed training, but it can't be true, can it?
Primer kang 40 anting.
That wasn't the only problem now. Vikir remembered that the Baskerville Second Sunset was also in the closed training. If the Baskervilles and the Quo Vadis were already in such a state, then any of the world's most recognizable powerhouses who were in closed training or who had been missing for long periods of time were also in danger. Vikir turned and looked down at the headless body of Ephibo. My 9th of 10. He must have the power to turn others into demons and control them while at the same time stealing their faces. Most likely Guilty's face had been stolen from someone else too. By the way, how come Guilty's face resembles an actor who retired a long time ago? It's not hard to see why the actor retired and why we haven't heard much about him. Vikir also knew of a powerful man who had recently disappeared from the scene, claiming to be retiring. When will you enter the academy? Let's match it with me. I think I'll probably enroll 12 years early. It would be so fun if we went to first grade together. It's a tough relationship that started when they were 8 years old. If it were up to me, we would have entered the academy together. Morgue Camus. Seeing that face in her mind made Vikir feel uncomfortable for some reason. She had been searching for Vikir ever since he disappeared in the depths of the Black Mountains with the enemy. All the while Vikir had been training in Balak's village for the past 2 years. But one day Camus suddenly left the academy and transferred to a dark hall. And since then she has disappeared from the world, claiming to be practicing in the closet. Even Vikir was not entirely sure why. We'll worry about that later. For now, it's time to stick to the hunt. Vikir clicked his tongue behind his mask. Most of his troubles and worries would be solved once he succeeded in killing the demon. Yuck. Vikir took the black leather sack that Ephibo was wearing over his face and stuffed it into his pocket. It was an artifact that emitted a similar kind of magic to Beelzebub's, but his concentration was relatively weak compared to Beelzebub's, about 25. But if we can get the skins of Hebe Pedo and Geronto, that's a different story. Vikir was thinking to himself. Excuse me, Night Hound. Dolores hesitantly called out to Vikir. When Vikir turned her head, she opened her mouth with a look of sadness, confusion, doubt, and trust. If this is what's going on inside the faithful Quo Vadis, what am I supposed to believe from now on? Quo Vadis had always believed in absolute goodness. Even though the old and new orders were at odds, it was believed that it was only a temporary quarrel over the sale of indulgences and that they would eventually be united under the rune religion. But the destruction within the family now leads me to believe that is not the fundamental problem. The demons are behind the old order. Having seen and heard this with her own eyes and ears, Dolores felt that everything she had ever believed in was being denied. The Quo Vadis is no longer an absolute. They are easily corrupted and easily manipulated, no different from any other household. What does it mean, moreover, for a demon to appear so directly among humans? War, demon war. The intelligent Dolores could sense just how much of a storm she was in the middle of, and how long and hard a battle this mysterious creature, the Night Hound, was fighting. I don't know what to believe anymore. Maybe there's more than what the eye can see. Dolores bowed her head, her voice lacking confidence. She was beautiful and vulnerable in a way that would have made any man's heart flutter. But Vikir offered no words of comfort. You decide what you believe. He just walked on bluntly straight ahead, as he had always done. Just as he had always done. Vikir left the 4th building and entered the 3rd. Dolores was following closely behind him, though she didn't seem to notice The third building which housed children aged 13 to 16 and the second building which housed children aged 8 to 12 were connected in shape. Like twins. The orphanage provides the following rules of conduct for the safety of staff working at night. The following must never be disclosed to the outside world, and the orphanage will not provide any compensation for accidents caused by violating these items. The same sign was posted here. The only difference is that the letters are slightly more faded, and the deeper we went into the building, the thicker the demonic aura became. A damp, foul odor indicated that something meaty was rotting in large quantities deep within the corridors. A claustrophobic feeling like digging down into a narrow, deep hole. A damp, earthen grave weighed on my lungs along with the stench. There's something else in. The night hound pushed forward with his keen sense of smell. Dolores, meanwhile, seemed to have fully understood that the night hound hadn't blindly attacked the branches of the Quo Vadis but had been acting with reason and principle, and she had been actively trying to help him ever since. First of all, I'll let the higher-ups in the family know about this, I'm sure. They'll believe me if they're new order, not old order, especially some of the groups I'm involved with. Do as you please. With Vikir's permission, Dolores diligently composed the letter. It was mostly about the existence of Ephibo, the fall of Mosgus, and a request for gratitude to House Indulgentia. Dolores took a small pigeon from her bosom and tied the letter to her leg. The addressee was Cardinal Martin Luther, head of the new order. If it was an old order figure, even his father, Cardinal Humbert, could not be trusted. Please hurry up, little one, I apologize for making you work at night. Hearing the saint's plea, the white pigeon flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Pow! A few white feathers fluttered in the darkness. The pigeon carrying Dolores' letter soared into the sky with great speed. But, puff! A piercing jab swooped down and split the pigeon's body in two. Dolores' letter too was caught in the aura and crumbled to ash. Vikir narrowed his eyes behind his mask. This is because the speed at which the slash flew was unusual. SSSSSS. The smell of rotting meat mingled with the odor of moss. Soon two dark shadows appear in the center of the hallway connecting buildings 2 and 3. Who are you? Dolores' expression was alert. Suddenly 2 men appeared in front of Vikir and Dolores. Tall, lanky men dressed in sharp suits with black sacks over their faces. Pedo Hebe. Like Ephibo, these two are guilty hounds. At first glance they appear to be high-level undead, as they both exude an unusual amount of energy. But there was something even more worrying than the powerful auras and odors they were emitting. Could those undead be people we knew in life? Dolores asked with concern in her voice. Humans corrupted by the demon himself could not possibly have been ordinary beings in life. They must have been known to the world in some way. Vikir replied in a nonchalant tone, his eyes fixed on Pedo Hebe and beyond. Let's hope it's not. Pedo and Hebe make their appearance. Pedo with his 2 heavy jamadhars and Hebe with a pair of huge garden scissors. Both were wielding weapons that were not only unique but deformed. Bubbling. A sticky liquid aura bubbled with mana and began to boil. The 2 of them, shrouded in a thick vapor, looked like 2 advanced graduators. Since there are 2 higher ranks, even the highest rank Vikir cannot let down his guard. Pow! Vikir shot forward. A red slash streaked horizontally from Beelzebub. Boom! The hallway wall broke and a loud noise erupted, but even that sound was trapped in the hallway's labyrinth. Pedo leaped upward and Hebe ducked downward to avoid Vikir's blow. At the same time, boom! 2 jamadhars and a pair of giant scissors flew toward Vikir. The stone pillars crumbled like zucchini slices.
Puf.
Vikir summoned his numerous teeth and tore through the rubble of the crumbling stone pillar, leaving the bodies of Hebe and Pedo beyond. At the same time, Vikir lifted his mask slightly and spat. The spit mixed with blood flew out and landed on the back of Pedo's hand. Jeez. The sound of flesh burning and tendons melting inside. But Pedo doesn't feel the pain and he pushes in and swings his sword. Vikir stepped back, feeling a piece of his cloak being cut away. Poison doesn't work on He mixed Madame Eight-Legs' venom into his saliva and spat it out, but the effect was minimal. Ha ha ha, the undead are already moving in dead bodies, so it's no wonder. They're less vulnerable to poison. Then how about this? Vikir stepped back, dissolving into a puff of stony smoke. Pedo and Hebe look around for Vikir, who has vanished in an instant. Thud. Vikir, who had disappeared like a ghost, reappeared near the ceiling above. Pedo and Hebe's heads.
Puff 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 puff.
The gnashing teeth sliced into Pedo and Hebe's bodies once more. Having absorbed the traits of Mushuhushu's biology, Vikir can make no sound. When they move, silent heals. It was definitely a useful skill in this dirt. Puck plop plop plop. The magic sword wielded by Vikir began to nibble away at the bodies of Pedo and Hebe little by little. If it was a living opponent, I would have quickly punctured their throats or hearts, rendering them incapacitated. Vikir felt a little frustrated, as undead their stabbing attacks were ineffective. To make them incapacitated, he would have to use a wide slashing attack, which requires a lot of preparation and drains his stamina, making it difficult to deal with two of them at the same time. Boom. Vikir stretches out his aura.
Grrrr.
Suddenly Pedo leaped forward. Poof. He ignored Vikir's sword that pierced his stomach and continued to advance. Oops. Vikir tried to retrieve his sword, but the sword was already firmly wedged between the joints of Pedo's vertebral column, and he was slow to pull it up. Using his vertebrae, Pedo began to clamp down on Vikir's sword with a firm grip. Vikir had no idea what Pedo wanted to achieve, even by destroying most of his body. And then, it wasn't until Hebe slammed a giant pair of scissors into Pedo's back that Vikir realized their plan. Ftiog. Hebe raised the giant scissors and sliced through Pedo's body. At the same time, he cut off Vikir's body in front of him. Oh! Vikir gritted his teeth against the two scissor blades pressing against his body. Pedo's body in front of him was almost cut in half. It hadn't split in two because of his strong spine, but the scissors had cut through all the flesh on his sides and clamped down on the bones inside. Thanks to this, Vikir had barely escaped being sliced in two as well. Kagugukuk. Both of Vikir's shoulders and forearms are tattered. The flesh was torn, the bones were popping, and blood was flowing. In that state, Puck. Vikir raised his leg and kicked Pedo in the stomach. Crunch crunch. The sound of friction between the spine and scissor blade was heard, and Fedor's body was pushed back a bit. At the same time, the pressure of the scissors digging into Vikir's arms loosened slightly. Puck. Vikir kicked Pedo's body with his foot again. As Pedo's body is pushed a little further into the space between the scissor blades, the scissor blades spread further apart, and the force that restrains Vikir also becomes looser. Puck 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 puck. Puck. Vikir continued to pound the puck into Pedo's torso. Pedo struggled, but he couldn't help but be pushed further and further back. Finally, poof, the scissor blades snapped the worn spine, cutting Pedo's torso in two. At the same time, the scissors crossed at a terrifying speed. Pow! They clashed together in one place. Of course, Vikir had leaped upward and dodged the blades just before Pedo's vertebrae were severed. Fuck you. Vikir swung his hand, sending out a sharp skewered blow. Poof! It tore a gaping hole in Hebe's neck in the blink of an eye, sending him flying several meters backwards. Thud. Vikir and Hebe fell out at the same time, both of their bodies covered in blood and tattered. At that very moment, "That's it, Night Hound," Saint Dolores shouted. It takes a long time, but the effect is certain. The holy words of the demon sealing spell have been manifested in the flesh after a long prayer. Light of my life, flame of my life, my sins, my soul, let the little things make me feel the weight of their karma suddenly. The prayer that Dolores has been reciting over a long period of time gains power in itself and exerts coercive physical force on beings such as the undead at the border between matter and antimatter. Boom! The divine light of the runes burst forth and crushed Pedo and Hebe. Pedo, who was still trying to reattach his torn body, and Hebe, who was still clutching at the gaping hole in his neck with his hands, were instantly crushed to the ground. They could only wriggle slightly in the face of Dolores' immense divine power. Only then did Vikir rise from the floor. White flesh and red wounds peeked through the torn cloak. Dolores saw it and ran to him in horror. "Night Hound, are you okay?" It was a serious injury, a fatal injury that would be difficult to survive for more than a few minutes. Dolores knelt down beside Vikir, her face covered in tears and snot. I'm sorry, I took too long to cast the spell. But it was too late, all the skin and flesh had been torn away and you could see bone and guts inside, and now he was about to. Quick, heal, let's get him out of here and get him to a medical center, huh? Dolores, who had been flailing about with tears in her eyes, was soon forced to open them wide.
Tsuts.
Vikir's wounds were healing rapidly. It's a good thing I have the skill of the bog salamander. It didn't take long for Vikir's wounds to heal. Only his torn cloak revealed his white skin and toned muscles. As Vikir mended his clothes, he gave a brief word of advice to Dolores, who stood beside him with a blank expression on her face. Save your holy power, you haven't even met a real demon yet. Yeah. Dolores stared at Vikir's body in awe. He had never seen anyone heal so quickly from a wound. Is it because he has divine power? Dolores, who had seen Vikir use some sort of divine power before, couldn't help but think so. And then, the Night Hound was a man. Dolores had a sudden thought. He had assumed it was a man based on his build and voice. However, he had been wrapped up in a mask or cloak, so she hadn't really thought of him as a man until now. But this time, when she saw his white-toned body peeking through the torn hem of his clothes, she knew for sure. His gender was male and his age was considerably younger. Suddenly Dolores' face flushed, even if only slightly. It was the first time she'd ever seen a man's naked body at such close range. Oh, don't be fooled. She'd seen it countless times with her patients, but she'd never considered their gender in the first place, so it shouldn't count. Dolores turned her head slightly again. The Night Hound was adjusting his mask and cloak. After seeing the body under the cloak, Dolores was naturally curious about the face under the mask. I wonder what the face is like under that mask. Would it be a terrifying face or a surprisingly normal face? What does he look like? While Dolores was wondering all these things, "Are you curious?" Vikir asked. Dolores turned her head in surprise. Yes. I asked if you were curious. What about what? Vikir replied, as if asking the obvious. The face behind the mask. Dolores' body stiffened. What am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to answer? After a long pause, Dolores closes her eyes tightly and nods. Yes, I want to know. Vikir nodded in agreement. Yeah, I was curious too. Dolores opened her mouth in confusion. Vikir turned and walked a few steps away, completely ignoring Dolores' attitude. He walked right up to where Pedo and Hebe were struggling. Boom! Vikir slit the two undead's throats in an instant, ripping off the black leather sacks they were wearing. I thought you were talking about your masks. Dolores walked away looking slightly disappointed. But only for a moment, as the revealed identities of Pedo and Hebe hardened her expression. One of them is from Don Quixote. Hebe's body was covered in tattoos symbolizing Don Quixote the spearman. Vikir also recognized the tattoo because he had tutor from Don Quixote as a friend. They'll have to see if there's a young man from the Don Quixote family who's gone missing recently. I don't know where the other one came from. Then Vikir answered Dolores' question. Baskerville. Dolores had to gasp when she heard that. Iron Blood Swordsman Baskerville, how do you know that? Vikir didn't answer. He simply looked at the face that was revealed when the black sack was removed. It was a face that melted quickly upon exposure to air, but Vikir remembered clearly. Were you Staffordshire Baskerville of the Knights of Pitbull? Unlike a member of the Baskerville family, he was quite sly and affable and was a hound that served well as a guide dog for training young hound. When Set Baskerville's purges had taken out so many people, Vikir had heard that had been dismissed and sent somewhere, but he hadn't expected to find himself here as an undead. I don't have a good feeling about this. It's ominous to see so many familiar faces as undead. And then, There was a presence that amplified Vikir's anxiety even further. A pulsating wave of mana drew Vikir and Dolores' attention. Up ahead, Building 1. A woman stood at the front door of the main lobby looking this way. A mage-type undead with a breathtaking display of magic. Geronto, the most troublesome of Guilty's 4 minions. Geronto, a thin female mage. Her long red hair tumbles out from under the black sack she wears on her face. Dolores spoke with a stern expression. She's a relatively recent recruit to the Guilty, and judging by her body type she looks quite young. Vikir swallowed hard instead of answering. Then Geronto stepped forward. A storm of dark mana began to engulf her entire body. Hiss hiss hiss. Complex magic circles were drawn in the air, followed by crackling flames and tiny black spikes. The spikes pierced the floor and shoot upward red-hot from the flames. Anyone who touched them would be burned and cut at the same time. Dolores was stunned by the sheer amount of mana Geronto unleashed. A magic of this class should be at least 5th or 6th class. He must have been an incredibly talented mage in his lifetime. Flaming iron spikes flew everywhere. Vikir drew his Beelzebub long enough to deflect the flying spikes. Crackle. The wall of fire swirled around, impeding Vikir's movement. Every time Vikir hesitated, more spikes shot out from the floor walls and ceiling. Red and black, it was a familiar sight. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Vikir backed away from the flames that clung to his shoulders, across his back, down his sides, and to his toes. In the meantime, the central lobby of Building 1 had been turned into a furnace. A cauldron of melting molten iron, red-hot spikes of flame like teeth. Crackle, 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 boom. Geronto continued to summon fire and spikes from the other side of the furnace. The flames continued to engulf the mass. Each of the sharp iron spikes flying out of it was extremely threatening. The air is so hot it burns your lungs if you breathe it in, and your vision is limited by the thick smoke and overly bright flames. Pushed to the edge of the gate, Dolores called out to Vikir, who was directly in front of her. "Night Hound, we can't even approach it at this rate." But Vikir didn't answer. Instead, he stared out through the goggles attached to his mask at his enemies, the black landscape and the red-haired mage standing beyond. Then, with the growl of a night hound, he said, "I need to see your face." "What?" "I need to see your face." Leaving Dolores with a questioning look, Vikir took a step forward. The floor had already been transformed into a furnace of sharp metal spikes and blazing flames. Vikir sprinted toward it. Screech, crunch. Every time Vikir stepped on the ground, a metal spike shot up, pierced his instep or heel, and came up to his knees. Those protruding from the walls and ceiling were scorched by the flames and gradually melted away, turning to boiling lava. Pop, 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 pop. The metal spikes that had sprouted from the ceiling melted away, and drop after drop of molten metal began to drip down the hallway. Below, new spikes continue to sprout, and the flames grow stronger, raining fire and molten metal from the ceiling. Vikir pushed forward on the thorny path, drenched in molten metal and spikes. Puff, puff, puck. Dozens of spikes flew at him, piercing every inch of his body, but Vikir was unfazed. Rage boiled up from the bottom of his throat, hotter than the bubbling mud. "Let me see your face." The smell of burning flesh, cooking blood. Dolores was horrified to see Vikir endure this torture alone. Why would he go to such lengths? Did he know the mage woman, and if so, what is their relationship? The unanswered questions made her dry mouth and throat ache even more. Dolores squeezed her eyes shut and followed Vikir's lead. Divine light is not very effective against elements other than darkness. But even so, Dolores followed the path the night hound had blazed, plunging into a furnace of blazing fire, molten metal, and spikes. Despite the stabbing, slicing, and burning pain in every part of her body, she pressed on undeterred. "Night Hound has a harder road ahead of him, and I can't whine about merely following him." Dolores gritted her teeth and followed Vikir, her body beginning to be covered in burns and cuts. By this time, Vikir had reached the end of the furnace. Meanwhile, Geronto had run out of mana and was stumbling backwards, unable to produce any more fire and spikes. And in front of him stood Vikir, standing tall. iron spikes piercing through his body, flames burning through his veins. But Vikir didn't care about any of that, his hand reaching out. Take off your mask. Geronto's throat was clamped shut and Vikir used his other hand to remove the black sack that covered her face. Boom. The very moment the black sack was removed from Geronto's head. Gurgle. Geronto spat out a blood-curdling sound as he struggled. The mana in his body turbulent like crazy. Vikir realized what it was and quickly pulled his hand away and stepped back. What? Dolores exclaimed, barely able to hold her breath.
Quack, quack, quack.
The mana in Geronto's body that had run amok instantly turned into a giant bomb, destroying everything in its path. Boom. Geronto's body burned from the neck up, fell backwards. Flutter. Only a single black sack remained untorn and unburned by the explosion, lying on the ground. It looks like they planted a bomb in her head, Dolores said, frowning. Meanwhile, Vikir stands speechless. He was staring at Geronto's body, now sprawled on the floor in front of him. A woman's body shrouded in black robes. After a moment of silence, Vikir moved. Dolores' eyes widened slightly. Night Hound, what are you doing? She had every reason to panic. Vikir was now undressing Geronto. Thud, thud, thud. The tough robes were torn to shreds by the strong grip. The white-skinned woman was now naked. But there was nothing obscene about it. Her head had been ripped off and she was a corpse. Her body was covered in patchwork marks of iron, leather, and other materials that had been pieced or sewn together. The lack of intact flesh and bones suggests that the pieces of her body were not fully assembled when she was resurrected as an undead. This means that before she became undead, she died without leaving her body intact at the time of her death. In other words, she died a very painful and gruesome death. Vikir stared at Geronto's corpse for a moment. Then, no, he added briefly. Dolores asked, puzzled. Did you know her? I thought I did, but I guess not. Vikir thought of Morgue Camus in his mind. In fact, Vikir was thinking that Geronto might be Camus. They were the same age, the same height and build, and even the magic they used was similar. Even the color and length of his hair was the same as the last time he had seen her. Furthermore, Camus had not only left the prestigious academy for no reason, but also joined a dark hall known for its black magic and had even recently entered the closed-door training. However, after checking it himself, Geronto was not Camus. Geronto was slightly shorter than the last Camus he saw. There was also a slight difference in secondary sexual characteristics, with Geronto being slightly less developed. This suggests a difference in age. Crucially, Vikir had seen Camus naked as a child. He was 8 years old when Camus burned off her clothes during a combined training exercise. She definitely had moles on his chest and under his collarbone. But there are no such marks on Geronto's body. Her red hair, strong magic, and skill with iron and fire make her look like one of Morgue's women, but she's very different from Camus in many ways. The question is, why is she here as an undead? Morgue is not alone. The Baskervilles, Don Quixote, and the young men of the Quo Vadis were also turned undead. How far do the roots of demons reach? Vikir realized he needed to step up his demon hunting. Then, I've heard that the tombs of some of the great houses have been robbed a lot lately, Dolores said with a hint of concern. At that, Vikir stroked his chin with his hand. Grave robbing. Normally grave robbers were after the gold and silver treasures buried with the bodies. But this case was different. The body itself was the object of the grave robbing. Demonic bastards. Vikir picked up the fourth leather sack that had been covered over Geronto's face. Once again, this black sack held powerful magic. Together, the four were almost as powerful as the magic sword Beelzebub. What kind of artifacts are these anyway? I'll have to investigate them later. Vikir clutched the 4 black sacks in his arms. With that, the troublesome gateways were over. Ephibo, Hebe, Pedo, and Geronto. With all 4 hounds gone, there was truly only Guilty, the Lord of Indulgentia. Vikir thought back to the steps he had taken to get to this point. Had earned his demerits within the academy, spent the entirety of the golden holiday volunteering and serving as a scout. And now all that remained was the final goal of this assassination. Vikir composed himself and was about to take the final step. Clap, clap, clap. From beyond the pitch darkness came the sound of applause. Vikir and Dolores looked up to see a familiar face. Guilty El Indulgencia. He was sitting on the railing and looking down with a smile on his face. And thus I clothe my naked villainy with old odd ends stolen forth from holy writ and seem a saint when most I play the devil. You cover your naked wickedness with a few worn-out words stolen from the Bible so you look like a saint even when you're doing devilish things. Guilty. The patriarch of House Indulgencia and affiliated family of the faithful. Quo Vadis. A faithful follower of the Rune religion, an ardent preacher and honorary mayor of the imperial family and a benevolent orphanage director who lovingly cares for children with nowhere else to go. But it was all just a mask, and behind it lurked an ugly demonic face. Guilty looked down at Geronto's corpse with a friendly smile. Ho ho ho, that was a good harpoon. His gaze shifted to the 4 black sacks poking out of Vikir's cloak. They belonged to Ephebo, Hebepedo, and Geronto, who wore them over their faces. Guilty grunted, as if he was about to be troubled. Are all 4 of them ruined? I borrowed them from that bitch and I'll have to give them back someday, but I'm in big trouble and I wonder what kind of trouble that damned bitch will get into. His gestures and tone were dramatic, as if he were a theater actor on stage, alone delivering a monologue. Meanwhile, Dolores, seeing Guilty's easygoing smile, was enraged and stepped forward. You, how dare you wear the mantle of a saint and do such an ugly thing? Bringing the demon into the orphanage, what the hell are you thinking? Ho ho ho, what are you doing? Haven't you seen for yourself what has been found beneath the grounds of every orphanage, monastery, and hospital under the Quo Vadis name? Dolores shook her head, not understanding Guilty's words for a moment. Then she realized what Guilty was saying. Bones, human skeletons. That's right. Demons do eat humans, but only the fluid ones, the very young ones. Guilty smirked, his mouth watering. I guess humans are best when they're young, they're delicious. It was a clear provocation. Dolores stared at Guilty with a mixture of horror and anger. Cannibal, cannibal, yes, you really are a demon. I've done some cannibalism, so it's a bit unfair to label me a demon, but not the only one who eats, you know, people in high places. What? Dolores opens her mouth in disbelief. But Guilty remained impassive. When you've been up high and seen all the delicacies, you're naturally interested in things you've never eaten before, and once you introduce them to a few people, they catch on. Bullshit, there's no way anyone would do that. Ho ho ho, why not? There are so many of you Quo Vadis alone. Dolores staggered once, as if genuinely shocked. Guilty chuckled and continued. Well, I understand, I know it's a shock to you. Saint humans often have many faces. A man may be a pious priest in front of you, but you never know what he's like behind closed doors. Bullshit. Ho 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 ho, bullshit. Can you say that you two live with one face all the time, that you have never worn a face of shame, that you have never made an ugly face behind the mask of hypocrisy? Dolores' pupils dilate at those words. I have. He had done something shameful once recently. Vikir, a boy from the same academy in the same club. He's older than her but 2 grades below her. Recently Dolores drank too much while playing a board game and wet Vikir's pants. To get out of the situation, she committed the dishonorable act of framing Vikir, albeit unintentionally. Is that all? On the small scale, the peeing incident is one example. On the large scale, there are many. A saint who is supposed to love and embrace all people. A candidate for householder to live up to family expectations. A new order leader who must stand up to the old order. A model student who must be the pride of the school. A student council president who should set an example for the younger students. A newspaper editor who should always be fair and just. After all, she too had many faces, and with them all sorts of anguish. Burdens, inferiority complexes, hatred, laziness, and other needs. So Dolores stood still for a moment, speechless. Then, the tug. There was a hand on her shoulder. Rough and crude but warm. The night hound was standing right next to Dolores. His gravelly voice tickled her ear. We can make mistakes, that's what makes us human. A moment Dolores felt the pressure that had been pressing down on her entire body release at once. It wasn't just the pressure of facing the demon. It was as if all the pressures she had felt throughout her life as a saint, student council president, and other positions of great responsibility had somehow been lifted. It was like a small salvation. I felt like I was being comforted. Is that true? Dolores asked with a lot of emotion. Vakir nodded silently. Of course, it was an act done without much intention. If a person is in a hurry, he might pee. Vakir was only referring to drinking and peeing his pants. But Dolores seemed comforted in more ways than one. The moment, oops, it can't be released. Dolores reached out and cupped his cheek. I was somehow relieved to hear that the night hound was okay. Even surprised myself. Dolores realized how much she had been leaning on the night hound, and she braced herself. I'm a saint and a candidate for the head of the Quavades family. I'm supposed to be someone's shoulder to lean on, not the other way around. But even with these resolutions, she couldn't help but stare at the broad back of the night hound. Meanwhile, Guilty narrowed his eyes and looked at Vakir. The saint of the Quavades was a woman of great potential and talent, but she was still so young and inexperienced that she could be roasted with just 3 tongues. However, the unexpected arrival of an unplanned visitor interrupted the plans to shake the saint's mentality. Guilty looked at Vakir with a smirk on his lips but eyes that weren't smiling. Who the hell are you anyway? The one who's been raiding the branches of my organization lately. You must be the one. Ephibo said he owed me the other day. Why do you keep asking me questions when you know the answer? Guilty smirked at Vakir's growling reply. Okay, I'm tired of this middle-aged actor's face anyway. I wanted another young pretty face. I have a hobby of collecting really pretty faces when I see them, like yours. With his unique ability to relate to faces and masks, Guilty was able to see through the face of Vakir's plague doctor mask. Hearing this, Dolores looked back at Vakir, her eyes slightly wide. Mr. Nighthound is handsome unexpectedly. She can't see Vakir's face behind his mask, so she can only guess based on Guilty's words. Is this the kind of beauty that even the demon covets? Dolores knows that she shouldn't be doing this, but she can't help but be tempted by Guilty's words. Meanwhile, Guilty continued to babble. Ho ho ho, I've always wanted the skin of your face, Saint Dolores, and now I've got an even prettier face, so what the hell, 2 new faces will be added to my collection today. But he couldn't get the line out. Gap. Vakir's voice cut short. TSK TSK. Guilty's head snapped in 2 in a single blow. Guilty's skull split in 2 on both the left and right sides. Vakir landed lightly on the back of Guilty, who was spewing black blood. Brawl, a series of extremely honed footwork, sword strikes, and leading swords, as Vakir pushed himself up onto the steep railing. Thud. Guilty plummeted down the railing, falling to his death. Seeing this, Dolores wore a dazed expression. This is how it ends. It was an incredibly futile end for a final boss. In fact, rather than Guilty dying in vain, it was more likely that Vakir hadn't been able to fully reveal his true abilities until now, but Dolores wasn't going to know that. And, of course, this is not the end. Vakir warned Dolores. Be prepared, the real stuff is coming. And as if to prove Vakir's point, Guilty picked himself up off the floor. His mouth split in 2 as he spoke. What is that? Guilty's eyes were red and bloodshot, as if they didn't belong to a normal living being. He could smell Vakir now. The scent of a demon hunter, as only a demon could feel. It was a scent that had remained hidden beneath the mask and black robes. Vakir was beginning to show his true colors. Tsuts. Black and red auras swirled ferociously around Vakir's entire body. At the same time as the hidden power and aura exploded, the soul of the hound that had raced across countless battlefields bared its teeth. Naturally, the smell of the countless drops of blood on its teeth also began to emanate. Demon blood, and the most recent of them all. It belonged to Andromalius X. The dying breath of a demon of the highest order left a deep mark on Vakir's soul, a mark that would become his karma for life, making his soul and body even more fierce and hardy. And there was no way Guilty could not smell it. Finally the smile completely disappeared from his lips. Could it be that Andromalius has been out of touch lately? Vikir didn't answer. Instead he exploded his hidden aura even more strongly, and as he did so the scent of Andromalius' blood grew stronger. Realizing that Andromalius had been killed by Vikir in front of him, guilty let out a pitiful sigh. Uhu, it would take the combined power of 10 demon kings to open the gate to the demon realm, and now that one is gone the burden on the remaining 9 will only increase. Andromalius, you fool. Guilty's appearance began to change as his voice grew more and more distorted. Unforgivable, the great work has been put off for another decade. Wailing, wailing, wailing. The voice was so terrible that it made one's stomach churn and vomit just to hear it. Poo-doo-doo-doo-dook. It was then that Guilty shed his human cloak and began to reveal the true nature of his existence in the demon realm. Dolores gulped and stepped back. But Vikir hadn't taken a step back, watching it all with a nonchalant demeanor. Finally, Dantalion, the 9th of the 10 corpses. This was the opponent Vikir had been searching for. Dantalion of the 9th corpses. Danger rating S. Size. Found in serpent's womb deep within the doomed gate. Known as the 9th corpse. One of the 10 calamities, natural enemies of mankind, inscrutable and unkillable. Because of the disease, boils will be rampant. The Book of the 10 Commandments 10:1. Poo-doo-doo-doo-dook. The human's mask shattered and his demonic form burst forth from within. Vikir watched it all with a calm demeanor. At last, Dantalion, the 9 corpse. Old, young, child, woman, man, handsome, beautiful, ugly, pretty, fat, thin. Black, white, yellow, noble, slave, rich, beggar, hero, villain. With 36 heads, faces, and identities, this demon has a humanoid body and a grim-looking suit. Each of its 36 faces had a purple tongue that could be extended to any length, and the tip was sharper than a blade. Vikir was able to recall the past from the appearance of this demon, which was as grotesque as ever, with only the shape of the faces differing. Dantalion, the 1,000 faces, the one who killed the most of my companions. Before his regression, Vikir had lost countless allies to the demon before him. Vikir had lost countless companions to this demon before his eyes, and so had he, for Dantalion has the ability to steal the faces of those he kills. Mother, father, older brother, younger brother, older sister, grandmother, grandfather, best friend, respected teacher, beloved student, childhood friend, fiancé, first love, unrequited love, etc. In addition, any comrades who hesitated even for a moment against Dantalion, who had all kinds of faces, would inevitably be pierced to death by his blade-like tongue. And it was Dantalion who, with the face he had stolen, killed his comrades, his family, and his lovers over and over again. Therefore, as Vikir, who had the experience of losing countless comrades to the bastard, he had no choice but to evaluate Dantalion this way. A demon that must be killed early on. Regardless of his strength, he will cause the most damage to the human alliance in the future, so it would be beneficial to eliminate him early on. Right then. Tsutsits. The smell of rotting flesh washed over them along with a disgusting aura. Vikir quickly stepped back. Dantalion was a demon with countless faces, but he was also known as a plague bringer. It was perfect for a fake cleric who could create plagues and reap them all, the while putting on a gentle face. But in this case it was a good thing. For now Vikir had Dolores behind him. Pow! Dolores emitted a divine light that blocked the Dantalion plague fog. She opened her mouth with a stern expression. Why? Ho ho ho, why, what reason? Dolores' throat tightened at Dantalion's question. Why would you come to the human realm and do this? Why would you do this in the orphanage? Then the 36 faces staring down at Dolores smirked in unison. He doesn't say anything about the gate that the 10 demons are trying to open other than his original lament, of course. He did, however, readily reveal the reason he was keeping another chick in the orphanage. It's a kind of farm operation. What? Dolores asked, and Dantalion replied, still with a frown. See this? He held up a golden necklace in his hand. Dolores could only frown as she realized that it was something that some of The children in the orphanage wore around their necks. Then Dantalian said, "This means meat for breeding." Dantalian's next words stiffened Dolores' expression even more. "We demons live off of humans just like you humans live off of beasts, so I've had a change of heart rather than hunt them down every time I'd rather make them into farms and raise them like livestock like dogs and pigs. What? Let them breed in here, increase their population, take care of their meat, and then eat them when they reach a certain age. How efficient is that? It's a win-win situation. Crazy, how is that a win-win? It's a win-win. The orphans in the orphanage here were destined to never be born, die at birth, or end up on the streets at a young age, but thanks to me, they're here and they're safe and sound until they're in their late teens. Of course, after a certain age their meat becomes tough and tasteless, so we have to eat them before then. Ho ho ho. Ugh, how dare you do this behind the name of a religious hymn? You will be punished, you demon," Dolores shouted in fury. But when Dantalian heard the word punishment, his 72 eyes widened in confusion. Ho 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 ho, heavenly punishment? Am not guilty of anything. A passing dog would laugh at the idea that a demon who lured and ate poor children was innocent. But Dantalian seemed to really think so. "Because I have these things." Next, Dantalian pulled a bundle of scraps of paper from his arms. "I recognized them as bills, but they were a bit smaller than that." Dantalian scattered them into the air. The red writing and seal on the white paper looked like a kind of pagan talisman. "This is—" Dolores stared at the fluttering white bits of paper, dumbfounded. "All sins of this faithful church member are forgiven. This indulgence was issued and guaranteed by the old order, and counterfeiting can result in punishment. All penalties of this faithful church member are forgiven. This indulgence was issued and guaranteed by the old order, and counterfeiting can result in punishment. This indulgence stamped with a cardinal seal is a verified and guaranteed assurance by the order of runes that the penitent's sins and punishments have been forgiven." Dantalian had many such indulgences and pardons in his possession. "Ho ho 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 ho, I paid a hefty tribute and received these certificates, so am not guilty of anything by your standards. It is the way of the world that if you commit a sin you must be punished. However, it is also possible to be exempt from punishment or even to be pardoned for the sin in the first place. It was a law that the Quo Vadis of the faith recognized, creating an ironic situation in which the source of sin, the demon, was acquitted." Shocked and at a loss for words, Dolores turned to Dantalian. "Oh, by the way, the man who issued me these deeds is your father." Ho 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 ho, as I piled up the gold chests like a mountain, they got so loud that they stamped them all over my head. Dolores' father is Cardinal Humbert, who is known as an iconic figure of the old order and a hard-nosed principalist who unconditionally upholds classical law. However, he was an ambitious man who tried to take over the family by amassing a lot of wealth in return for selling indulgences behind the scenes. As a result, even the sins of the demon that could never be forgiven were forgiven. Dolores staggered back in shock at the realization of her father's identity. It could not be easily accused of being a heresy or a cult. It was as if a sore within the family had festered and grown into a terrifying tumor. "Ho ho 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 ho, and I am innocent, for I have received a pardon for all my sins directly from your rune order." But Dantalian could no longer smirk at Dolores, for a single blade tore open two of his flapping mouths in quick succession. When dealing with demons, Night Hound Vikir plucked a long tongue from the mouth of Dantalian's third face and held it in his hand. "Don't play with the tongue." At the same time, Vikir yanked the tongue out and slashed it across the third face's face with an awl. Dantalian screamed again. It gaped at the remaining faces. The tongues, stained purple, were sharp as blades. However, the speed at which Vikir wielded the magic sword Beelzebub was much faster. Clang, clang, clang. The sword, quenched with malice and forged with hatred, spewed out a red-hot trail. Dantalian cried out in horror as faces exploded one after another. You wretch, how dare you point your sword at me?" Then the first face that Dantalian recognized turned to look at Vikir. It was an old woman with a gentle, warm smile. who says you can't spit on a face that smiles in its sleep. But, boom! Vikir sliced the old woman's face in two with a relentless blow. The grandfather's face followed suit. What a bastard! Dantalian gritted his teeth and pulled out a new face. It was the face of a pretty woman, a young actress whose stock was rising. These days, however, boom! Vikir swung his sword relentlessly this time. No matter what face appeared behind him, the result was the same. Clang, 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 clang. Clang. A bright child, a sexy woman, an old helpless man, all of their faces had become a side dish for the sword. At this point Dantalian is rather bewildered. His faces are skinned from the faces of real people and he can recreate their expressions and voices. How is it that this creature in front of him can't even be moved like a grain of rice? You inhuman creature, I am more human than you. Vikir ignored Dantalian's words and struck again. Blood splashed in a sickening black-green color and Dantalian staggered backward. The spears of his tongue, his primary weapon, were much reduced in number. New faces were regenerating, but Vikir was much faster at destroying them. I had enough of them before the regression. I'm not going to get the same amount of them twice. The face of 1,000 faces, the faces and voices of Dantalian mimics are nothing but mimics. In his previous life, Vikir realized this only after losing many of his comrades, so there was no reason or room for guilt at this moment. Keep your neck open. Vikir stepped forward, brushing the foul blood from his sword. Then a sickening grin crossed the rest of the Dantalians' faces. Ho ho ho, so this is a fellow who doesn't care much for others, then how about this? Suddenly all of Dantalian's faces began to change in unison. They belonged to boys and girls under the age of 13. They were the faces of the children of the orphanage. Vikir replied in a dry voice, I've smashed the faces of many children before, do you think you'll do it again? Now, ho ho ho, of course it won't work on you. The words stopped Vikir in his tracks for a moment. That's right. Dantalian wasn't messing with Vikir's mind right now, but with the mind of Dolores behind him. Saint Dolores had been volunteering here for years, now caring for many children. Some of them shed bonded with, others shed adopted to good homes and never saw again. But it wasn't. None of those kids went to a good place. Because they were all here. Aw sis, I missed you. Sis, help me, it hurts so much. Sis, get me out of here. It hurts sis, humpfug, I was wrong. Countless faces bloomed over Dantalian's body like a bouquet of flowers in a vase. The children from the orphanage that Dolores had met every weekend since she was a freshman in her first year at the academy until she became the student council president in her third year. As they groaned and cried out in unison, Vikir was silent for a moment. She was sure she wouldn't fall for this kind of emotional manipulation. But Dolores, saint of the Rune Order, paragon of all, lover of all the less fortunate. Vikir shifted, feeling a vague sense of unease, and jerked his head back. Behind the mask, Vikir's eyes widened slightly. Then a dry voice scratched his throat. Indeed, a hero is a hero. At the same time, pow! An intense flash of white light pierced him in the eye. Quhog! Dantalian stumbled backwards as the heat scorched his body. Cheekik! Burning black smoke rose from the body exposed to the bright light. Then Dolores' voice drifted out of the white haze of light. Extremely calm, yet bubbling with anger, hotter than lava. You touched something you shouldn't have. That was the voice. And the moment he heard her awakened voice. Creepy. Vikir felt a weak shudder. The battlefield before the regression, when all was lost. The last spark of hope, the ray of light that always managed to pull off a miraculous reversal even in the midst of despair when the odds seemed tilted against them. For a brief moment I felt a nostalgic sense of the second coming of Dolores, the saint of steel, humanity's last hero. Asisim Skarit. Brother, help me. Someone help me. The crying faces of the children. Dantalian must have collected the faces of the children as they tried to escape the orphanage. Vikir remembered a strange code of conduct he'd seen a while back. It was probably meant to frighten the children, to prevent them from running away and to ensure that no one would reach out to the children who did. And knowing all of this, Dolores was able to summon up an intensity of holy fire that she had never been able to muster before. Grumble. A pure white flame began to engulf Dantalion's entire body. Dantalion writhed as his flesh burned. However, Dolores was unable to see the scene. Bad of all evil, you bastard. There's not much swearing she can do. Her vision is blurred by the tears streaming from her eyes. She lowered her head, unable to meet the eyes of the children suffering in the flames. Her innate divine power was immense, but she hadn't yet acquired the practical experience to manifest it efficiently. But there was a veteran hand to make up for it. Bam! Vikir the night hound bared its razor-sharp teeth again, slicing through a chunk of Dantalion flesh. This is an opportunity. Dantalion is engulfed in Dolores' flames, and the pain of the burning is terrible. At this moment, if he slowly sliced through Dantalion's body, he had a chance. Whoosh! A fiery aura exploded from the tip of Vikir's sword. The sticky liquid aura that symbolized the gradient superlative had now become almost solid. Humph! How dare you on a mortal being! Dantalion stood up, his body burning with white flames, and drew out his purple tongues.
Boom cling cling.
Vikir's sword and Dantalion's tongues clashed fiercely. Dozens of blows were exchanged in the blink of an eye. But the skilled Vikir was no match for Dantalion's demonic speed, and he continued to attack. Tang! Vikir felt his knuckles crack as Dantalion's tongue slammed down on his back. Surely stronger than Andromalius. Andromalius, who was in the body of Set Les Baskervilles, was also a very high-level demon of the Demon King class. The difference was that back then the knights of the House Baskerville had fought together, and Hugo Les Baskervilles had been the one to finish him off. However, Vikir, who was now fighting Dantalion Unionon, had a reliable ally. Night Hound, please step aside. Dolores formed a barrier of white flames in her hands. Vikir, who had swung his sword without blinking or taking a breath during the high-speed exchange of blows, was able to step back behind the barrier and recover. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A white heat that consumed the darkness, sending Dantalion into the distance. But Dantalion was in no mood for impatience. Ho ho ho, no human has ever pushed me like this before. Interesting. Indeed. Interesting, let's see if you can say that before you get fucked. Fucked, you mean you're gonna kill me now? Ho ho ho, that's a lot of balls, yeah. Dantalion pulled one of the gentleman's mustachioed faces forward and then said softly, all humans believe they are special, chosen, unique, a hero who can kill demons and bring peace to the world, a protagonist, something like that. His face soon changes into that of a seductive woman. Then it changed to that of an innocent child, then that of a stubborn man. Then that of a fierce old man. 1,000 faces. It was indeed a transformation worthy of Dantalion's face. But no, everyone in the world is special, everyone is a hero, a lover, a fool, a villain. They're all protagonists, and they all have their own stories to tell. At the same time, Dantalion exhaled a thick black mist from his mouth. The mist filled the entire room in an instant like smoke from a fire. Flutter. 3 unpleasant objects fell in front of Vikir and Dolores, who stepped back. They were dull leather sacks similar to the ones that Efibo, Hibipedo, and Geronto had once worn over their faces. The leftmost sack wriggled. Gasp. Black blood stirred on the surface of the thin leather sack. And then, thud, thud, thud. The 3 leather sacks began their mad rampage. Their ominous flailing was like the sacks covering a condemned man's face as he wriggles on the brink of death. Dantalion smiled with satisfaction, as if he had already seen inside the sack. Now shall we hear your story? In the dense fog, Dolores looked around for Dantalion, who had disappeared behind the fog. What is this fog? It doesn't disappear even with divine power. Be careful. Vikir had faced Dantalion before. His attack patterns were somewhat predictable. Then he saw one of the 3 black sacks floating in the air, open wide. Vikir spoke in a dry voice. That is the sack of shame carried by Dantalion the face collector. Dolores scratched her head. The sack of shame turned toward Dolores and pulled something out of it. Dolores' expression instantly turned to horror as she saw what was inside. Ouch, what? It was Dolores herself who emerged from the sack. The fake Dolores looks at him with an expressionless face. Vikir calmly explained. The sack of shame causes the target to make a face of shame. It's a mental attack by bringing their most shameful memories to life. So what I'm about to see is a recreation of one of Dolores' most humiliating memories in her life. It's a terrifying technique that not only breaks down the bond between colleagues in an instant but also makes you lose your composure. But, after walking out of the sack of shame, Dolores didn't do much. The only thing she did was pee her pants. Vikir and Dolores shut their mouths at the same time as if they had made a pact. Imdet. Dolores immediately unleashed a burst of white flames that blew away the sack of shame. What the hell, how did you overcome the face of shame so easily? Dantalian's bewildered cry could be heard from beyond the fog. Apparently overcoming this illusion would damage the demon beyond. And then the next sack came to life and opened its gaping mouth at Dolores. Vikir's expression hardened. Next, the sack of fear. It causes the opponent to make a face of fear. In other words, you bring out the face that scares them the most. The thing that emerged from the sack of fear stood before Dolores. It was a middle-aged man with a stern expression. Vikir recognized his face at once. Cardinal Humbert, the godfather of the old order and Dolores' biological father. Dolores' expression stiffened as Humbert's face appeared. Oh, my father. He was so flustered he couldn't even speak. Dolores, why are you out here at this hour? Have you done your homework? Cardinal Humbert stares down at Dolores in a commanding manner. The whip in his hand was making her pupils dilate uncontrollably. That. Dolores breaks out in a cold sweat, but she can't meet Humbert's gaze. Just then, a snap. There was a blow that blew Cardinal Humbert's head off. Vikir, he had intervened in Dolores' memory. The illusion is only an illusion, there is nothing to fear. At the sound of Vikir's voice, Dolores let out the breath she'd been holding. A cold sweat trickled down her cheeks and onto her chin. Sorry, I don't have a good relationship with my father. For a moment I forgot that it was an illusion. Understands. Vikir nodded, not asking any further questions. There was only one sack left. That is the sack of love. Dolores nodded at Vikir's words. At this point I know what to expect, perhaps the face of his beloved. But even for Dolores it was hard to predict exactly what face she would find. She couldn't remember a time in her life when she could say with confidence that she had ever loved someone. Sure, had been guided by the rune order's law of love your neighbor, but Dantalian's love wouldn't be that love. And then, suts. What emerged from the sack of love began to take shape. It was a man dressed in some sort of black robe. A black cloak covered his body, a top hat covered his head, and a grotesque mask shaped like a stork's beak covered his face. It was the Night Hound. For a moment there was an awkward silence between Vikir and Dolores. Is this? Oh no, that sack is weird, it drives people crazy. Vikir slowly turned his head and Dolores threw up her hands in frustration. Just then, from beyond the fog, Dantalian's sneer could be heard. Ho, my sack is honest, even more so than yours, and will pick up on the smallest emotion you have hidden in the deepest recesses of your heart, and bring it out even if you didn't know it. Dolores' face turned bright red at those words, like a confirmation. Wait, you're wrong, I swear, no, not really, but anyway, I never thought of that. Once again Vikir said nothing. He simply drew his sword and engaged the Night Hound before him. Bang, bang, bang. Backed by the holy flame of a saint, Vikir easily drove his sword into the Night Hound's body, dispersing it into a handful of mist. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be able to replicate the power of its body. That was probably because Dantalian hadn't yet drawn on his magic reserves. For when they had met in the Age of Destruction before the regression, Dantalian had been able to recreate his opponent's face in his memory and even his strength. Vikir felt fortunate to have found Dantalian so soon. Meanwhile, Saint Dolores stirred, unable to speak. Vikir pondered for a moment what he should say to her. Clunk. The three sacks began to move again. Ho, I didn't really expect much from a saint. I mean, what kind of a punk would have a past like that? However, I do expect something from you. Dantalian's words were aimed squarely at Vikir, a demonic technique that could draw out and manifest a target's shameful memories, fears, and loved ones. It was now unfolding against Vikir. Coming up. Suts. The sack of shame has begun to sift through Vikir's memories and recreate them in the present. Next, landscapes and objects began to materialize in the mist. Huck. It was enough to make Dolores gasp. Yeah. Even Dantalian, the creator of the illusion, was at a loss for words. A sky stained black, a mountain of corpses, rivers of blood. The center of a world where everything has been destroyed. A single tall pillar stood above the horrifyingly barren ground. Dolores' gaze naturally traveled to the top of the pillar. And soon the something at the top of the pillar imprinted itself deeply on her retinas. A head. A severed head laid out in a grotesque display. A dark red sky, a flock of crows circling a neck hanging high on a pole. Dolores' mouth was half open at the horrific scene before her. Where the hell am I? No other battlefield in the world, no other conflict zone to her knowledge. Is this harsh and barren? What's more, the head hanging above her is. Who is it? Dolores squinted, trying to focus. Perhaps that neck belongs to someone very closely associated with the night. Hound. So Dolores decided to take a closer look at the decapitated man's face. It might help him guess the identity of the night hound. But, cackle. A crow swoops down and begins pecking at the severed head. Cluck, 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 cluck. More crows swoop down, pecking at his throat. Dolores swallows hard at the sight of the neck through the black feathers. It was impossible to tell from the shape of his neck what his face had once been. It was already so badly decomposed and pecked at by so many crows that it was all but a skeleton. Is this the shameful memory of the night hound? Dolores turned her head slightly to look at the night hound beside her. He stood still, unmoving. There was no way to tell if he was wearing a mask of shame or not. Only, reminds me of old times. The short word was still dry, and the only emotion it contained was a pungent, ashy regret. Name Ir Kerville. The room, which is almost completely torn, flutters softly. In the end, Dolores was unable to glean any information about his identity from the night hound's memories. It only made her more curious and more pitiful about what he had been through. What kind of life has this man led, and what kind of burden is he carrying alone? Just like in the past when treating plague patients together, the grave look of the night hound aroused even more faint and sorrowful feelings in her. It was more than maternal love, more than just compassion for a neighbor in need, more than a saintly compassion. Meanwhile, Vikir was looking at a scene he hadn't seen in a long time. The old homeland. The old world he had left behind. He missed it a little, but he never wanted to go back. The world line where he was executed after being falsely accused of being a traitor. The owner abandoned him, even though he worked hard as a hunting dog. I've gotten my revenge, and there's nothing left for me to do. Hugo Baskerville, the man who cut off his own head and hung it on a pole, but it turned out to be the handiwork of Andromalius disguised as Set Baskerville. Since he was eliminated and all the people involved in the family were hunted down and executed, the fundamental revenge is already over. Of course, there was still revenge for Hugo Baskerville, but that would come later. Vikir raised his sword in a casual manner and sliced through the landscape in front of him. The blow flew, shattering its neck and sending the crows circling it away. Black feathers fluttered in a mess. Screech. Caw-caw. Caw-caw-caw. Cackle, 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 cackle. Cackle, 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 cackle.
Ak-ak-ak-ak-ak.
Gak.
Ak-ak-ak-ak.
Gak.
Caw-caw. The crows circled and disappeared into the sky. The world was soon torn to shreds. Then from beyond the black fog came Dantalian's snarl. What are you? Who are you? Why are the landscapes of my homeland in your memories? The laughter was gone from his voice, replaced by confusion and bewilderment. Vikir did not answer Dantalian's question. Yes, it doesn't matter if you don't answer, I'll just have to see for myself. Dantalian opened the next sack. The sack pulsed as if it were alive, and he pulled the next one out of its mouth. It was fear rummaging through Vikir's memories to find the most terrifying Suts. Soon an old man walked out of the night fog. Vikir recognized him at a glance.
Hugo les Baskerville.
A gray-haired old man, his face covered with age spots and wrinkles countless. Burn marks and scars. Who is that? Dolores didn't recognize Hugo at all. Of course she did recognize him. As a high-ranking member of the Quo Vadis, she often exchanged pleasantries with Hugo, the iron-blooded swordman lord of Baskerville, at great events in the Empire. But the last Hugo in Vikir's memory was a world away from the one she knew. Today, the long years of war had completely changed a man's appearance. Hugo's face, which seemed stubborn but solemn and dignified, aged rapidly. Within a few years after the war began, not only are there wrinkles and age spots, but the face itself has become more severe and harsh. Moreover, the numerous slash marks and makeup marks on his face make old Hugo look even more murderous. Normally a hound should be paralyzed by the majesty of its master, imprinted in its bones. But for some reason Vikir didn't feel so scared of Hugo in front of him. Maybe it's because I saw you holding the Pomeranian and smiling like an idiot. Hugo had even recently shaved off his mustache to suit the Pomeranian's tastes. When the master loses his dignity, the hound stops listening. Thus Vikir too was able to let go of his instinctive fear of Hugo to some extent. What's more, Dantalian hasn't yet accumulated enough magic to fully recreate the power of the figure in his memory. TSK. Vikir pushed the aura contained in the magic sword Beelzebub to its limit and thrust it forward. 7 teeth bite down on Hugo. Yes, this time it was the hound biting his master. Not long from now, Vikir tore the fake Hugo's entire body to shreds before his eyes, vowing that one day he would bite him in real life. Dolores, seeing the illusion shattered, asked Vikir cautiously, "Excuse me if you don't mind me asking, who was that old man just a moment ago?" "My father." "Ah." Dolores remained silent. She had seen her father in the sack of fear, and the night hound had seen him in the sack of fear too. Dolores saw herself in the night hound. Could the night hound see himself in her? Dolores thought to herself, I hope so, if only it could be of the slightest comfort to him, just as he had been comforted by the night hound. Meanwhile, the blow that Vikir had unleashed in killing Hugo was returned to Dantalian. Yelp, how do you overcome shame and fear so easily, you inhuman thing? Dantalian exclaims in a blood-curdling voice. But even for you who are so emotionless, it won't be as easy this time, ho.
Ho.
The last sack began to move. Love, the most primal element that drives humans. An essential, indispensable emotion that is necessary for a person to live. This time it was the turn of Vikir's most beloved thing to emerge from the sack. Dolores felt herself tense up for some reason, although it was really immature and pathetic to feel this way in the middle of a fight against a demon of Demon King rank. I'm still curious. Dolores cursed herself for letting her eyes wander, but she remained alert. He would keep an eye on whatever came up, whether it was in preparation for a fight with a demon or out of curiosity. About the night hound's past she couldn't tell. And now, suts. The sack Dantalian had left behind as a last resort opened wide. Ho, a guy like you is bound to break down miserably in the face of love. No matter how hard you are, you can't help but lose your composure and become embarrassed in front of the face of your loved one. It's not for nothing that romance sells well, regardless of the era. Love is something that transcends everything, But Dantalian's cheerful voice didn't last long. Even Dolores felt the same way as Dantalian for now. Flutter. Her eyes widened and the sack of love opened wide in front of her. The face of the night hound's beloved had emerged from the dense night fog. The sack opened wide. What came out of it was a face, the face of Vikir's beloved. And the moment she saw the face, Dolores could only stare blankly. Isn't anyone here? Yes, it was. The sack was empty. Nothing at all. This only perplexed Dantalian even more. Nonsense, I've heard that man is an animal that lives for love. No, not just humans, but all animals have the emotion of love. But what the hell are you? But Dantalian's words were cut short. Thud. Vikir's sword, which had appeared while throwing away the black sack, had ferociously dug into his chest. Thud. Dantalian stumbled backwards, spewing black blood. All 36 faces contorted in disbelief. Could it be that the magic hadn't been activated? Maybe that's why no faces emerged from the sack. Unfortunately, Dantalian's hopes were dashed. The spell had been activated as normal, and the massive mana cost of the spell, as well as the massive recoil damage from the shattering of the spell, were still a burden to Dantalian's body. Furthermore, as Vikir burrowed into Dantalian's defenseless embrace, he continued to thrust his deadly sword at him, stabbing him repeatedly. Puff, 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 puff. An aura so dense that it felt like a solid rushed in. It pierced through flesh like the teeth of a beast, shattering bones and slicing through entrails. A boiling aura slithers out from its teeth, gnawing at the very soul. Even in the body of a demon there is no business. Dantalian backed away in a huff, clutching his ragged stomach. Blood, flesh, and guts dripped down, covering the floor like asphalt. No way. How is it possible that a human has never loved anyone in his entire life? There is no such thing as a human. You know, here, Vikir answered, short and dry. Having been taught from a young age to always kill her emotions, Vikir grew up straight, not crooked. In a way, that straightness may have been a form of crookedness, but he didn't know it at the time. A killing machine, stripped of all emotion and driven strictly by command. A
Hound of death.
That was Vikir van Baskerville in his previous life. A time when all things were fleeting. Was there any room for love in a hound whose emotions had been worn and dried? Over 500 crossfires, great and small, was there anyone to teach him to love? And Dolores, watching behind him, could vaguely imagine Vikir's reasoning. It was the smell of life, the resonance of souls, that Vikir felt the more he opened his aura. In the process of praying, healing, and buffing for others, priests empathize deeply with their souls. They are affected and sometimes even assimilated by those feelings. Dolores remembered a phrase she once heard from the Night Hound. Theology is the study of understanding people. At the time, she didn't fully understand the true meaning of this statement. But now she understands why. At this moment, Dolores was empathizing more deeply than anyone else with the feelings and condition of the Night Hound. What kind of life has he led? How heavy a burden has he been carrying alone? How long has he been fighting this lonely, solitary struggle? Right now, she knew the Night Hound as a terrorist not long ago. The newspaper club she belonged to had even given him a villain name. But no, he was a fighter, fighting the evils of this world before anyone else. A prophet who was persecuted by the world, understood by anyone, and loved by no one throughout his life. How far does he stand, and how far does he look ahead? How lonely, how hard, how sick, how wounded must he be? Suddenly a warm tear dampens the corner of her eye. Dolores wanted to stand behind him or beside him as a human being. To walk with him, to be his strength, not just along his path. Like the legend of a priest who went on a long journey along with a warrior to subdue the demon king a long time ago. I wanted to stand beside him, hold him close, and comfort his scarred soul. I wanted to wrap my arms around his thorny feet and hold him close. I wanted to hold his slashed hands. I wanted to let you know that you were never alone. But Dolores also knew. The Night Hound was never one to lean on others. He would never give his side to another. He will not lean on or depend on others. He will always stand tall alone and forge ahead. Even if it is a thorny ascetic path, a path of blood and gore. Dolores, whose soul's temporary and partial assimilation had allowed her to know it so well, felt all the more sorry for him. Deep down she knows that the person she hopes will come to her will never come to her. But what a painful, agonizing, and maddening feeling it is to be a woman who knows but can't help but wait. But she was not the only one who was sick and tired of waiting. Ah, Dantalian. He really is sick and tortured. The demon who until now had been sitting in an arrogant posture and laughing at humans contorted his 36 faces and screamed. Vikir grabbed Dantalian by the hair and wouldn't let go, stabbing him here and there with his sword. Hounds don't let go once they bite, that's how they're trained. Vikir was trying to stay in the close combat even as his body was being torn. Apart by Dantalion's waves of mana. Ah! Dantalion picked up a random shard from Vikir's memory. Vikir's memories are filled with cold sharp shards. Dangerous enough that even the demon Dantalion could cut his hand if he made a mistake. It was like sifting through a sack full of shards of sword and glass. Fuck, what kind of human has lived this kind of life? Dantalion's hands turned to rags and he picked up the one fragment of memory that still had some warmth in it. He turned it into a face that he hoped would stir Vikir's familial feelings. Behold the face of one who once cared for you. Can you stab me like this? It happened to belong to Set Les Baskervilles. Set had in close training for so long that even those within his family had forgotten his face, and Dolores could only shake her head when she saw it. Who is that? A handsome man with white skin, dark eyebrows, and a rather aloof appearance. His face was strikingly handsome, but his skin was bloodless, giving him an eerie appearance. Could he be related to the night hound? But there was no time for Dolores to study Set's face and remember. Thank you for encouraging me. Vikir's reaction was much quicker. Seeing the look on Set's face made him even more excited than he was before. The regression. So what was supposed to be one poke became two. Puff 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 poo poo. Set's face explodes from the frenzied barrage of blows. At the same time, the entirety of Dantalion's body began to be shredded into smaller and smaller pieces. Ha! A terrifying baptism of fire as even the demon's soul is shredded. Then, Asha, don't bully me. One of Dantalion's many faces changed. An age that appeared to be early teens, beautiful blonde hair, fair skin. Slightly sunken eyes that looked somewhat sad. An old crude gold necklace around her neck with the word Nymphet written on. Suddenly, Vikir froze. Dantalion didn't know what made Vikir pause, but he figured this was his chance. Fuck you. Countless faces shouted, purple tongues lolling out. Dantalion sticks out his blade-like tongue, indeed a demon of discourse. But, Dantalion's attack fails again. Dolores, enraged by the look on Nymphet's face, intervened with another burst of white flames. I told you you had the wrong person. Dolores scorched the tip of Dantalion's tongue and immediately leapt to the night hound's side. In a moment of crisis, she became even more poised and calm. Vikir scratched his head, not sure why Dolores had suddenly become so brave. Then Dolores looked back at Vikir and said with a determined air, If it gets hard, lean on me. They'll always wait for you. Vikir tilted his head in confusion once more. Pow! The white light that Dolores had just emitted instantly enveloped Vikir's entire body. At that moment, both Vikir and Dolores felt it. Soul resonance. It's the kind of feeling you get when you're walking down the same path together. It was literally the kind of connection that can only happen between soul resonance. And the moment it happened, a flash, the light emanating from Dolores' body exploded tenfold. The awakened saint's buff. And the one that had the greatest impact on a saint's soul. The only being that can cause a saint to awaken. Those who possess a soul of the same magnitude.
The night hound.
He is what Saint Dolores recognized as a soul resonance. Whether consciously or unconsciously, Dolores felt all the strength drain from her body. Divine power exerted with all her might to the point where she could not even stand. The enormous buff of power that had been unleashed was instantly absorbed into Vikir's body. Dolores, who was naturally gifted, had an enormous amount of divine power. Now that it had exploded tenfold, the resulting buff was no ordinary buff. The moment Dolores' buff entered his body, boom! Vikir felt the wall that had been standing over his head had been breached. With a single blow, the high solid wall that had seemed impenetrable for so long had been torn down, and he could see beyond it. Swordmaster, the realm of the supreme, the realm of the superhuman. The moment Dolores saw the face of Dantalion's created Nymphet, she felt something snap inside her head. The string of reason she had always held so tightly in her calm attitude. The moment it snapped, she was plunged into an incredibly irrational and emotional state, and the intensity of her emotions unleashed a power she didn't know she had. And that emotion and power is directed toward one person. Vikir the Night Hound. Buffed by Dolores' spirit, Vikir saw a new world open up to him, a world beyond his own. Swordmaster. The amplified aura within him radiates from the hilt of his magic sword. Beelzebub. Quack quack quack. Gas to liquid and liquid to solid. Boiled to the limit and hardened, the aura gradually becomes a solid mass, like a lump of blood coagulated by heat. And then it began to spin in a circle following the laws of mana. Keying. The solid aura coated on the sword rotated at an invisible speed, hovering around the edge of the sword. It looked like countless logging saws gathered together and rotating. Wing kagagagagak. Vikir flicked the sword lightly and the rocks, rebar and other debris in front of him burst into flames. Just a flick of the sword was enough to do this. It was an insane cutting power. This is insane. Even the normally dull Vikir was deeply surprised. Had Hugo always felt like this? When you're at the level of a master, you can't see what's below you. He could see why Hugo had been treating people below him like flies. Hugo in his previous life had even risen 2 levels from Swordmaster. It would soon be revealed that there were lower, middle, and higher levels of Swordmaster. Vikir had temporarily become a lower Swordmaster with the help of a saint from the peak level of Graduator, and he would take this sensation to heart from now on. Later he'd have to make it this far on his own without buffs. Meanwhile, Dantalion was being torn apart from the inside out. Vikir was slashing at Dantalion's body with shards of aura spinning at lightning speeds, slicing here and there. The all-like magic sword Beelzebub had been used primarily for stabbing, but not anymore. Rather, the rotating form of its aura specialized more in slashing, but that didn't mean its stabbing power was weakened. Aside from my increased combat power, this feeling of exaltation makes me feel like I can do anything. Vikir was in a rare state of elation. The resonance of the soul, the arrangement of the buff as if it were made by knowing the size and location of the internal organs and blood vessels of the entire body. It was an excitement that felt like an extension of the feeling of wearing new clothes that fit and looked good on you. The holy power of Dolores spread warmly throughout Vikir's body, accelerating the flow of mana. Blood vessels expand and blood and mana flow more quickly. The aura trembled and the amplitude it produced expanded. This was the result of the soul resonance effect. And Vikir had some knowledge of this phenomenon. Yes, before the regression, Dolores, Saint of Steel, only granted this buff to a few heroes in her vicinity. At the time of the Annihilation War, there were only a handful of beings who could receive Dolores buffs. Dolores healed everyone without discrimination, but she was careful with her buffs. Only a handful of heroes had the power to maximize the effectiveness of her buffs. Heroes like Hugo Les Baskerville, Patriarch of the House of Iron Blood. Swordman and Morgue Camus, Patriarch of the House of Morgue and known for his nickname the Empress Dowager. But what about now? Vikir has Dolores buffs all to himself. It meant that Dolores recognized and understood him deep down, but unfortunately Vikir didn't know this. He just assumed he was lucky. Meanwhile, Dolores was feeling her body and the Night Hound's body completely envelope and merge into one. It wasn't just their bodies but their souls as well. She found great comfort and empathy in this process, even if it was only temporary. She had never heard the Night Hound say anything particularly comforting, but somehow she felt as if he had embraced her fatigue and feelings of inferiority. She had often wondered this. Everyone in the world confesses their sins and pours out their troubles to me, but then to whom do I confess my sins and pour out my struggles? Sometimes it's not enough to talk to God. You need to talk to a fellow human being. But for years Dolores hadn't been able to talk to anyone about her mental health. As Dantalion said, she had to always appear dignified and resolute as someone's president, someone's manager, someone's saint, and someone's daughter. But for once she let go of all that and her loneliness. She pushed all of her emotions onto the broad back of the Night Hound in front of her. To her partner for the night, her soul resonance. Thump, 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 thump. Vikir pushed against Dantalion with a strength far beyond his usual. Dantalian, who had been burned by the saint's holy fire net, was unable to withstand the sudden rush of Vikir's aura. Vikir stretched out his sword and attempted to decapitate Dantalian. Dantalian's head, with its many faces clustered together like grapevines, and the slender neck that connected it to his body. It was then that Dantalian made his final move. "Brother, help." Nymphet, her face turns to Vikir. The faces of all the children in the nursery turned to Vikir and cried out, "Brother, I can still live. If this demon dies, we die too. Brother, please, please don't kill this demon. You murderer, what do you care what happens to us?" And Dantalian's plan seemed to work. Vikir's sword had slowed ever so subtly. Taking advantage of it, Dantalian summoned all his magic and unleashed soul. Strike. Boom! Dozens of Dantalian's tongues converged to form a single spear which struck Vikir directly in the heart. Vikir couldn't even scream. He was bounced off the spot and sent flying, smashing 2 stone pillars and burying himself in a pile of debris. "No!" Dolores cried out in horror, but it was too late. Dantalian pushed his bloodied body to his feet and laughed grimly. "Ho ho ho, in a fight between the original masters, a single move is all that is needed to produce such a futile result." Then he strode towards Dolores, who stood there with a dazed expression. Smirk, 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 smirks. The face in front of him changed back to that of a man. A stern-looking middle-aged man, Cardinal Humbert, the head of the Old Order. "Daughter, this father is a disappointment. I sent you to the academy to raise the prestige of the family, and now you're doing this. Do you think it's a good idea to tell the world about the family's affairs?" Humbert's face contorts into an expression of contempt for the pathetic. The Old Order priest's protest to Dolores. "Saint, did you even realize what you were doing? The deceased guilty was a devout member of this church. How dare you read from his letters during his lifetime? It is even a conversation with Cardinal Humbert, and it is confidential." "Confidential? How dare you release such a thing to the public?" They seemed afraid of losing the credit to the New Order priests. "They say that a crisis is an opportunity, and in a situation like this, healing the sick and comforting the victims is a way to strengthen an image." So the Old Order priests were eager to get to work on disaster recovery. This is why Dolores Mazgas and other New Order priests complained that they were being prevented from doing so. But their complaints were short-lived. Quiet. They froze in their seats as Dolores' cold gaze met theirs. It was the first time they had ever seen such a cold, piercing gaze from the normally warm and compassionate woman. It was frightening to see someone so gentle when they were angry. Dolores' single line brought the Old Order priests to a standstill, and her next recitation had them all turning blue in the face. Baron Gorg, murder of a groom who resisted while exercising his right to first night, subsequent suicide of the bride, heavily punishment of the family resulting in the destruction of the family, pardoned by the payment of 1 billion gold in donation. Viscountess Moscow fraudulently getting her sons hired at the Imperial Central Bank and promoting them up the ranks, resulting in many job candidates with passing grades being rejected due to her sons rushing in, pardoned with a 200 million gold donation per son. Mr. Garasso, embezzlement, dishonesty, and manipulation of the stock price, to the detriment of shareholders, to the tune of nearly 20 billion gold. Pardoned with a 50 million gold donation. Madame Pierre, kidnapping and imprisoning underage boys with nowhere else to go, sexually exploiting them and forcing them into illegal labor, pardoned with a donation of 15 million gold. Cult leader Manamani, intentionally spreading the plague to all corners of the country and paralyzing the local economy, pardoned with 100 million gold in donations. The full extent of guilty's indulgence was revealed. A long list of grave sins that could never be forgiven as they were, and the sums paid for them were often paltry and inadequate to the crime. Inquisition. How can someone wear the clothes of a saint while wearing a human mask and forgive something like this? Even the protesting Old Order priests could hardly believe their ears. He sold indulgences to demons like that. For that price, no way, there must have been 4 or 5 zeros missing. Especially cult leader Manamani, who deserves to be burned at the stake. I can't believe Cardinal Humbert and Lord Guilty could do such a despicable thing. There is such a thing as an indulgence. Ha, but the seal on that letter must be. The chatter wasn't just coming from the old order priests. The agitation spread beyond the people of the Quo Vadis to the general public. How could the Quo Vadis do this? What a corruption of devotional chant. Calm down, that's an old order problem, it has nothing to do with the new order priests. Don't lump the old order priests in with this, it's only a problem with a few of them. The chatter intensifies. The priests were about to get into a fistfight among themselves. In the midst of the chaos, Dolores finished reading the materials the night Hound had delivered. It detailed the dealings of Guilty and Humbert, the ugly realities of what was supposed to be society's leadership, how the offerings to the gods had been used as investments, how they had been siphoned off for political funding and illegal lobbying, and even how they had colluded with local cults. There was also evidence of the sale of farming tools such as pitchforks, wood, chips, sticks, and even pig bones as holy relics. The number of holy relics sold had already exceeded 30,000, with propaganda and plans to exempt 1 year of purgatory for each relic. The public was shocked to learn about all of this. The Academy's boy and girl reporters also stopped taking notes and looked dumbfounded. The horrific molestation of the faithful Quo Vadis had been revealed by a young saint from the same Quo Vadis family. In response, Dolores launches into a retort that has kept her up all night. I, Dolores of the New Order, reply to these atrocities of the old order as follows. Once again the pens of the crowd straightened. Whispers echoed through the notepads. Screenshots of mana floated around the room, their flashes popping. Dolores began her speech in a steady voice. First, when our Lord and Teacher Rune says repent, he means that the entire life of the faithful must be repented. Second, these words cannot be understood as sacramental penance to Rune, that is confession and absolution, performed by the priest in his office. Fifth, the Pope has neither the power nor the will to pardon any punishment other than that imposed by his office or by the authority of canon law. The Pope has no power to pardon any sin except by declaring or acknowledging that it has been pardoned by Rune. 27th, it is only a human theory that the soul is released from purgatory as soon as the money thrown into the almanac makes a clinking sound. 45th, the runic religion must be taught that anyone who sees a poor person and passes him by offering money for indulgences is not buying a pardon from the Pope, but rather the wrath of Rune. 46th, teach the runes that those who do not have the luxury of abundant wealth are obligated to save what they need for their families and should never squander it on indulgences. 51st, teach the runes that to the many people who have been robbed of their money by certain indulgence preachers, the Pope must pay them back, even if it means selling all the churches of the order. 99th, to suppress the objections enumerated by the common man without addressing them with sound reason but merely by force is to make the Pope a mockery and the runes unhappy. 95th, to make the runes have more confidence in entering the kingdom of heaven through many sufferings than by comfort. She read the rebuttal, which was as many as 95 articles, fluidly and without stuttering a single word. Her determination was such that even her opponents, the old order priests, were moved to silence for a moment. At the same time, Dolores felt her legs relax. She was thankful that the flowing white skirt of her priestly robes hid the tremor. Mazgus, who was beside her, supported her. That was an excellent rebuttal, sister. You're absolutely right. This Mazgus is deeply moved. I'm out of my mind. Dolores thought of what had happened last night, or rather this morning. After the night hound's departure, the energy that had made her body so hard and strong had vanished like a lie. She spoke cheerfully, recalling her overflowing strength, but in truth it was only a psychological factor. The strength itself had long since disappeared. The Pope once said a saint can only be awakened when she finds a true soul mate. The resonance of the soul, the assimilation of emotions, the resulting explosion of divine power. In other words, this means that you gain the ability to multiply your power. How do we make this awakening more than a temporary thing but a permanent one? Now that the night hound is gone, there's no one to ask and no one to test. The older classical saints often spoke of awakening in the past, and I wish I had listened to them a little more instead of dismissing them as empty words. Dolores still hadn't figured out why the night hound could be her resonance, her awakening condition. There is no way for her to know that this is because Vikir is the only veteran who came from the age of destruction and knows the true destruction. Whatever, the man chosen by Rune. At this point only he is worthy of being her soul mate. Dolores raised her head once more at this. Then he spoke in a low voice. The night hound, I must see him again. At that moment,
Poof, poof, poof.
the sound of a mana screenshot exploding behind her. Dolores spun around in surprise to find a crowd of reporters who had somehow gotten this close. The reporters rushed forward and spoke in unison. The Holy Lady has declared a holy war against the Night Hound. Exclusive. I must see him again. On the morning of January 0, Saint Dolores of Quavadi's family revealed a strong hostility towards the Night Hound. As she bit her lip and muttered, her grave expression was suffocatingly foreboding. Whether the Night Hounds are worthless or the Quavadis are worthless, the results will tell. In the meantime, some have suggested that Dolores, who is usually mild-mannered and euphemistic in her language, is using such stubborn and strong language that a holy war could be declared. Various newspapers began to circulate. When the volunteers returned to Colosio Academy, they were surprised to read the article in the Academy's weekly newspaper. Wow, an article already appeared. We were at the scene of this history. The head of the department has declared a holy war. I didn't feel like I was in the mood for that. I think the article went too far. Tutor Sancho and Piggy turned to the newspaper, each saying something. Next to them, Bianca and Sinclair nodded. That's what journalists do. They have to be sensationalized to get views. Hey Vikir, what do you think? Sinclair asks, and everyone's eyes turn in the same direction as hers. In the back, a few feet away from the group, stood Vikir. Vikir walks quietly, reading a newspaper article. His mood is somehow lonely and despondent. Why is he in such a mood? Dude, aren't you gonna come? Then he'll go first. As Bianca opened her mouth to speak in a sarcastic manner, Tutor, who was next to her, slapped her on the side. Hey, don't you have any sense of consideration? What considerate of what? How do you think Vikir feels right now? How do I know what's on his mind? TSK, you inhumane bastard, you're the same as always. Tutor turned his head slightly to look at Vikir behind him. Then he turned back to look at Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair. Vikir, that guy, he peed in front of everyone yesterday. Yeah, and on the head of the department's body. There was a lot of it. You, that's dirty. Your brother must be feeling really bad right now. Tutor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair each chimed in with a comment. Finally, Tutor nodded. Vikir, he probably wants to be alone right now. I know I would have done the same. I'm afraid that hasty comfort can be poison. Maybe he needs to take a piss. Man, timidly, you don't think we're going to gossip or anything? No, I'd be nervous to say the least about that. Sinclair glanced back at Vikir behind him and muttered something wistful. I don't mind my Hyung peeing on me. Of course you wouldn't mind, you're not fucking cheap. Tutor said to everyone, clapping Sinclair on the shoulder. Okay, so let's leave Vikir alone for a while. Piggy, why don't you sleep in our room tonight so he can be alone? How can we do that? Why not? Well, go do some work together later. Okay, thanks, Sancho. It seemed that Piggy had gotten to know a lot of the other kids through this volunteer work. They naturally drifted away to give Vikir some alone time. Meanwhile, they're going first, thank goodness. Vikir sneaked off to the side, watching his classmates swarm in front of him. Thud. Back in his dorm room alone, Vikir sat down at his desk. A small wreath and a stick of incense were placed on the desk. As the incense burned, Vikir held the wreath in silence. It was a morning for Nymphette. Are you being too hard on her? Did she get a kiss? No. It's not no, it's don't she wants to give you a kiss like that. The conversation I had with the saint at the farewell replayed in my mind. If I had known it would be like this, I should have waited until then to get a kiss. Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. He'll have to hunt harder. When the age of destruction arrives, innocent children like Nymphette will die. in countless numbers. It was necessary to hunt demons more diligently to prevent that. Demons would be slain as well as the traitors who had joined their ranks. To do that well need to check the harvest right. Vikir pulled something out of his bosom. It was a black leather sack taken from Ifibo Hibipedo and Geronto one. From each of them, each one of these sacks seemed to be alive with pulsing threads beneath the black leather.
You put them together.
This is. Vikir's eyes widened slightly. It was a single large mask. An oversized mask that looked like a bandana and a hood combined. The ears had two pointy protrusions that looked like the scalp of a Doberman, with its ears cut off. And Vikir already knew what it was. So this is what I get for my money. The mask radiated an ominous aura. It was an artifact comparable to the magic sword Beelzebub. Mask. Fratricide 0. Human face beast form off. Vikir closed his eyes and recalled the information about the artifact. Long ago he had seen it in a book of all things in the East. It was a mask that grew stronger the more you killed your own kind. The mask was a demonic mask that if worn by a human being would give them the power to kill their own kind. I've also heard that the mask has mystical powers granting the wearer incredible recovery and mana accumulation, although I've heard it has some side effects. Vikir decided to try on the mask. Flutter. He flicked the mask off and placed it on his head. Vikir felt his body change. His tattered body and stamina from the last fight with Dantalion began to recover rapidly. It was a level of regeneration far beyond that of a bog salamander. This is amazing, although the bog salamander's regeneration power was excellent for repairing its tattered body. It couldn't replenish its physical or mental strength. But this mask can do that. With this mask he could always recharge his fatigue. But there was one problem. Vikir gasped as he realized how much smaller he had become. Heg. He quickly turned to the mirror and saw a black dog, a black ball of fur, panicking in the room. This is me. Vikir gasped as he looked at his reflection. There's a saying that alcohol makes you a dog, but it's only used as a metaphor. There are other words like less than a dog, worse than a dog, like a dog, etc. All of them are just metaphors. But Vikir himself is now a real dog. Shiny black fur, sharp teeth, cute little eyes, and pink jelly on his paws. He looks like a puppy. Wait, this is a side effect of the mask. Oh no. I exclaimed to myself.
Grrrr.
The only sound that comes out of my throat is the sound a puppy makes when it has to poop. Mask. Fratricide 0. Human face beast form on. The artifact status is a little strange. Vikir felt the artifact turn from off to on. Vikir quickly touched his neck with his forepaw. Fortunately there were still traces of the mask. When Vikir showed his will to take off the mask, it fell from the flesh and skin and slithered away as if it had a will. Mask. Fratricide 0. Human face beast form off. Off again. Soon enough Vikir regained his human form and stood naked in front of the mirror once again. Vikir chuckled as he looked at the clothes on the floor. It would be nice to take off all my clothes at once before washing. He pulls himself together and puts on the mask again, and this time he doesn't turn into a dog. There's a clear line between on and off, so perhaps the mask can change when the wearer wants it to and not when they don't. Vikir took off the mask and kept it. The ability to turn into a dog at will, more of a sub-ability than a side effect, I suppose. The ability to turn into a dog would be useful in many ways in my future career as a night hound. Not only would it make me much more resilient, but it would also help me escape from prying eyes. Let's see, was it possible to have a pet inside the academy? Luckily there is no rule that says you can't have animals inside the academy's dormitories. Many students have owls, pigeons, turtles, hamsters, etc. However, they were not allowed to have large animals that could cause damage to their surroundings, which meant bears, elephants, etc. Just as Vikir was looking through the book of dorm rules, Pozak, a sound caught Vikir's attention. The sound of something small and insignificant breaking. Vikir turned his head to see what it was. It was coming from his coat hanging in the corner of the room. He dug into his pockets and found something amazing. A Madam 8-legged egg. The black sphere was getting incontinent. Ah, so this is the one that blocked Dantalian's spear at the end. I knew it was unexpectedly hard and bouncy, but I didn't think it would be able to withstand a demon spear. But now that I look at it, it wasn't even damaged. Crack, crack, crack. The shell was cracking. Even the mother Madame Eight-Legged dissolved her eggs in her acidic saliva, so they were resistant to the shock. Vikir stared at the egg in disbelief. And then, bam, the shell cracked completely. The thing inside opened its eyes for the first time and looked at Vikir. Vikir shook his head. Inside the cracked shell he could see something burnt like a piece of bread. It was a creature head never seen before. And the creature upon waking saw Vikir for the first time. Vikir shakes his head and the creature shakes his head back, mimicking Vikir's behavior. Vikir was a little nervous. Though small and insignificant, this was clearly the young of Madame Eight-Legged, the reigning depth nightmare. Vikir had nearly died many times trying to hunt the giant spider. But, amazingly, the dust-like thing leapt right into Vikir's arms. He rubbed his face in Vikir's arms and started making the most unexpected noises.
Woof hach hach kinken.
It was like a newborn wolf pup. Vikir closed his eyes. He remembered a former enemy he had once fought for his life. Danger rating S. Size. Found in Red and Black Mountains 10th Ridge. Nicknamed Madame of the Depth, her full species name is unknown. In the distant past, the most terrible beings that inhabited the depths of the oil pole hell were spiders of immense size, and it is believed that Madame Eight-Legged is a distant descendant that retains the form of those giant spiders that lived in the ancient past. The inside of its body is filled with disgusting poison, and its mesh, which is stronger than steel, cannot be cut by anything except the hellfire of the world. It is a dangerous, supremely powerful beast that has nearly killed Vikir himself several times in battle. This giant queen spider found it difficult to deal with even the ancient demons that ruled hell, so they secured an independent space for them to live in a corner of the depths of the abyss. And now before Vikir's eyes is the last descendant of that dreadful spider, Queen Kyung. Vikir's hand rubs against his cheek, a round ball of dust. It sits or walks on two legs that sprout from its shaggy fur like crude doodles. Madame's cub. Madame's cub, or baby Madame. The tiny, insignificant creature was currently nuzzling the back of Vikir's hand, smearing white saliva on it. The way he was acting, he looked like a puppy. Is it because the wolf carried it when it was an egg? This is why they say prenatal care is so important. I could understand at least a little bit why pregnant women are given foreign language lessons and classical music while their babies are still in the womb. Then, sticky. Vikir noticed something strange. A white sticky mucus had begun to form where the cub had just licked. As it touched the air, it quickly hardened into a fine thread. Is that spider silk? It's incredibly hard. Vikir stretched the silk that the cub spewed from its mouth. Ordinary spider silk has a much higher tensile strength than the same amount of steel and superior elasticity. Moreover, this little Madame was the descendant of Madame Eight-Legs, and the web it spewed was the strongest wire ever. Boom! The threads barely snapped after Vikir pulled on them with a considerable amount of aura. That was the small amount of thread that was pulled out. Its elasticity and strength are both dozens of times greater than steel, and it even has adhesive properties. It's also extremely resistant to flame, unlike ordinary spider silk, which would melt helplessly in a fire. I know I wouldn't have been able to break this web without Cerberus hellfire either. Vikir thought, remembering his battle with Madame Eight-Legs. King Quing Hegag. Meanwhile, the cub continues to nuzzle against the back of Vikir's hand. Maybe it's because its mother isn't around, but it seems to be craving affection from someone it hasn't seen before. Vikir suddenly felt sorry for the little one. Your mother was a terrifying creature. The thought of that voracious appetite for the eggs she had laid made him realize that it would be far better for the cub to be separated from its mother. Whatever. Because of the first impression, the cub follows Vikir the first time it wakes up from the egg. Then, Kororok. The cub laid down on the back of Vikir's hand with a sullen expression. Are you hungry? Heg. A puff of black dust sulking. It looks like a baker's accidentally burnt shoe. What should I feed him anyway? Should I feed him insects or meat? Vikir pulled a few biscuits from a drawer, a chunk of salted ham and a slice of spinach pie that had gone cold. They were all things Piggy had bought for a midnight snack and shared with Vikir. But, nom. The cub hadn't really enjoyed the biscuits and ham. It was just a polite nibble out of courtesy. Even the spinach pie was gagged and spit out as soon as I put it in its mouth. That's a picky eater. Vikir made the pup climb onto the back of his left hand. Boom! It perched itself on the back of Vikir's hand like a wristwatch. 2 legs wrapped around his wrist and held him there like an impermanent. Watch. Good, let's go find your prey. Vikir immediately set out to visit the dormitories. But there weren't many places to go. First, the library, a good place to get information. Vikir left the dormitory and headed across the field to the library, passing through the large park-like main entrance of the library and entering the lobby. He was immediately drawn to the vast stacks of books that Colosio Academy boasts. Endless rows of tall bookshelves were densely packed with books of all kinds. Vikir went to the nature creatures and monsters section and started looking for a book. Spiders AG. As Vikir scanned the shelves one by one, Vikir. He sees 2 round eyes peeking through the gap in the opposite bookshelf. He turns his head to see what it is and sees a white-haired girl looking back at him, smiling brightly. Sinclair. She strode forward, rounded the corner of the bookcase, and walked toward Vikir. She looked like an innocent puppy, and if she had a tail it would be wagging furiously by now. I've never seen you come to the library before. I come often, though this is the first time I've met you. Are you here to study or check out books? Sinclair wore a badge on her chest that identified her as a librarian. Vikir was pleased. Do you happen to have any books on spiders? Oh, you want to know how to kill a spider? That's what comes up when you search for pest extermination. What, there's a spider in your room? Spiders do come up, but... Just then Vikir felt his left wrist twitch. Arring. The cub's eyebrows were furrowed in a crudely drawn scrawl, giving it an angry look. It even made a sound to make itself seem threatening. Vikir corrected her question with a flick of his wrist. I'm trying to figure out how to breed spiders, not exterminate them. Oh, spider breeding, there are books on the subject. Do you want to get one? Do you like spiders? I don't really like them. Vikir was about to reply nonchalantly but stopped and looked down at his left wrist for a moment. There he sees a burnt piece of bread looking up at him with pleading eyes. But I think it's about to get better. Really, you like spiders, brother? That's interesting. Sinclair looks back at Vikir with a curious expression. Her questioning continued until she found a book on how to raise spiders. Why do you like spiders? Because they have hair, because they have legs, because they have eyes. What about centipedes and millipedes and grimas and scorpions? What about beetles? Do you like all kinds of insects? Oh no, spiders aren't insects. What a curious girl, Vikir thought. I don't think she's always been this chatty. It was a bit of a surprise, as she was usually a quiet, studious person. Soon Vikir borrowed a few books and went out to a quiet place. Let's see how to raise spiders. Vikir slowly flipped through the pages. Temperature and moisture control is important. They are sensitive to mold. They need no light. Be careful when taking off their shedding. Skin molting time varies from individual to individual. Toilet training requires patience and repetition. They are easily influenced by their surroundings, so take care of them from the time they are eggs. For larger spiders, it is good manners to wear a muzzle when walking. It's all very common sense and common knowledge. If it says to give small insects or pieces of meat for baby food, why isn't this one eating? Vikir looked down at the cub on his left wrist and scratched his head. TSK. Even now the cub was slumped in a sullen pose. Then, Vikir turned the page of the last book and saw something. Some extraordinary spiders, the stuff of mythology, were raised on poison. During their infancy, eating poison. Vikir flipped to the back page. For young spiders with great blood, the outcome depends on what poison they've ingested throughout their lives. Only a large and varied intake of strong poisons can lead to a great adult spider. On the other hand, if only weak poisons or poisons of limited variety are consumed consistently, there seems to be a limit to how large one can grow, no matter how much he or she consumes. I wonder if it feeds on poison. Vikir jumped into action. He bites down on his pinky finger to draw blood, and black droplets ooze out. It was blood laced with the powerful poison of Madame Eightlegs. However, Xwack, the baby madam who had a drop of blood in its mouth, trembled and fell to the side again. You bastard, what's wrong this time? Vikir turned the pages of the book again. However, when the hatchlings have just emerged from the egg, they should be given the weakest poison first. As the spider grows older and larger and ingests stronger and more varied poisons, it develops a poison that combines the strengths of many poisons into one, and it soon reigns supreme in its local ecosystem. Yes, the mother's poison is strong. Madame Eightlegs' poison was certainly unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was a powerful acid that contained all the worst qualities of neurotoxins. Hemorrhagic, dermal, muscular, gastrointestinal, stinking, painful, respiratory, and protoplasmic poisons. The poison was certainly too much for the hatchling to digest. I see you'll get you a milder poison, but until then you'll have to eat an insect. Vikir catches one of the butterflies in the air, and the hatchling pops it into its mouth, whimpering. Although it was given to by the master, it's obvious that it's unappetizing. Just then, Vikir, are you here? Piggy's voice came from far away. Vikir looked up and saw Piggy running towards him. Piggy had a newspaper in his hand. Vikir, you're in trouble. How did you know I was here? How could I? You're always in your dorm, classroom, clubroom, library, cafeteria, and gym, but that's not the point. Did you see this? Piggy cleared his throat and shoved the newspaper article in front of Vikir's. You're a fucking star now. Vikir took the article from Piggy. Exclusive: the Night Hound, the birth of an unprecedented villain who roams the imperial capital. The Night Hound has shown up again. The nature of the threat has remained unclear until recently, when a terror like no other has swept across the imperial capital. Nothing is known about the Night Hound, whether it is an individual or an organization, or what its purpose is, and no family, not even the imperial house, has been able to uncover it. All eyes are now on who will be the first to uncover the identity of this vicious villain and bring him to justice. The 7 great houses of the Empire: Baskerville, the iron-blooded Morgue, the Mage Don Quixote, the Spearman Usher, the Archer Leviathan, the Poisonous Bourgeois, the Tycoon, and Quo Vadis the Faithful have organized a hunt to capture the terrorist, and the imperial capital has placed a bounty of 1,000,000,000 gold on the head of the Night Hound. And underneath the newspaper you can see a few pictures stuck to it, animated by magic. The newspaper was published by a large newspaper outside of the capital, and the pictures showed the locations where the Night Hound had raided, selecting only the branches of the House of Quo Vadis, most notably the Old Order. Naturally, the orphanage at the bottom, run by the Indulgentia family, was also in the picture, and Vikir could be seen in it. Of course, Vikir is just a tiny figure in the corner of the photo, flanked by Tudor and Sancho. Piggy, Bianca Sinclair, and others were also in the picture, so there wasn't much room for error. Look, Vikir were in the papers, having one of those media days. Piggy was thrilled to be featured as a passerby in this tiny photo. But it's only for a moment, and Piggy soon grows sullen. Ugh, come to think of it, this is a picture of the scene of the worst disaster ever, and I can't believe you like it. The devil. Calm down, the guy who caused the disaster is the bad guy, not you. Vikir patted Piggy on the shoulder and went back to reading the paper. No mention of a saint declaring a holy war. Strange, that didn't make the paper. It's also missing the part about the attack on the Quo Vadis Old Order faction and all the sins she's been granting indulgences to society's leaders, and the sins they've pardoned. Why isn't that in there? Vikir smiled dryly at Piggy's question. That's what the press is for. A trumpeter for the powerful. A dog barking for a more appetizing piece of meat. It is the law of the wild that you bite off more than you can chew. Cardinal Humbert's breath must be that strong, or maybe it was above him. No matter where you look in the newspapers, you won't find anything about the Old Order's scandalous behavior. However, in order to cover up this situation, they have made one Night Hound a public enemy, and they're biting hard to cover it up. Piggy's next words made Vikir nod. Oh, by the way, did you hear about this week's club assignment? Our advisor wants us to each write a column condemning the Night Hound's acts of terrorism. It's supposed to be a simple current events piece if it's good. Hell, publish it in the Academy's newspaper, even if it's from a first year. It seems that the Academy has decided to join the hunt for the Night Hound. I suppose it's best to go with the flow for now to avoid suspicion. Vikir could accuse the Night Hound better than anyone else. He knew his misdeeds better than anyone. Is this a column where I can write down the most outrageous things I hear? Vikir took out a pen. And then he began an arduous battle with himself. An angry voice rang through the Academy's newspaper department. Why was my column killed? Dolores, student council president of Academy Colosio and head of the newspaper department. She was now calmly protesting to Professor Morg Banshee, the newspaper's advisor. Do you not know? Professor Banshee's eerie eyes shine through his dark hair. A pair of one-eyed glasses hangs precariously from the tip of his hawkish nose. Professor Banshee tossed Dolores' column onto his desk. What is the true antithesis of the Night Hound? There were more than half a dozen branches of the Quo Vadis family that the Night Hounds raided. Professor Banshee said in a blunt tone, "The Academy is politically neutral. We can't publish such biased current affairs commentary. I didn't say it was biased. I wrote the facts." Facts. Didn't Cardinal Humbert of the Old Order deny all of this, and the leaders of society on the indulgence list have said it's not true? That's a lie. Could be the truth. Missing one thief shouldn't make 10 wronged people. I thought that was your usual belief. Dolores clenched her teeth so hard that blood stood in her throat. Professor Banshee continued, "It's also no secret that you're the Academy's student council president and head of the newspaper department, and that you're a saint of the Quo Vadis, the religious saint at the center of this controversy, and that the Quo Vadis saints are for the most part members of the New Order. So do you think it's okay for you to make your own arrangements and write such a biased article or not?" Then a line of blood stood on Dolores' forehead. She turned to face Professor Banshee. "The Academy's rules state that all students admitted to the Academy are equal and are not influenced by their status outside the Academy. Although I am a member of the Quo Vadis family and am affiliated with the New Order, that is only a status outside of the Academy while I am a student at the Academy. I am simply Dolores, a normal human being and a student of the Academy. I am also free to express my opinions about the Quo Vadis." This time Professor Banshee was silent. Dolores and Professor Banshee's gazes locked together. Finally Professor Banshee sighs.
I say admit it.
Dolores tilted her head and Professor Banshee's brow furrowed. "There's a letter from the Quo Vadis sent to the Academy." "A letter?" "Yes, it's a press release for this story." "A press release? That's a way of predetermining the direction of a story." Professor Banshee shook his head. "They want us to focus mostly on the horrific acts of terrorism committed by the Night Hounds and interviews with their victims, and to keep keywords like Quo Vadis, Old Order, and New Order to a minimum or not at all. That's ridiculous. That's trying to control the neutrality of the Academy." "Well, it is. The Dean is quite troubled by it." "Is Cardinal Humbert that powerful, so much so that even the Dean of the
Academy is in trouble?"
"If it were only Cardinal Humbert, you wouldn't have listened to me in the first place, would you?" Dolores' expression hardened at those words. Above Cardinal Humbert there is only one such being in the Quo Vadis. The Pope, the oldest and most exalted of the classical saints. How can he? He is the one who will not lose his integrity even if everyone else has fallen. How is this happening? There's been a lot of talk lately about how the Pope's judgment has been a bit blurred lately due to his old age. Could Cardinal Humbert be taking advantage of that and blurring the Pope's eyes and ears? Dolores had a new cause for concern. When she was silent, Professor Banshee tapped his finger on the article on his desk. "And what all this aside, your column doesn't belong in the paper in the first place. It's too politically biased, and I can't help but get the impression that you're secretly favoring the Night Hound." So what do you think you're going to put in that empty space, the theater? Club's new release, the sports club's lead in to the big game, the breathtaking backside of the Academy's cover girl. Don't be sarcastic, Dolores. I'm the professor, you're the student. With that, Professor Banshee opened a drawer and pulled out a piece of paper. It was a column. Dolores' eyes narrowed. The Night Hound, a viciousness beyond measure. The Night Hound has crossed the line, your sins against the imperial family, and the 7 houses have reached the skies. If you listen to the cries of countless people who have been unfairly harmed, soon the fearsome spears, swords, arrows, and magic will become the maces of justice and bring you to the judgment seat. Having seen the Night Hound in full force on the night of the tragedy at Indulgentia Orphanage, I can say with confidence that turning yourself in now and waiting to be hanged may be your last chance for a peaceful end. Professor Banshee said, I'm going to put this column in the newspaper instead of yours. It's a shoddy piece of writing with no evidence, no objectivity, no reasoning, just an appeal to emotion. It's vague in wording and overly emotional, Dolores said in a rare use of strong language. These were probably the worst words she could muster. But Professor Banshee shook his head, a wry smile tugging at one corner of his mouth. I don't think it was very well written either, but it's properly condemning, properly appealing, and properly agitating, so it's the most appropriate thing to say at this time, and it's an eyewitness report, so it has some credibility. Anyway, with that out of the way, the midterm practical is coming up soon, so do your best, and remember you're supposed to be studying, right? Professor Banshee rose from his seat and strode past Dolores out of the room. Dolores bit her lip. The disaster at House Indulgentia the other day was enough to make her furious, especially after spending the night with the Night Hound. The Night Hound isn't bad, it's the Quo Vadis and the demon that lurked within. How many such demons are there in the world? How hard a fight has the Night Hound had to fight so far, and how much more will it have to fight? You can't help it, but you try to hinder and suppress it. But there is no way to expose the demon, its collaborators, and those who are unknowingly being used all at once. Even if there were, it would take too long. The Night Hound I met once told me that time was running out. The frustrating conversation I had with Professor Banshee today made sense all at once. Why Head become a vigilante, why Head risked his life to kill demons one by one. I can't do this, I have to help him. No matter how much you write in favor of the Night Hound, it doesn't really help. It was time to take up the sword, not the pen, to help him now that he had come down from the top to the bottom. I'd rather find the Night Hound on my own. I must see his face and know his name so I can help him. Saint Dolores was determined she would go to meet the Night Hound herself. To do so, she needed to gather as much information as she could. As much information as possible about the Night Hound's identity. Dolores' gaze fell to the paper on the desk. It was the column that Professor Banshee had chosen in place of hers. An article full of criticism that harshly condemns the Night Hounds. Dolores' brow furrowed as she read it. It was an ugly, low-class article, but one phrase caught her eye. The Night Hound's a viciousness beyond measure. The Night Hound has crossed the line, your sins against the imperial family, and the 7 houses have reached the skies. If you listen to the cries of countless people who have been unfairly harmed, soon the fearsome spears, swords, arrows, and magic will become the maces of justice and bring you to the judgment seat. Having witnessed with my own eyes the full force of the hounds of the night on the night of the tragedy at the Indulgentia Orphanage, I can say with confidence that turning yourself in now and waiting to be hanged may be your last chance for a peaceful end. You mean you saw it with your own eyes? For context, when the writer of this column saw the Night Hound, it was clearly right after all the disaster had ended. That means he saw the Night Hound more recently than Dolores. Perhaps I have seen the face behind the mask of the Night Hound. Dolores' mind raced. If this column were to be published in the newspaper, there would probably be a flood of reporters trying to interview the author. Luckily, Professor Banshee had anonymized the column's authors to prevent this, and Dolores was able to identify the contributors to the column, which had not yet been published in the newspaper. It's an abuse of power, but it's necessary. It was necessary for the sake of justice. Dolores turned the column over and found the name of the person who wrote it. Suddenly she recognized a familiar name. Exclusive Evil Beyond Measure Night Hound Views 3872. The Hound of the Night has crossed the line, the crimes against the imperial family, and the 7 houses have reached the heavens. Turning yourself in right now and waiting to be hanged may be your last chance for a peaceful end. Hot class first-year student, the country is going well. Cold class first-year student, I think we need to arrest the Night Hound. Quickly, what is the imperial family doing? Cold class second-year student, how busy must you be in this time? What is the imperial family? Is it your friend's house? These days things are getting out of hand. Hot class fourth-year student, both my classmates hate the Night Hound. This cold class fourth-year student, that's right. Hot class first-year student, ugh, the comment box smells like an old man. Cold class third-year student, good article spreads, always happy. Hot class first-year student, by the way, who wrote this column? Did you see the Night Hound yourself? Vakir was a little surprised when he saw the newspaper this morning. I can't believe they actually published that column. Vakir was a little surprised to see the column in the paper this morning. I was surprised that it got a lot of views and comments. The fear of the Night Hound is spreading, isn't it? I've heard that in the imperial capital these days many parents say if you keep crying the Night Hound will bite you when soothing their crying children. Apparently he's established himself as a villain who terrorizes the empire. They'll have to be more careful when I go demon hunting in the future. It would be troublesome to run into the imperial knights while wandering outside the academy. Vakir was thinking about his future plans. Vakir, a cold voice called out. Vakir looks up and Professor Morg Banshee's dark-circled gaze follows him. Did you close your eyes again today, lost in thought and not just focus? Yes, yes. Still brazen, I see. I'll have to see if you have what it takes. Professor Banshee, as always, did not like Vakir. So he threw in a few petty offenses like giving him a pun question that he purposely twisted so that he couldn't solve it, or a super difficult question that was beyond the grasp of an undergraduate. The Imperial Army has been plagued by a massive outbreak of supersized pinworms during the rainy season on the Western Front. Tell me how to deal with the smaller ones, which are less than a meter long, and the larger ones, which are more than 10 meters long. Travelers are being attacked by goblins. Goblins are small, weak creatures, but their swarming behavior makes them a threat to those without access to mana. Discuss a realistic plan to prevent travelers from being attacked by goblins at the gates of the imperial capital. The monster that currently causes the most damage to the knights and mages guarding the Highland Fortress is the Wyvern, but it is also quite true that it is the opposite of impossible to say that it is not. What do you think? The problem is that Vakir has never been wrong about such things. Smaller species less than a meter long can be mortally wounded by a sprinkling of salt, sugar, or carbonic acid, while larger ones can be easily repelled by shooting copper arrows. Goblins have a sensitive sense of smell and are weak to bad smells. If a ginkgo tree planted as a street tree drops fruit, rather than throwing it away, it would be a good idea to collect it and provide a bag each to travelers leaving the imperial capital. If you throw ginkgo nuts at a goblin, most of them will lose their will to fight and run away due to the bad smell. Yes, Vakir answered, always nonchalant in the face of Professor Banshee's aggressive barrage of questions. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was that Professor Banshee's major classes were always related to actual monster strategy. This was Vakir's specialty for the past several decades, so he couldn't be wrong. Therefore, it is possible that he could come up with groundbreaking strategies that would complement or even replace decades of outdated research. The second was Professor Banshee's questioning style. While Vakir's attention-seeking personality would allow him to get away with whatever he wanted, Professor Banshee would deduct the entire department's attitude points for students who failed to answer his questions or got them wrong. In other words, since Vakir was targeted by Professor Banshee, he had to keep fending off his attacks for the sake of the attitude score of the entire cold class. Vakir decided that solving the problem well and earning extra points toward his overall attitude score would make him less noticeable to other students, because people remember grudges long and forget favors quickly. This is because people remember the punishment they receive from others for a long time, but the reward they receive from others is quickly forgotten. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee couldn't help but feel angry that his questioning attack had been cut short. Vikir's answers were the sort of thing that only a war veteran who had spent decades on the battlefield could give, so he couldn't be too quick to point them out. How could a mere 18-year-old freshman know things that even he, a professor at the academy, could only theoretically understand from his desk in the lab? And not just like that. Professor Banshee couldn't help but frown even more as some of the answers Vikir had just given included strategies and theories that had never been discovered before. It was like that in the past during the Venampian incident. A giant scorpion-like demon living in the desert. Who knew it had a second hidden stinger? Professor Banshee had once sent a sample of the Venampian to the Royal Institute of Magical Creatures to determine whether or not Vikir's claims were true, and it had all turned out to be true. He waved off the flood of interview requests. It wasn't my research, it was my students' research view. Ever since then, Professor Banshee has been watching Vikir with interest. In the end, Professor Banshee had no choice but to recognize Vikir's intelligence. You're so good, you know enough theory that you could stand here and teach your classmates, your seniors, maybe even me. Not quite. Professor Banshee's expression twists once more at Vikir's short answer. Finally, he growled. I hope you go to graduate school someday, and if you do, you'll come under my wing. For the first time, Vikir felt a chill at those words. The Academy's graduate school had a reputation for being insanely rigorous. There is even a rumor that prisoners of war from other countries who lost the war and became slaves feel sorry for the Academy's graduate students. The first-year students, however, don't know that yet, and their eyes widen as they look back at Vikir. Not only was he recognized for his theory by Professor Banshee, but he was even recommended to go to graduate school. That was harder than getting a camel to go through the eye of a needle. Sinclair, the head of the hot class, who had been sitting in the front row, was now staring at Vikir openly, not even hiding. His eyes glowed with curiosity. After class, Vikir joined the crowd of students grabbing their backpacks and heading to their next class or dorm. But there was one person who stood in his way. Professor Morg Banshee, the professor of practical monster strategy. Vikir. He called out to Vikir in a hard voice with just the slightest hint of displeasure in his tone. When Vikir turned his head, he strode over and spoke with a gnarled, twisted mouth. Your last column, in the newspaper. Professor Banshee is an advisor to the newspaper. He was the one who had published Vikir's commentary on the Night Hound in the paper. Professor Banshee asked, genuinely curious. Did you really see the Night Hound yourself during your volunteer work? It's exactly as I told you last time. I was walking down the hallway at night and I just happened to catch a quick glimpse. So you really don't know its face or voice or anything like that? Yes. I see then. Professor Banshee frowned and quietly muttered, it's because things like flies keep sticking to me. Then he looked at Vikir and continued. If any of the outside reporters are bothering you with requests for interviews, tell them to tell me. I have a duty to protect the students of the Academy's newspaper. Yes. Professor Banshee nodded at Vikir's short answer. Wait. Just as he was about to turn away, Professor Banshee turned his head as if he'd just remembered something. Well, if you were doing community service, that would have been during sleeping hours and curfew, so why were you walking down the hallway at night? And that's not in the direction of the restrooms or water dispensers. I'm sorry. Sorry, is that it? Yes. Vikir replied, still keeping it short. Professor Banshee frowned. Well, I do know that it's customary for boys and girls to get together for a drinking party on the last day of service. Is that so? Yes, but it doesn't oblige me to condone such things, does it? I see. Professor Banshee held up the ledger with a stern gesture and deducted 1 point from Vikir's attitude score. From now on, do not roam at night. No more roaming around at night for the Night Hound. Vikir nodded half-heartedly, and Professor Banshee then snorted happily and turned and went on his way. Only then did the friends who had been watching from afar approach. Piggy was the first to approach. Vikir, did you just lose an attitude point? Why? For breaking the night curfew on the last day of volunteering. Ugh, you're crazy. Did you really tell me that you're lying? If you get another demerit here, you'll have to do community service again, but this time at TLLB on campus. Nowadays, the academy's principal has decided not to send students to community service because of the current situation. Instead, they would be put in the unfortunate position of having to do in school service during the Golden Festival after the midterms. That's what Piggy was feeling right now. Tutor and Sancho came up behind him. Hey Vikir, what did Professor Banshee say? At least there would have been an argument. They were on the same newspaper staff as Vikir and they already knew that the column was written by Vikir. Tutor opened his mouth. Hey Vikir, did you really see the night hound that time? Yes. Dude, why didn't you tell me about it? You were so serious the whole way back. That day. Tutor stepped forward with a serious expression and patted Vikir on the shoulder. You must have been terrified to meet that vile villain, and I was hoping it was because you kept falling behind on your way back to the academy on your last day of service and you peed yourself because you were thinking too much. If that happens in the future, you should come to us with your problems. Sancho nodded as he stood next to Vikir. Meanwhile, his friends asked Vikir. They wanted to know what the night hound looked like and how terrifying it was. Vikir gave a quick answer. It's very tall and well-built. His face is masked and his entire body is covered in a black cloak. His voice was hoarse. It was hard to hear because he was so far away. At that, Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy brushed away the goosebumps on their arms. Wow, you must have seen it in real life. That must have been really scary. I don't think I'd have been able to move from the spot. You've got a lot of nerve. The night hound is supposed to be at least a graduator, so how strong is it? Does it outrank the professors or is it not that strong? The day pups were still fluffing up their fur as they howled at each other that they were going to catch the night hound. Vikir watched the scene with a certain amount of fondness. Just then, look who's here, aren't you the idiots from cold class? Another fluffy Onady puppy steps in front of Vikir. A handsome man with a cold face beneath his jet black hair. He wears a small snake-like badge on his chest patch. Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy stiffened slightly at the sight of his face.
Grenouille. Grenouille des Leviathans.
A member of House Leviathan, one of the 7 most powerful families in the Empire. It was the appearance of the first-year vice head of the hot class and an extremely arrogant first-year student. Who is this? A bunch of fools from cold class.
Grenouille des Leviathans.
He is a skinny, tall, and somewhat hate male student of the cold class. He comes from the extremely powerful House Leviathan, one of the 7 great houses of the Empire, and was also the runner-up student at this year's hot class. He looked at Tutor and sneered. What are you so afraid of? You're so shaky. I can feel the vibrations all the way up here. You're crazy. Tutor cut through Grenouille's sarcasm with familiarity. But Grenouille didn't stop. Hoo, I overheard you discussing the night hound. If you're so cowardly, how can you claim to belong to the prestigious Colossio Academy? You're pathetic. Well, he's seen the night hound himself. Tutor said, pointing to Vikir. Grenouille smiled wryly. His name is Vikir and he's seen the night hound with his own eyes. His name is Vikir. Are you showing off your memory by remembering the name of a lowly commoner? Grenouille looked at Vikir with a mixture of interest and disdain. Then she shrugged and said, Whatever, don't tremble too much at the night hound, my weak and pitiful comrades. It's said that the incompetent are cowardly, but it's still ugly to look at. If the night hound were to appear at the academy, I will personally come to your aid and protect you, even you insignificant brats. What a fucking concept, dude. We were saying the same thing until we saw the tragedy with our own eyes, but according to the newspaper reports, the night hound is at least an advanced graduator. What makes you think you can handle a graduator? Whoa, you believe those articles straight out of the paper, you naive bastards. Rumors are inflated. I don't think a coward who hides behind a mask would be in such lofty heights. And having finished speaking, Grenouille stirred his palm and slapped his companions behind him. At that moment, push, a pale black mist began to envelop Grenouille's body. It was the paralyzing poison. The poison mixed with mana and sprayed out like a mist of water, causing Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy to jump back in fright. Grenouille, you lunatic, are you trying to show off your skills in school? It's just a little tease, just a little demonstration of my mighty skills. In reality, Grenouille's poison and the amount of it was nothing to sneeze. A paralyzing poison that would leave you tingling and stiff for a few minutes, if it touched you. But the image of the Leviathan, an ultra-poisonous cancerous creature with a mastery of all kinds of poisons, makes everyone shrink back in horror. Only one except Vikir. At first Vikir takes a step back too. What? Whoops. There was a being that sucked in the black mist spraying at Vikir. The cub dangling like a watch from his left wrist saw the poisonous mist that Grenouille had sprayed and immediately began to breathe it in. Horrorok. The poisonous fog disappeared in the blink of an eye with no sense of being sucked in. It was like a food fighter inhaling a chopstickful of ramen. Hyoyog heg hag. The cub devoured the weak, paralyzing poison, letting out a small burp. Then it sticks its tongue out again and hacks like it always does. Thank goodness Vikir thought that had gotten some food for the cub this time. Grenouille, that means he's from House Leviathan, so he must have a lot of poison. Vikir began to watch Grenouille carefully. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho and Piggy just stared, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What happened? Where's the poison Grenouille just sprayed? It just suddenly disappeared. I'm so scared. Was it a fake? Even Grenouille was looking around a bit surprised. What happened? Where did my poison go? You sprinkled it. Why are you surprised? Aren't you a fool? Tutor sarcastically asks, and Grenouille gulps, then comes to his senses. Grenouille retorted, stumbling slightly. You have just done this body a favor deeper than the abyss. I didn't want to waste my poison on a bunch of heartless fools with muscles up to your brains. Then Grenouille's cold dark gaze turned to Vikir and Piggy. Apparently you're a bunch of ragtag commoners who don't look like they're even in the lower ranks of expert. I can see the level of cold class you're working for, and it's so boring it makes me want to die. Currently the Academy's freshman class averages between an expert lower intermediate and an expert upper intermediate, and the graduating class averages an expert upper intermediate, despite being only 18 years old, 2 years younger than their classmates. Tutor, who was already at the advanced level of expert, and Sancho, who was at the intermediate level of expert, were exceptional geniuses. Piggy was in the lower expert class, and while he was quite talented outside of the academy, he was below average inside of it. Then Tutor, the leader of the pack, stepped forward. Don't insult my friends, Grenouille. Hoo-hoo, you can tell a man's level by the friends he keeps. I can tell your level by the friends you hang out with. Grenouille didn't back off despite Tutor's threats. Behind him, Grenouille could hear his colleagues, the elite of the hot class, giggling. Don't you insult my academy with your lowly inferior skills. Well, this midterm examination will prove it all. The midterm practical is just the first test you'll face. It's not meant to prove anything. It's just a record of how you're doing so that you can improve. Shut up. Midterms are like murder to me. Take it seriously so I can have the satisfaction of crushing you as you flounder with your shoddy shallow talent. Then, Hyung, what are you doing there? A voice called out to Vikir as he approached. Sinclair. A commoner but the head of the hot class. She was coming this way. As soon as she reached Vikir, Sinclair smiled and asked, Did you finish that book you borrowed from the library the other day? You mean Raising Spiders? Yeah, I've been reading some books about it. Want to discuss it later? No thanks. Why weren't you studying them to use later in the practical monster strategy class? No. Then why are you studying ahead of time? Let me know so I can ace the written exam. Sinclair's eyes were filled with sincere eagerness and curiosity as she looked at Vikir. Seeing this, Grenouille's expression twisted into a complex TSK. The only option for these insignificant commoner bastards is solidarity. These pathetic people whose only way to survive is to tangle with each other in crude grassroots. He stopped talking and called out to Sinclair. Hey Sinclair, you're disgraceful about hot class and doing it all by yourself. Don't do that. Come here if it's handwritten ID. Rather tell you, not as a favor to you by any means, but as a way of protecting the image of the hot class, because even though it's only temporary, you're still the head of the hot class, and if you hang out with The cold class bastards ITLL make the hot class look bad. But Sinclair just blinks wide-eyed and shakes his head. Who are you? What, you don't know me, you ignorant Sinclair? I am Grenouille des Leviathans, the current vice-head of the hot class, the third son of House Leviathan, vice-head of the Academy's hot class and future head of the Student Council. How can you not recognize me, a highly accomplished nobleman and a brilliant student, while remembering the name of that lowly commoner? Vikir, or Vikir, if you're just pretending not to remember my name for fear of losing your position. ID tell you to stop futilely resisting your coming fate. Then Sinclair said hesitantly, with a look of great embarrassment on her face. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'll try to remember in the future, Kurakurasi. Then Grenouille looked shocked once again. I can't believe it, how do you not know me? Calm down, Grenouille, that girl is playing mind games on purpose. That's right, how could she not recognize you? This is what lowly commoners are. Grenouille's shoulders look poisonously slumped as his companions chuckle. Meanwhile, out in the hallway, Vikir's group emerged near the main staircase. See ya then, bro. Sinclair waves to Vikir, then heads for the library. When it was just the four of them again, Tutor looked irritated. Ugh, Grenouille, that arrogant bastard, I'm gonna kick your ass at midterms. You're right, too bad they don't have a cadet dueling course for the first-year exams. Sancho, who usually didn't join in the badmouthing of others unusually, agreed. Just then Piggy poked Vikir in the side. Vikir, what happened? What? Sinclair. What? Sinclair. I mean what? Vikir's questioning look brought question marks to the heads of Tutor Sancho and Piggy, who were watching. You two were up to something. Either that, or she's not interested in anyone else's business, so why would she be so hard on you? Exactly, I could see the honey dripping from the way she looked at you earlier. But when his friends raised their suspicions, Vikir was adamant. There is no such thing. His friends looked a little sour. When Vikir denied the rumors of a romantic relationship or a relationship, the topic turned again to the story of the Night Hound. It's a hot topic that's been swirling around the imperial capital these days. And my friends seem to be just as interested. The Night Hound is really scary though. If he's a graduator, he could easily join the Knight's Order, so why is he a villain? There's got to be a story, or he's just a real exhaust homicidal maniac. Tutor Sancho and Piggy chat for a while. Just then Tutor tapped Vikir on the arm and said playfully, Hey Vikir, aren't you the Night Hound? Vikir merely wiggles his eyebrows. Why would you think that? Tutor laughed at Vikir's serious question and said without thinking, Well, you were the only one who fell backwards on the way back to the dorm. So you're the only one without an alibi. Well, I mean, I did say that we all went back to our rooms and fell asleep when the guards asked for a statement, but weren't you actually in the laundry room at the time washing your pants? Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I was just kidding, I didn't think you needed to be so embarrassed, I didn't realize you still cared about that, sorry. Tutor laughed and then apologized for wanting to get sick. Vikir smiled back. Only then did Tutor laugh again. Oh come on man, why are you so red? You're scaring me. You're even scarier. Because you're so expressionless. Tutor, you were bad, I'm sure the memory of that still scars Vikir, right? Sancho and Piggy reprimanded Tutor as well, and Tutor bowed his head to Vikir and apologized. It is difficult for a man who is the eldest son of the high-ranking Don Quixote family to be this flawless. Vikir laughed dryly, remembering the fairness, justice, and childlike innocence of Tutor before his regression. But he had to make sure he had an excuse. I'm not the Night Hound, he's a graduator-level monster, and I'm an inferior who can barely pass for an expert. No, don't be ridiculous, I'm just kidding. Sancho and Tutor nodded in agreement. That's right, there's no way Vikir would be such a vicious villain. That's right, Vikir, let's improve our skills and take down such a villain ourselves. Finally, Vikir nodded in agreement. Yes, villains like the Night Hound will be punished one day. It was a bone to pick with himself. Just then, Uum. As soon as Vikir finished speaking, a loud coughing sound was heard from the stairs just above. Everyone looked up in surprise. There was a familiar face staring back at them. Student Council President of Colosio Academy, head of the newspaper club, Ryukian and a member of the faithful Quavadis. It was Dolores. Dolores. She read the article in the newspaper and once again Vikir was in her mind. The Night Hound crossed the line. The Night Hound has crossed the line. Your crimes against the imperial family and the 7 houses have reached the skies, and your only chance for a peaceful end is to turn yourself in now and be hanged by the neck. To be honest, it didn't feel good to see the harsh criticism being thrown at the Night Hounds. And that bad feeling was made worse when I realized that Vikir, who had taken the time to come and see me, was once again criticizing the Night Hound. A villain like the Night Hound will be punished one day. Dolores felt a stabbing pain in her chest as she listened to Vikir and the others. It was even more sad and miserable than when she heard the insults herself. You're insulting him because you don't know what you're talking about. Ordinary people cursing a hero, but I know I can't blame them. Like the great prophet Rune, who was crowned with thorns and carried on a stake by the citizens of long ago, the Night Hound also makes this noble sacrifice, even at the risk of becoming the target of everyone's misunderstanding and hostility. It was said that true heroes do not force blood on the public. Dolores bit her lip tightly, although she could use this opportunity to berate her juniors and proclaim the innocence of the Night Hound. That would not be what he wanted. It's okay, not everyone knows the sacrifice of the Night Hound, just me. I just need to be the only one who knows and remembers his sacrifice. A gifted genius, a prophet the world doesn't understand. Dolores felt something akin to a sense of duty at the realization that only she could understand him. The ordinary citizen, as the unknowing public disliked, hated, feared, and abhorred the Night Hound. Dolores' feelings for the Night Hounds have evolved into affection, respect, longing, and a heartbreaking emotion that even she can't quite define. These unexplained feelings grew more and more intense with each passing day, until she was unable to sleep at night. These days, every day is unfamiliar with emotions she have felt for the first time in her life. Dolores let go of the railing and turned around. She'd come here to see Vikir, but she couldn't speak to him now because the look on his face would make her angry, and she's not even in a position to be angry. It was not a good time for conversation, so she turned her back on him. Back in her dorm room, Dolores took a shower and sat down at her desk. Still, Vikir, I have to talk to him. Vikir was the only one of the academy students who had seen the Night Hound with his own eyes, so it was absolutely necessary to hear what he saw that day. And then another. I also need to apologize for the pissing incident. Vikir is Dolores' saving grace. Dolores had made a drunken mistake and Vikir had taken on the stigma of peeing on her behalf. It must have been hard for him to say that he was the one who peed in front of everyone, although it's unclear what Vikir was thinking when he sacrificed himself in that situation. He hasn't asked for anything in return since, so we can only assume it was purely out of the goodness of his heart. As long as you don't insult Night Hound, you're a really good junior. Dolores had mixed feelings about Vikir. At first he was an arrogant junior that I wasn't interested in at all or even hated. I had thought he was a bit of an oddball when he sang a military song at the freshman talent show and made the old professors cry, but after that his image gradually deteriorated due to his frequent tardiness and detentions. He was warned several times for his seemingly casual approach to rules such as falling asleep in class and wandering into prohibited areas. Vikir life attitude score demerit factor. 1 point for using the emergency exit on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. 1 point for entering the 4th grade private area of the performance hall. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 1st floor of the blind reading lab building. 1 point for entering the control area of the experimental monster breeding facility. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 6th floor of the faculty research center. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 3rd floor of the hot lab. 1 point for entering the fitness center after hours. 1 point for entering the restricted area next to the cafeteria food warehouse. Looking back at Vikir's demerit list, I was stunned. How could he have racked up such numbers as soon as he started school? It was unthinkable to Dolores, who had always been a regular and well-behaved girl. Especially in the case of the monster breeding farm control area, the penalty point was 3 points. Did you say that your arms are bent inward? Since he was a junior in the club, Dolores overlooked it to a certain extent, and adjusted the demerit to 1 point. However, as the penalty points continued even after that, Vakir's image was completely branded as a delinquent student. But he did too much volunteer work to be labeled a delinquent. During his volunteer work at the orphanage, Vakir worked silently and diligently in the restrooms, cafeteria, plumbing room, laundry room, playroom, and playground. The work was hard, tiring, and unnoticed. He was the odd one out, the one who did the work of 5 or 6 people by himself, when the rest of the students at the academy who had grown up so fine and unused to hard work couldn't do a single one, and yet he didn't show any signs of it and didn't ask for any recognition. At the last minute, he even threw himself down to retrieve a child's toy that had fallen into a dirty pit. The way he returned the ball to the children, even though it was dripping with filth, was the epitome of selflessness. Who else would be so willing to jump into a pool of filth for the sake of others? And this act of abandoning oneself for the sake of others was not a one-time occurrence. A man can drink and make mistakes. That's what Vakir said when he took the fall for the peeing Dolores. Vakir's words must have been directed at Dolores, at her. Dolores' face flushes red again as she recalls the moment. No matter how much I tried to explain after that, it didn't work. Dolores says she said several times that she was the one who peed, but everyone laughed it off as impossible. Instead, they praised him for making the sacrifice on Vakir's behalf. After that, Vakir's image at school got worse and worse, and Dolores' image got better and better, and Dolores felt so bad about it. Dolores sighed deeply. I should apologize and thank Vakir for taking such good care of the children at the orphanage and for bearing the nickname Pisser for me. But aside from that, she couldn't help but feel angry every time Vakir insulted the Night Hound, because the Night Hound is one of the most noble and sublime beings she's ever known. Phew, but that doesn't mean you can't defend the Night Hound in front of someone who doesn't know anything. Maybe this is a good thing. Dolores placed her hand on her forehead. She thought for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Regardless of the Night Hound, we must apologize and thank Vakir. She should also ask for information about the Night Hounds. Okay, let's distinguish between public and private matters. Just apologize for what you need to apologize for and be thankful for what you need to be thankful for. Dolores left the dormitory in search of Vakir. You can't apologize and thank at the same time. Besides, I have to ask for information about the Night Hound. Vakir, what does he need? Dolores felt sorry for herself in more ways than one. She had never been in debt to anyone in her life, and this was very awkward. Then a familiar face appeared in front of her. A chubby body and a cute face. It was a junior named Piggy who was always with Vakir. Hey Piggy, do you know where Vakir is now? Hello Ms. President. Vakir is probably practicing for the practical evaluation in the performance hall right now. What are you doing? I thought I'd take care of the juniors in the club before the exam. You should take this. It was a set of genealogical notes Dolores had written in her freshman year about the written test. Piggy took it and looked thrilled. They'll take it with Vakir, thank you. No, you can give them to Vakir separately. I have a lot of copies. Oh right then, just past this forest path and over the hill there's a practice range where Vakir practices. That's where the archery class was meeting, and at this time of day the students would be free to practice. Vakir used a bow. Dolores nodded and headed for the practice field. She thought hard about what she would say to Vakir first. A vast training ground. The sound of arrows hitting the bullseye in the distance is loud. Puck, puck, puck. Students from the Colosio Academy who use bows gather here to practice. It was mainly used by the archery students of the cold class and on rare occasions the ranged magic students of the hot class who had unusually long ranges. For the rest of the students it was a place they didn't need to come to as much because they only used bows in general education classes. Among the few students who came here, Bianca was one of the most accomplished archers. She was also the head of the cold class and was very good at shooting a bow, as she came from the Usher family, also known as the Divine Archer family. Puck. Bianca's arrow hit the bullseye 100 meters away without using a single handful of mana. A white circle, a black circle, a blue circle, a red circle, a yellow circle. All of Bianca's arrows were densely packed into that yellow circle. Wow, did you see that? Another 10. This is awesome. She's in a different league. That's enough to get a perfect score on her midterm. She's like a hunting goddess. The other students around her are in awe of this almost godlike archery skill. But there are 29 points mixed up. The wind is not good today and my conditions are not good. In fact, Bianca herself was not satisfied even though she had managed to put all her arrows in the smallest circle. A perfectionist, she was unhappy that she couldn't get all her arrows into the center, the smallest yellow circle. Normally, she might have been satisfied with the fact that out of the 10 arrows she had just shot, she had scored 8 out of 10 and 2 out of 9, giving her a score of 98 out of 100. But I don't like it. Her almost paranoid score obsession was getting worse by the day. Poof! It was a dull noise coming from the firing line next to her. Puff, puff, puff. One after another without a pause. One arrow would fly and hit the bullseye, and before the sound could die down, the next arrow would fly right next to it and hit the bullseye. This happened 10 times in a row. 10 out of 10 arrows, 10 arrows worth 100 points. Oh, 10 arrows. Bianca hung up her bow in protest and frowned. She glanced over and saw the man standing in the next lane. He had shaggy bangs that covered nearly half his face, fair skin and plain clothes, slightly shorter and skinnier than the average 18-year-old boy. Vikir, classmate of Usher Bianca's in the same cold Class B section. Always expressionless today, he stood in the lodge with a practice bow and arrow. Kiririk. Vikir feeds an arrow into the bow. The target is 100 meters away. A yellow circle with a diameter of 122 centimeters, it sits 13 meters off the ground and looks like a needle's eye. Ting. Vikir released the arrow. Pow. He scores 10 points, the highest score a single arrow can achieve. The students practicing arrows around him stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch Vikir's archery skills. Wow, he's a really good archer. Do you see that over there? I just see a yellow dot. Isn't he Vikir? He's got the best handwriting. Oh, is that the handsome kid? I can't see him through his bangs. Oh, that's the archer. He's got a low mana reserve for some reason. Well, archers don't mind having a little less mana. Meanwhile, Bianca, who was shooting a bow in the next lane, was in a strange situation. Usher Bianca of the Divine Archers is an honor student with a reputation for archery prowess within the academy. This means that when she stands on the stage, the eyes of the crowd must be directed in her direction. But she doesn't like the idea of people watching her shoot. She says it makes her feel like a clown. But what about now? All eyes are not on her but on Vikir next to her. It's not that she's disappointed in the lack of attention, but it's that the public seems to be implicitly judging Vikir's skills as better than her own. Bianca turned her head to steal a glance at Vikir's archery stance. The conclusion was a mess. Vikir's stance could not be called good even if it were an empty word. Knocking, grip, hooking, setup, drawing, anchor, full draw, release, fallow. Through nothing was quite right. But, ting. As soon as Vikir released the cue, pow, the arrow flies and hits the mark. How the hell does he shoot? I can't even tell from watching. Vikir's posture is so relaxed it's as if he has no structure or form. It looked like a bow wielded by a barbarian in the forest. Shooting like that usually results in blind arrows, so how on earth did that one hit the bullseye? Bianca wrinkled her brow and glared at Vikir. She too fiercely parried the shot. Puck. An arrow that hit the 10-point mark. Bianca was doing just as well, placing each shot in the center of the bullseye. Except for one thing, Vikir's arrow was a little different. Puck, puck, puck.
Puf, 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 puck.
The speed of the shot was different. While Bianca fired one focus shot, Vikir was firing 5 or 6 in quick succession. While their scores were trending in the same direction, the speed at which they were using up their arrows was making a huge difference. You think you're fast? Bianca bit her lip. Contrary to her claims, Vikir was not only fast. His arrows were both fast and accurate, and he went on a 10-shot streak. On the other hand, Bianca, who shot 2 9-point shots due to poor concentration in the early part, was definitely 2 points behind Vikir. Don't miss a single shot from now on. A small difference in the first half of the match turns into a huge gap in the second half. This is a common occurrence in the shooting trajectory. So Bianca was even more focused than she had been in practice, more so than ever. Finally, her last arrow from the demonstration hit the bullseye puck, but it was an unfortunate result. Bianca's thumb had slipped from her sweaty grip and her arrow had lodged in the 9-point space. Damn it. Bianca wanted to throw down her bow and run for the hills. But there are a lot of eyes watching and you can't lose your cool here. As calmly as possible. You can't lower the honor of a divine archer. If the eldest daughter of the Usher family, known for their divine archery skills, were to be outclassed by the base archery skills of a commoner with no genealogy, it would certainly be a laughingstock throughout the world. Kirik. Bianca tugged on her quiver, aware that Vikir in the next lane had stopped shooting at some point. All eyes are on the end of the dot on a single shot. And then, the arrow flies through several layers of overlapping walls of atmosphere. It goes, pow. It hits the center of the bullseye 10 spaces away. It snapped the first arrow in half. That's it. Bianca called out in triumph. 141 10-point shots, 3 9-point shots. In addition, she had 2 shots at the fingernail-sized X10 target, splitting the first in half and hitting the second. In total, Bianca shot 144 arrows and scored 1437 out of 1440. This was an unusually good performance for Bianca, considering her scores usually hover between 1433 and 1435. The presence of her pacesetter and competitor Vikir next to her helped her maintain a high level of concentration in the second half. Meanwhile, onlookers were in awe. This is amazing, she's a goddess. That's right, the shot hits the center of the foot. By the way, Vikir is also amazing. Everyone's eyes are once again drawn to the side lane where Vikir is. When Bianca finished shooting her arrows, she too turned to look at Vikir. What is he doing? Bianca tilted her head slightly. Vikir had shot all 143 arrows and was holding the last one for a long time. The pinch. The tension that sustains a shot cannot be ignored, no matter how large and muscular the man is, especially when you're not spending mana. Yet, despite this, Vikir stands motionless with his bow taut. This is completely different from shooting arrows at a tremendous speed until now. Why don't you shoot? I don't know, man, maybe he's trying to concentrate. What do you think he's trying to do at the end? Isn't 10 points the end anyway? There's no higher score than that. Yeah, he'll just do what I've been doing and get a 10. Wow, so if you get a 10 this time, you'll get a 1440 out of 1440, which is awesome. I've never seen that before. Isn't the Academy's official highest score up to now 1439 points when you didn't spend any mana on the 100-meter distance? That's right, the current lord of the Usher family set the official record when he was a student at the Academy about 30 years ago. Gosh, it's a shame it's an unofficial record. This could have been a historic, record-breaking moment. The students who were watching also swallowed dryly. Bianca from the next row did the same. The tension in my gut. And then, poof, Vikir's bow spat out an arrow from the tip of his quiver. The arrow flew to the bullseye and hit the target with a thud. Everyone, including Bianca, had to open their eyes wide. In a tense atmosphere, with all eyes on them, boom, Vikir's bow released an arrow. It flew in a near-straight parabolic arc and soon hit the target. Pow! The sound of it hitting is a little strange. Bianca narrowed her eyes in disbelief. 6 points. The words came out of her mouth in surprise. Bianca's face flushed red as she realized that she had been thinking of Vikir the whole time. Luckily, she didn't get caught, as everyone else in the crowd had a similar reaction. And what did you miss? Well, 6 points is still a point. Oh, that's too bad, you must have made a mistake. This could have been a record breaker, but you screwed up at the last second. Everyone chattered in unison. Vikir quietly lays down his bow, seemingly not paying attention. There's no need to retrieve the arrows, there will be someone to collect them later when night falls. That's it. Beep. Vikir's record is displayed in real time on the mana board in front of me. 143 10-point shots and 1 6-point shot at the very end. This brings Vikir's total to 144 arrows and his score to 1436 out of 1440. This was only 1 point less than Bianca's score of 1437, which included 141 10-point shots and 3 9-point shots. After winning by 1 point, Bianca was more dumbfounded than happy. What's with the 6 at the end? He's been shooting 10s the whole time. What happened at the end? Did he get distracted? Honestly, even when I shot the last X10, I didn't think I had a chance to win. Vikir's momentum was just too much. But after such a hollow victory, it only raised my doubts. The crowd dispersed as easily as it had gathered. Come on, it's getting cold, let's go practice. Still, that's quite a feat for a commoner. But a record is hard to break. Wasn't he just lucky in the first place? The bullseye was a little closer. People who don't know much about bows pick them up and go their separate ways. But Bianca waited patiently until Vikir was gone and until all the curious onlookers were gone. Then when all eyes were on her, she moved to the end of the lane where there was no one around. She could see the bullseye targets were littered with numerous arrows. They were supposed to be picked up by the staff after curfew every night. Bianca looked at Vikir's bullseye and stuck her tongue out. I was just wondering how he got into the academy with such a small mana pool. They say a slug can roll, and Vikir certainly wasn't a scribe. However, Bianca did not harbor the jealousy or envy typical of nobles over the fact that people from commoners achieved as much success as a noble. It only fuels her pride and competitive spirit. Hey, when I saw you take off your clothes after Naphtali, your muscles were so taut, it's a sign of harsh training. When it comes to bows, this is a method that allows you to fully demonstrate your skills even with a small amount of mana. As long as you can at least distribute your mana well, you'll be able to do a lot of good for your allies. Well, I'm not into guys, but he's definitely a bit unusual. Bianca set her jaw and analyzed the arrows in the bullseye. A single thick pillar rose from the center of Vikir's bullseye. It only looked like a pillar because so many arrows were packed tightly together in one place. All arrows are stuck within 10 points. Several of them were splintered into pieces by arrows from behind. But they weren't Bianca's concern. Just one misfire. Bianca focused on the single arrow lodged in the blue line near the edge of Vikir's bullseye. The last 6-point shot. Because of this, Vikir lost as many as 4 points and cost him the match by 1 point. Of course, he didn't seem to mind, but Bianca couldn't help but wonder. Why did he shoot a 6-point at the end? She doubted it was a lapse in concentration or stamina. His previous scores had been so good. I mean, I know bows are supposed to be split-second weapons, but still, that's a bit much at the end, isn't it? But that doesn't explain it. The only explanation is that Vikir's concentration and stamina didn't hold up until the very end. Shit ended on a dull note. He was a pretty good opponent. Bianca clicked her tongue and turned away. If it weren't for something that caught her eye just before she turned around. Bianca, who had good eyesight, stopped dead in her tracks just before she took her gaze off Vikir's bullseye. It was the last arrow. Vikir had shot a 6-pointed arrow lodged in the blue line. Bianca's gaze lingers on the tip of the arrow and she shudders. A small solid line sticking out of the hole made by the arrow. It was clearly the leg of an insect, a tiny bug like a mosquito. This can't be it, it can't be. Bianca's throat burned. Her eyes were alternately focused on the group of arrows that were stuck in the 10-point box of the area forming a thick pillar and on the single arrow that had fallen out of the group and was stuck in the 6-point area. A single isolated misfire. Is it a coincidence that there is a dead mosquito in that spot? As soon as Vikir finished firing his arrows, he left the training grounds. Physical training without using mana is real. His entire upper body was stiff from the constant use of his arm muscles. The archery skills he had learned from Balak's warriors were improving day by day. He hadn't stopped practicing since leaving the depths. You can't go anywhere and get pushed around with a bow. Even if the opponent was a powerful latestage member of the Divine Archer family. That's what it takes to uphold the pride of the warrior tribe of Balak even in a foreign land. Vikir had come from the hunting grounds of the Balak. So how's everyone doing? I've heard rumors that the Balak have abandoned their original base and moved deeper into the depths. I had heard of the Balak through Sindawendi recently, but it had been several months. I felt refreshed after shooting my bow for the first time in a while. Chief Aquila the night fox, Ahun the ever-grumpy one, his adorable little sister Ahul, and Vakira now a father. It's a night when I miss my native friends, the ones I've spent the last 2 years sleeping, crying, and laughing with. And one more. Vikir's mind naturally flashes back to that rainy night. See you. The imperial language that I still had difficulty understanding. I am the woman who'd kissed him the day Head left the jungle right after. Shed punched him in the stomach. Vikir stroked the choker around her neck. The tough collar Shed stuffed herself made from the hide of the first oxbear. Vikir and Ayan had hunted together. Then, Vikir smiled faintly as he recalled the nostalgic faces in his mind, then froze in place. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps in front of him. Vikir, whose senses were exceptionally sensitive, recognized with a haunting certainty that it was Dolores. You're bothering me. Dolores doesn't like him much. If she saw him, there was a risk of nagging me about various things. There wasn't much of a place to hide on the trail, which was lined with nothing but tall ash trees. Vikir paused for a moment to consider his options. Vikir searched his pack. Mask. Fratricide 0. Human face, beast hard off. A bandana that looks like the skin of a black dog. Vikir pulled it over his head. A moment.
Tut.
Vikir's body transformed into a dog. A black puppy not quite big enough for his age. Hack, hack, hack. Tucking his tattered clothes roughly into the bushes, Vikir sat still on the ground and waited for Dolores to pass by on the mountain path. Finally, Dolores appeared from across the path. Vikir realized what was going on, and with a brisk pace Dolores was walking diligently towards the archery range. Is there business at the training grounds? There are few people there. As far as Vikir could recall, there weren't many people left at the training grounds, and even fewer of them that Dolores would be looking for. Bianca, perhaps. Yes, you're going to see Bianca. Hurry up. Vikir remained meekly on the floor, clicking his tongue that kept slipping out of his mouth. It's a similar reaction to the baby madam who left it in the room. At that very moment. What? Dolores stopped in her tracks. She looks down, her almost innocent eyes opening even more innocently. It was the floor where Vikir was lying face down. My dear, who are you? Dolores' affectionate call startled Vikir slightly. Is that why? Even the ever-quick Vikir was not prepared for Dolores' surprise. Touch. Wow, look at your soft fur. Dolores stroked Vikir's head with her hand and scratched his cheek and chin. With her other hand she massaged Vikir's back and buttocks. Wow, really, you're shockingly cute. I've never seen anyone as cute as you. What's your name? Where are you from? And if you don't have anyone else living with you, do you want to come live with sis? Before Vikir could react, Dolores reached out and slipped her hands under both of Vikir's armpits and lifted him up. Young Chaha, I see it's Nuna, the older sister, not Uni, the older sister. The moment, Vikir felt an unexplained sense of shame that he had never felt before, not even during the age of destruction. Dolores, despite her meek and sweet exterior, was actually quite the dog lover. I'd heard that she donated money out of her meager income to a shelter for stray dogs and cats every year and volunteered every other month. Then, a truly horrifying statement came out of Dolores' mouth. Oh, by the way, if you're going to live with your sister, you're going to have to be neutered. Vikir realized that there was no reason for him to stay and listen to this creepy remark, so he made a quick getaway. Hodadak. A black fur ball that quickly escapes from Dolores' arms. His pink tongue hanging out of his mouth. Come on, cutie, come with me, I'll buy you some pork cutlets chocolate. Dolores gave him a wistful look, calling him by the name Head already made up. But Vikir didn't look back for a second. Note: Uni, older sister, used by females to address a slightly elder. Female Nuna, older sister, used by males to address a slightly elder female. The Academy's indoor training center. There are many advanced training devices here. There are all kinds of exercise equipment as well as rooms that create holograms of virtual dungeons and monsters rooms that measure the magic power. In your body rooms that quantify the damage done and so on. But the best piece of technology is the room called the gravity room. In this room you can adjust the amount of gravity applied to you at will and it will keep a record of how long you last at that level. Of course, if you push yourself too hard, the gravity in the gravity room will randomly disappear and your record will be reset. And now, push. The door to the first-year gravity room opened and a sweaty man walked out. A well-trained, muscular, black-haired boy. He was Grenouille de Leviathans, the third son of the Leviathan family. Wow, after all 7 times the gravity without using mana is tough. It's like the weight of destiny that noble people carry from birth. Grenouille smirked, enjoying the stares of awe around him, considering that most students struggle to withstand even 6 times the force of gravity. Withstanding 7 times the force of gravity for over half an hour was definitely a record. Grenouille felt like he might throw up a little, but he swallowed hard and wiped the sweat off his face in a nonchalant manner. But the looks of admiration and envy directed at him seemed a little off. Not me. Grenouille shifted his gaze to where the other students in the weight room were staring in unison. There it was. There was a sight that made Grenouille's eyes widen. It was the instrument panel of the other gravity room right next door. Gravity room F2. A whopping 8x gravity. And an almost hour-long entry time. Records that are still being updated even at this very moment. No way. Grenouille's mouth dropped open. Half an hour in 7x gravity was enough to make him dizzy and nauseous. But who on earth could survive an hour in 8 times the force of gravity? If the user's condition becomes severe, the gravity will dissipate on its own. And the records will be reset. Does that mean that the person in here is actually withstanding this gravity? There are very few people who can withstand a gravity field of 8x without using mana, not even in the first year but in the senior class. And that's only for about an hour. Then, pause. The gravity chamber has stopped working. Only at exactly 1 hour did the door open and a thick steam burst out from inside. Who is it, the one who can withstand 8x gravity? Grenouille peeked inside in a cold sweat. There are few monsters at the academy who can withstand this much gravity. Not in the hot class, maybe a tutor or Sancho in the cold class. Grenouille finished his thoughts with a shit-faced expression. But it was a different face that emerged from the gravity room. Vikir. A commoner schoolboy who always wore an expressionless face. Grenouille's face twisted at the sight of him. No, how can that weakling withstand 8 times the force? Isn't there something wrong with the record, Huck? But Grenouille didn't finish his sentence. As the steam cleared, the body underneath Vikir's face began to show. His body, which had always looked skinny and thin under his clothes, was now
fully exposed.
His muscles are trained to the extreme and there is no flab at all, making them look even more prominent. The lines of the cut muscles were so sharp that it felt like a cutting. Grenouille swallowed hard at the sight of a body that didn't look like it belonged to someone his age. That's right, with a body like that it's possible to do 8x if you manage to squeeze it, yes, but it would be impossible to go any further than this without using mana. That's the inherent limitation of a guy with poor mana reserves. Grenouille's voice trailed off this time. Crackle. As soon as Vikir exited the gravity room, he went to the instrument panel and adjusted the gravity coefficient upwards. Gravity room F2. With that, Vikir returned to the gravity room and began to withstand 9x gravity. This is ridiculous. He won't last even a minute like that. Everyone, including Grenouille, thought the same thing. Inside, however, Vikir didn't seem to mind the strain on his body. Mana is more active in a healthy body, so you should train your pure physical body without using as much mana as possible. Vikir was still an adolescent, so his height was short and his muscles and skeleton were not fully formed. Normally, it would have been impossible for him to withstand this much gravity. But the 7 minutes he spent in the Styx River at birth, his grueling childhood training, and the strong survival instincts he developed in the depth have made him a force to be reckoned with beyond his weight class. Furthermore, the 3 wraiths of high-level monsters imprisoned within the magic sword Beelzebub were tempering Vikir's body to become even stronger and tougher, and the karma he had earned from slaying demons so far had hardened his soul. Thud, 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 thud. Muscles and bones screamed from every part of his body, but they were instantly restored by a level of regeneration that transcended humans. The muscles tear, heal, tear again until they are even more stretched and torn. Vikir finally makes it through another hour and steps out of the gravity room. Push-ups. Every time Vikir endure it, he can feel his muscle mass increasing. Outside, the students who had been watching Vikir's gravity room time steadily increase are now giving him openly surprised looks. Wow, look at your body, I didn't realize it when you were wearing clothes. Indeed, without using any mana and based on purely physical strength, he must be the strongest in the first grade. What's a freshman? I will rub it in with the third-year seniors as well, no. Maybe even to the graduating seniors. But what's the point? He's a mana pool after all. That's right, it's all about mana, the concentration of mana. That's too bad. If only he had a better family and better support, he'd be by now. While everyone admired Vikir's record, they also felt a certain amount of disrespect, jealousy, and condescension. However, the students' views are shaken by Vikir's next move. Geek. Gravity Room F2. Vikir has increased gravity again. When Vikir exited the gravity room, he found Tutor and Sancho in the fitness room. Holy shit, Vikir, did you just go through 12x gravity and survive? Is it possible to do that without a mana boost? You're insane. I can't do that even when I'm hitting 1000 on 3. No warrior among my peers in the north has ever been able to withstand 12x gravity with their bare bodies. What is your secret? And if you set the gravity that high, won't you lose muscle? Vikir nodded, accepting the towel from Tutor and the protein supplement from Sancho. Tutor chuckled. Granui's asshole watched you defy gravity and then ran off at 10x. That was hilarious, that asshole. Unconcerned with the judgment of those around him, Vikir merely nodded. Silently this time. Then, Vikir, Vikir, are you here? The door to the fitness room swung open and someone walked in. It was Bianca, who rarely comes here. She turned and stared at Vikir in the middle of a group of surprised boys. She blurted out, "Mosquitoes." Bianca's shout made everyone in the gym turn their heads. Bianca shouted again. "That mosquito, you knew about it, didn't you?" No one understood why she would come out of the blue and say something like this when they rarely talked. Not even Vikir himself. Bianca repeated in frustration when Vikir just shook his head. "And again, aren't you the one who was on the roof on freshman welcome day, smelling that rum? Hey, stop it and get out of here. This is the men's area. Why did you come here and not the women's area?" "Because I'm not interested in you." "You think I'm interested in you? I heard you just got a part-time job at a cafe." "Get a part-time job, moron." "Why do you know I got a part-time job at a cafe, you crazy bastard?" "Let's get this straight. I only heard about it because Sinclair started working part-time at a cafe, so I asked and heard that." Tutor stops Bianca in her tracks and sends her away with a wave of his hand. Sancho, meanwhile, was watching the scene, sharing a protein supplement with Vikir. "Vikir, don't you think they look good together?" Vikir shook his head at Sancho's question. "Nope, they look like enemies." "Yeah, but they're always interested in each other even when they're bickering. Isn't that because they hate each other?" Maybe, but I keep having a hunch otherwise." Sancho looked at Tutor and Bianca with a wry smile on his face. "You've got a sixth sense." Vikir put down the barbell he was holding and thought back to his memories before the regression. Clearly, Tutor and Bianca would grow to love each other in the future. Their love story, which had been a constant battle since they were childhood friends, was the kind of small talk that spreads to the battlefield and becomes the kind of thing that everyone knows about and everyone cheers for. Except for Tutor and Bianca. I'd been wondering about it because there was no sign of it at all once they were back together, but Sancho, who was close to Tutor, seemed to see something in his eyes. "I know I'm not very good at this sort of thing," Vikir thought to himself as he pulled out some clothes from the cabinet. Brr. As he was putting on the shirt, Vikir suddenly felt a slight twitch in his left wrist. Madame Baby can be seen sitting on Vikir's wrist, looking up at him with a sullen expression. Heg. The cub rubs its stomach with its 2 legs as if it were hungry. It seems to have digested the poison that Granui had sprinkled on it. Hang in there, little one, it'll make sure you're full for tomorrow's midterm. Practical. Vikir patted Madame Baby's head and said, tomorrow in just 12 hours the midterms would begin. Before going on a demon hunt, Vikir was making plans for tomorrow. No matter how fake my identity was, since I was a student, exams were important. It's midterm season. At Colosio Academy there are 2 types of exams: final exams and midterms. The final exam is a competition between students and basically follows the format of a tournament-style martial arts competition. However, in order to account for the different levels of students, it introduces the concept of tiers, which means that students of similar levels are grouped together to compete. In order to determine the tiers for the final exam, it was necessary to validate the students' skills in various ways, which was done through the midterm exam. The midterm exam consists of 3 main tests: defense, attack. There is a group test for defense, an individual test for offense, and a normal written test. The written portion of the test is actually not very important, only about 10 of the total score, but the defense and attack portion is 50 and 40, respectively. Whether it's a defense or offense test, all students have to fight a battle against a monster. In this case, the dummy is a clay golem made by the professors of Hot Class, which only the monster's appearance is covered with a hologram. However, these golems are controlled by the professors themselves, who carefully mimic the movements of the monster, so it is almost like a real battle with a wild monster. In the defense test, students are placed in an arena in groups of 4, and a huge area of hologram magic creates the illusion of being in a real dungeon or monster field. In this case, spectators watching from outside the arena can only see a
100 Meter Diameter circular arena.
Students participate in the game wearing black tights that cover their entire bodies, and when they receive a certain amount of shock from magic tools, these tights are quantified on a distant instrument panel. Students are given hit points, HP, which are deducted from them each time they are hit by a monster. A hard hit takes away a lot of HP, a light hit takes away less. The same goes for being hit in the face. If this HP reaches 0, they are automatically eliminated, so they had to be careful when dealing with monsters. Students had to enter the dungeon in groups of 4 and defend against waves of monsters, and how long they could hold out against these waves would determine their grades. For example, Dolores, the 3rd-year student council president, formed a party with 3 classmates to enter the virtual reality dungeon and managed to fend off waves of killer ants for most of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd phases. They lasted 20 minutes for Phase 1, 20 minutes for Phase 2, and 18 minutes for Phase 3, for a total of 1 hour. They would have gotten a perfect score if they had lasted 2 more minutes. But they were still the longest of the 3rd years, which is quite an accomplishment. The 2nd-year vice student council president also faced the killer ants in a 4-person team and managed to defeat the 1st and 2nd phases before being retired at the beginning of the 3rd phase. The time taken was 20 minutes for Phase 1, 20 minutes for Phase 2, and 1 minute for Phase 3, totaling 41 minutes. This was the best time for a 2nd year. Most 3rd years made it through Phase 3 without incident, and most 2nd years made it through Phase 2 without incident. And now it was the turn of the freshmen. Thousands of people gathered on the sidelines of the arena. At Colosio Academy, the midterm and final exams are like a festival for the entire imperial capital, attracting even ordinary people from the outskirts. Dolores, you're doing great this year. Cheer up, Colosio, pride of imperial capital. Wow, Mage Tower's midterms, Varangian's midterms, and Themyscira Women's College's midterms are all a mess, but Colosio's midterms are the best. I'm looking forward to this National University League too. Spectators gathered near the stadium in cloud-like crowds, each calling out the names of their favorite students. Meanwhile, professors, including the principal, were also watching the game. Several of the ministry's magical professors specializing in the summoning of golems and their precise control were on hand. Screech. The muddy golem rose to its feet. 3 crude spheres joined together as a head, chest, and stomach to form a body with 6 legs attached to each side. Tsutsutsu. This lump of clay was coated with illusionary magic. From a crude lump of clay it soon took the shape of a killer ant with a sharp exoskeleton, sharp jaws, legs, and stingers. With a snap of the professor's fingers, these killer ant-like golems crawled around, biting stones with their jaws to crush them or shooting their stingers into the ground. Each time the fake ants made a stinging motion, a small amount of the poison provided by the Monster Research Institute would spew out, making the battle feel real. Wow, it looks like a real monster. So those are all dummy, controlled by the professors. All we have to do is stop them. I'm confident. The first-year students were giddy with excitement about their first big test. They had just watched the third and second-year seniors perform admirably. Then a large hologram window appeared in front of the first-year students. Join forces with your teammates to defend against the swarming killer ants. HP 100,100. Kill point. Assist point. The real midterms have begun. Piggy was furiously writing down notes outside the arena. It was the test scores of the second and third-year students from last time. Since fourth-year seniors don't take midterms or finals, it's actually the third-year students who perform best. And among those third years, it's Dolores, the student council president, who remains at the top of the list. She had assembled a solid party of healers, buffers, supporters, and defensive, offensive, and hybrid mages, and the result was a 58-minute run across 3 phases. Piggy analyzed the seniors' performance data. Usually third-year students make it to phase 3 and sophomores make it to. The triplets of the Baskervilles, who appeared out of nowhere, spoke to Vikir in a very stern manner. Hey commoner, hurry up and follow us. It's a group test, so we need to get this together beforehand. Hybro jerked his chin at Vikir in an arrogant manner. Vikir silently carried the triplets' baggage. He looked like a porter. He was just about to follow Hybro. Wait, Vikir. Someone stood in his way. It was Don Quixote Tutor. He turned to Vikir and spoke in a low voice. I'm not trying to ignore you, I'm just so angry. Can you let me talk to them for a minute? Vikir stood there unable to understand. Taking that as permission, Tutor walks toward the Hybro, his eyes narrowing. Then he spoke in a low voice that only he could hear. Who do you think you are to tell my friend what to do? Vikir is not one of your men. And you carry your own baggage. There is no distinction between nobles and commoners in the academy. Underneath Tutor's calm voice, searing anger burned. Hybro looks back at Tutor in disbelief. Behind him, Midbro and Lowbro glared at Tutor. Then, that's right, Vikir is a friend of ours if you want him as a subordinate. Try us first. That's right, who are you to treat Vikir like a servant? Sancho, a large man, came to stand beside Tutor. And beside him was a stern-faced Piggy. Shake. Piggy's legs were trembling, but he hadn't taken a step backward. This was a 180-degree change from the time before Vikir's regression, when Piggy had been pinned down by Hybro and held at his feet. Tutor shrugged and stepped in front of Hybro. I don't know what you're up to, but don't try to force Vikir to pick a team. He's supposed to be in the same group as us. Are these assholes crazy? Who said anything about forcing anyone? Hybro put his hands on his hips in disbelief. But as was the case with the Baskerville Hounds, Hybro could not hold out for long. SSSSSS. Tutor froze in his tracks at the sharp killing intent emanating from Hybro. Tutor is currently tied for first place in Class A of Cold Warriors, along with Bianca, the current Cold Warriors overall head of the class. However, Hybro in Class B is ranked 3rd overall in the Cold Warriors, far from being inferior to Tutor or Bianca. Behind him are the 4th-ranked Midbro and 5th-ranked Lowbro. On the other hand, we have the 1 Tutor, the 6 Sancho, and the unranked Piggy. It was inevitable that they would be outmatched. Would you like to play? Will you beat me again? You think you can beat me? Don Quixote Tutor and Hybro Baskerville stood face to face, teeth bared. Don Quixote the spearman and Baskerville the iron-blooded swordsman. The spears of Empire and the iron-blooded swordman were about to collide. At that time there were those who joined the side of Tutor Sancho and Piggy. Who are you to persecute our brother? It's not a pretty sight to see you all huddled and snarling what are men. Sinclair and Bianca joined them and Tudor's face brightened. Sinclair and Bianca are the leaders of the hot and cold class, which means they add a tremendous amount of power. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow's faces hardened even more. Persecution were just. The triplets opened their mouths in anger but were forced to shut them. Enough. Vikir stepped forward. Vikir stood with his back to the Baskerville triplets. I'm not being forced to go, it's a real agreement and we're in a group. Together. What really? Yep, they said they needed my knowledge of monsters and wanted me to join them first. That was weeks ago. Not much to say then. Tudor rubbed at the base of his nose in annoyance, then whispered in Vikir's ear. You're not really being bullied or anything, are you? Nope, I'm fine. Well, in that case, just let me know if you're having a hard time. Thanks. Vikir nodded and Tudor stepped away looking unhappy. Sinclair twiddled his thumbs ruefully. Young, are you really in the same group as those guys? Yeah. Why are you close to them? Kinda. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair all shake their heads in unison at Vikir's answer. As far as they knew, Vikir hadn't socialized with the Baskerville triplets since Head started school. So where did they get so close? You don't look like you're very close. Are you really being bullied? Tudor muttered under his breath as he watched Vikir's back as he carried the triplets' baggage like a porter. He was worried that something bad might happen to the weaker Vikir. Tudor was right. Vikir was not very friendly with the Baskerville triplets. And the bullying was real, albeit with the subject and object reversed. Avec alle deserted. Good luck. Vikir opened his mouth to speak and 3 responses came out of it in quick succession. Yes, yes, yes. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow answered in a rumbling voice as they stretched out on their stomachs in a fetal position with their heads on the floor. Vikir was perched on Highbrow's back. You. Vikir looked down at Highbrow and opened his mouth. Highbrow, his head on the floor and dripping with sweat, flinched as if he had heard the Grim Reaper's call. His reddened face turned white with blood. The beads of sweat that had been dribbling down his cheeks are back in his pores. He didn't have to look to know that Vikir's gaze was fixed on him. The back of his head felt chilled as if the blade of an awl had touched it. Vikir asked the question in a flat, emotionless voice. What hound bares his teeth without his master's permission? It has to be boiled. Highbrow replied in a crawling voice. What would happen if a hound ignored its master's wishes and bared its teeth at the prey? The hunt is bound to fail in all likelihood. For the hunter, a failed hunt doesn't just mean missing the prey. The hunter can become the hunted at any moment. That's why hounds must always obey their master's commands unless they want to be hunted alongside their master. Vikir stepped down from Highbrow's throbbing back. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! As the triplets scrambled to their feet, Vikir spoke from behind them. From now on, any fighting that is not authorized by me is forbidden, not even the slightest bickering for the rest of your lives. Yes, yes, yes. The highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow answered in unison. Their faces were bright despite their punishment, and that was because of the last words Vikir had spoken. For the rest of your lives. What does that mean? Means you're going to take us for life. They had sworn an oath of loyalty to Vikir when they were in Baskerville, and now they were fully reborn as Vikir's trident, not Baskerville's trident. It was Vikir who had recommended the triplets to Hugo and gotten them into the academy in the first place. No longer were they always on the run wondering when they would be abandoned by the family. A dog is 100 times more courageous when they are sure of their master, and have been promised that their master will not abandon them. What's more, they had witnessed Vikir's fight with Madame Eightlegs, so they had some idea of his true strength. He has reached this level at just 18 years old, so what will it be when he get older? The triplets were convinced that their master would one day swallow Baskerville whole, and by extension the entire world. That's why they were so happy and willing to pledge their allegiance to him. For as a dog is blessed to have a good master, so is a knight blessed to serve a great lord. Meanwhile, Vikir said to the triplets, I don't really like being noticed by people. I happen to get a little carried away but am not in trouble anymore. The triplets nodded believingly. Well, take care of the midterms. Well, carry it. Well, carry. The triplets said they would do the rest as long as Vikir the archer made a good one deal behind them. All Vikir has to do is hide in the back and passively takes the last hit while the triplets run wild up front. That way he'll get a decent grade on the test and stay out of sight. Highbrow explained to Vikir the ins and outs of the entire test. When our Group 69 takes the field, the virtual reality circle will be activated, which will turn the area around you into a dungeon, and monsters will swarm around you. The poison they release is diluted, but it's real and dangerous if you allow too much of it into your body. But don't worry, my lord, we will guard you vigilantly. You know your stuff. Have you practiced before? I've done it a few times in the training grounds of the house when my lord was away. It's not a very difficult test, since all you have to do is last as long as possible until your HP goes from 100 to 0. However, since it's a group test, you have to pay some attention to the survival of your companions in addition to earning your own kill and assist points. It's the Hounds of Baskerville who are born to actually walk the line between
life and death.
This kind of virtual reality game is just plain ridiculous. Physical damage doesn't take effect until you're down from 100 HP to 0 HP. And poison damage takes effect from the start, right? Yes, and if there's a dangerous incident, the instructors will break the magic firewall and step directly into the arena to intervene. The monsters were also professor-created golems, so it was a safe test. Kills are good, assists are good, so run wild, just make sure I don't move. The highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow smirked at Vikir's words. They looked like three puppies who had just been told by their master that they could run free. And then, beep, a whistle sounded calling out the group that would take the next test. First Year Group 69. The 4 members of First Year Group 69 will please come up to the arena now. The skill evaluation of First Year Freshmen begins now. Note Y69. Beep. First Year Group 69. The 4 members of First Year Group 69 will please come up to the arena now. It was the turn of Vikir's group. The Baskerville triplets led the way, with Vikir following close behind, carrying their unwieldy baggage. Go highbrow, you look handsome. Baskerville is the best. Show me your trident charisma. The popularity of highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow was immense both inside and outside the academy. Powerful skills, noble bloodlines, tall stature, broad shoulders, stern faces. And the unusual trait of being triplets. He had all the ingredients to be a star. In addition to the girls at the academy, there were many fans from outside the academy. Even the Mage Tower Varangian and Themyscira Women's College, the 4 major academies in the Empire along with Colosio Academy, came to see the Baskerville triplets. Meanwhile, come on Vikir. We're here for you. Go big brother. There were also those who cheered for Vikir tutor Sancho Piggy Sinclair and Bianca. At Dolores' urging, they were currently in separate groups, as first years are encouraged to split up their cold and hot class as much as possible. Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca made up the 108 group, and Sinclair was the only hot class, so she was in the other group. Come on commoner, thank me for taking you in. Next to Sinclair stood a blushing Grenouille. They were currently in the same group, but it didn't mean much if they weren't in the same group as Vikir and Bianca, so as soon as Sinclair posted party wanted Earth Gold Magehead of hot class on the public board, Grenouille contacted her immediately. That's why Grenouille is so excited about the group. Whatever. Vikir and the Baskerville's triplets stepped onto an amphitheater 100 meters in diameter. In the huge coliseum surrounding them, countless people stamp their feet, cheer, and watch the test taking place in the training hall. It was like watching an ancient gladiator match. Soon the scene in the arena changes. Vikir and the triplets' view is suddenly transformed into a deep abyssal crypt. Soon countless killer ants began to swarm around them. Wah! The crowd roared. To the audience, it would appear to be just a bunch of golems crawling like ants around the circular arena, approaching in a clockwise direction. Vikir and the triplets must intercept and hunt them down before they reach the center of the arena. Phase 1 20 minutes. If you can last just 20 minutes against this army of ants, you get a perfect score. But the average first-year student will only last 17 or 18 minutes at best. And 19 minutes will probably put them in the top spot. Vikir looked around. The filthy spawning grounds deep within a nest of killer ants. A terrifying dungeon that most people would never visit in their entire lives. But Vikir had been here dozens, perhaps hundreds of times already. Not in virtual reality but in real life. I almost died so many times back then, not every day but every second. Vikir frowned at the lingering nightmare. The darkness, the damp grave smell, the wrinkled earthen walls, the slime dripping down like a veil, the piles of eggs squirming on the floor and walls. The swarms of ants the size of men crawling out from between them. The average freshman would be horrified by the appearance of the barren dungeon in front of them. Oh, they did a pretty good job recreating it. For Biker it was like being in the cradle of a child's play. With that, Vikir drew his bow and let fly. Puck pow pow. The exoskeleton of a killer ant is hard. Their shield-like heads are an excellent defense, deflecting most impacts. So Vikir only targets the ant's front leg joints and antennae. Poof! An ant with a broken front leg falls to the ground and is crushed by the ants. Behind it, the dead body becomes an obstacle for the other ants, slowing their advance. Dengue. Ants with severed antennae are also disoriented and scorch the walls or ceiling. Sometimes they would run backwards, disrupting the line behind them. The slowed-down ants were then slaughtered by the Baskerville's triplets. Pow! Sword expert advanced. At the age of 19 they had reached the peak of expert level and began to slice and cut through the ants, emitting a red aura that was as thick as water vapor between gas and liquid. Puck puff 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 crackling. The ants' heads and everything else were sliced off. Baskerville's trident began to push the ant army backwards. Let's join forces with our allies and stop the onslaught of killer ants. Time remaining until the end of Phase 1 14 minutes 58 seconds. 1 Hybro less Baskervilles. HP 90 1100. Kill point 49 points. Assist point 23 points. 2 Midbro less Baskervilles. HP 87,100. Kill point 45 points. Assist point 26 points. 3 Lowbro less Baskervilles. HP 86,100. Kill point 41 points. Assist point 29 points. For Vikir. HP 100,100. Kill point 2 points. Assist point 38. As the game progressed, the scores continued to climb. Hybro, Midbro, and Lowbro were working hard on the front lines and their HP was slowly dropping. Meanwhile, Vikir was working diligently in the back under their protection, shooting down ants with his arrows, and while he wasn't racking up many kill points, he was racking up some solid assist points. After focusing on the Baskerville triplets' spectacular individual performances at the beginning of the match, the crowd slowly began to pay attention to Vikir, who was steadily making assists from the back. But who is he? Vikir, he doesn't have a last name, so he must be a commoner. Vikir, the one with the top marks, he's an archer. I didn't know that he seemed to have a low mana pool for some reason. He's pretty good with a bow for a guy who's supposed to be an academy student. But wasn't there a bit of a buzz about him being handsome? I don't think so. No, he looks great without his glasses. Want me to show you where it was? Many eyes in the stands lingered on Vikir for a moment, but the interest quickly faded as he barely moved from his spot and drew his bow. Only the cheering of Tutor Sancho, Piggy Sinclair, and Bianca is steady. Come on, buddy, we're rooting for you. Hey Vikir, you're building up a nice stack of assists. You're going to get a good score at this rate. Wow, Vikir, your bow skills are impressive. You may not be able to see it, but you're definitely disrupting the ants' momentum. Too bad, me and my Hyung would have really hit it off if we were in the same group. Nonsense, an archer knows an archer's heart. He would have doubled his score with me. Whether or not he realizes that his friends are cheering him on, Vikir remains silent, fending off the wave of ants. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ants rubbed their exoskeletons together, making unpleasant noises, and occasionally lifting their antennae upward like scorpions to spray venom. Sting. The pale, paralyzing venom flew a long distance, shooting out like a squirt. Vikir watched it and thought, the ants are just holographic magic overlaid on a clay figure, but the poison is real. The introduction to golems explains the various ways to store things inside a golem. The professors here have built an ant-shaped golem and filled it with diluted poison supplied by the Monster Research Institute. Meanwhile, the triplets of House Baskerville would bend low whenever the ants spewed their venom, allowing it to splash toward Vikir. This was exactly what Vikir had ordered them to do. Thwack. A thick poisonous fog rises. This was actually happening inside the arena. A thick wall of magic surrounds the arena, preventing the poison from reaching the stands. There was only one reason why Vikir would want to be this close to the poison. Madam Cub. This thing attached to my left wrist was sucking in poisonous fog as if possessed. The paralyzing venom of the killer ants is just the right meal for this one. It's amazing how a creature smaller than the palm of your hand can store all that poison. You know how spiders eat a lot at once and go a long time without eating. For her, it's a 20-minute aleocaniate poison buffet, so I thought it would be a good idea to feed her a lot now. For more information, visit. Join forces with your allies to defend against the onslaught of killer ants. Time remaining until the end of Phase 1, 1 minute 7 seconds. 1 Hybro less Baskervilles. HP 2100. Kill point 228 point. Assist point 80 point. 2 Midbro less Baskervilles. HP 1100. Kill point 208 point. Assist point 96 point. 3 Lowbro less Baskervilles. HP 1100. Kill point 199 point. Assist point 102 point. For Vikir. HP 47,100. Kill point 16 point. Assist point 134 point. Wave time is almost over. Highbro, Middlebro, and Lowbro reached 0 HP almost simultaneously and slaughtered countless ants until the very end. After the trio retired to 0 HP, it was Vikir's turn. At the end of the trial, the total score was 308 for the Highbro, 304 for the Midbro, 301 for the Lowbro, and 150 for Vikir. They lasted a whopping 19 minutes and 50 seconds with only 10 seconds left in the first phase. If you add up all of their kill points and assist points, they totaled 1063 points, and if you convert the 19 minutes and 50 seconds that you lasted into 1 point per second, it's a total of 1190 points. Vikir's team totaled 2,253 points, the highest among the first years. A new record for first place. The Baskerville triplets walked out of the arena smiling broadly as the cheers erupted. Next up was the ever-expressive Vikir. Vikir was just about to step out of the arena's magic wall. For some reason my left arm felt a little heavy. I turned my head and saw that the Madam Cub had stuck a thin web on the arena floor, refusing to leave. It looked like it wanted to eat more of the remaining poison. Can you eat that much and still go in? But no, it's time to go. Grunting. Then you live in the arena. I'm going home. Quinquing. SSH. Vikir picked up the refusing cub and tucked it into the cuff of his left hand. To anyone else, it would have looked like he was just picking up a wristwatch from the floor. As Vikir exited the stadium, he could hear the crowd appraising him. Wow, Vikir or something, that guy is completely on board. Yeah, well, according to the score, the triplets from Baskerville did it. I thought the three of them were there to bully the little bastard, but it turns out the three of them were there to serve the little bastard. Lucky commoner, how did you get into that group? Well, being number one in handwriting, I guess he was trying to use his brain. But he's pretty good at stopping monsters with his arrows. 150 points isn't exactly a stellar score, but it's a good one. I saw him shoot a bow with no mana the other day, and it was amazing. He has the basics right. Oh yeah, I saw that too. Wasn't he almost as good as Bianca from Ushers? Oh, a close one, ain't it? He lost by 1 point because of his last shot in archery. A 1 point difference is huge. It's almost a division. If there is a difference of 2 points, the difference in skill level is impossible to compare. Still, he's kind of helpful. We should try to get him in the same group next time. That's right, he's a commoner and he's the highest scoring arrow shooter. At first there was a lot of negativity about Vikir being taken advantage of by the Baskerville triplets, but that was slowly changing. Of course, Vikir himself didn't care about the comments, but there were others who did. Ha ha ha, it makes me proud to see my friend being recognized. With that kind of score and integrity, he deserves to be recognized everywhere. Yes, Vikir is more than just brains. I'm glad everyone seems to have discovered a new side of him. You look great, hee. Well, it does shoot a little head score better if he had more mana. Tutor Sancho, Piggy Sinclair, and Bianca. They'd watched Vikir's group of 69 take first place in first year and they were fired up. Let's see if we can beat that Go Group 108. We can't lose to Baskerville's Trident. I'll do my best. I've been analyzing killer ants all night. Just keep your distance and I'll carry. Don't let the mob get to me. This was Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca chattering away in cheerful tones. Meanwhile, whoa, commoner, let's do our part. What is it, commoner? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Group 203, to which Granui and Sinclair belonged, was also preparing for the test. Next up, Group 108, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca was called. Beep. First year 108. The 4 members of the first year group 108, please come up to the arena now. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca rush onto the arena, excited to get their turn. And the same time, Vikir, who had come to the side of the arena to watch his friends play, noticed something strange. What's wrong? An unexplained feeling of anxiety overtook him. Soon Vikir realized what it was. He realized that his left hand had felt strangely light. Vikir quickly looked into the cuff of his left hand. There he could see the cub sitting in an unusually quiet position. But then, a rustle. Vikir takes his hand away and the cub crumbles to dust. Nothing but an empty shell in his hand. That's right. The guy had just shed his skin. Tutor recalled the fight with Hybro that had nearly turned into a duel not long ago. Asshole, I'll see you someday in Naphtali and I'll kick your ass again. Wow, you sounded like a real third-rate villain. Bianca jerked a thumbs up at Tutor. It was quite a surprise to see Tutor and Bianca in the same group, as they were always arguing. Will we be okay? Piggy and Sancho looked at them uneasy. Beep. First year group 108. The 4 members of the first year group 108, please come up to the stadium now. But it was an unnecessary worry. Now then, please cover me as a range dealer from behind Ms. B. Don't worry about it, Mr. T. Because as soon as the exam started, Tutor and Bianca completely put aside their personal feelings and became businesslike party members. Sutsits. Before my eyes I was summoned to a dank darkness, to a dank crypt, to gloomy molds and foul slime, and to a mass of eggs and eggshells that stirred unpleasantly. DGL. And among them countless armies of ants began to swarm. A monster wave, it soon rushed towards the 4 examinees, almost overwhelming them. Tingling. A magical status board appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Map: Killer Ant Colony, Filthy Spawning Grounds. Let's join forces with our allies and fend off the murderous ants. Time remaining until the end of Phase 1, 19 minutes 59 seconds.
Un Don Quixote La Mancha Tudor.
HP 100,100. Kill point 0 points. Assist point 0 points. 2 Sancho Panza Barataria. HP 100,100. Kill point 0 points. Assist point 0 points.
3 Asher Pu Bianca.
HP 100,100. Kill point 0 points. Assist point 0 points. For Piggy. HP 100,100. Kill point 0 points. Assist point 0 points. Alright, let's set a new record. Tutor, the most promising young man in the Don Quixote family of spearmen, lunged forward holding a large spear. Whoosh! A steamy aura of blue light emanated from the spear, indicative of an expert rank, although it is weaker in hardness and density than the liquid aura of a graduator or the solid aura of a swordmaster. The expert's gas aura is still the lightest in weight. That means it's easy to swing. Puff puff puff. The ants in front of him got caught in the storm of auras from the spear and were torn apart like paper. Bianca snorted at the sight. Do you really need to tear them to pieces? It's inefficient to waste energy. You don't have to use. What fine then, you can try it. I'm sure I can just watch. Bianca let go of the demonstration as she spoke. Poof! An arrow imbued with mana flew in a bluish trajectory. It pierced the brow of the ant crawling in front of her. It flew all the way back, lodging itself halfway in the brow of the ant behind it before exerting its full force. Bianca killed the ants one by one using minimal effort. Bianca's arrows hit just the right spot, wounding the ant just enough to kill. Her penetrating shots, imbued with the unique gas aura of an expert, leave the ants lined up and dying. Oh, so arrogant. Do you get it now? Ho ho ho. Tudor and Bianca smirked at each other. They were bad friends who got along well together. Just then ants fell from the ceiling toward Bianca. They opened their big sharp jaws and aimed for her head. Where? How dare they? A huge axe and a sharp long sword blow the ants' heads off. Sancho and Piggy were now at Bianca's side playing tank. Puck pow 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 pow. Sancho swings his two axes with tremendous force, chopping up the ants. Piggy swung his long sword and slashed at the ants, all the while barking orders. Tudor, I think it would be more effective to get to the corner and deliver the blow when the line of ants breaks. Sancho, let's try to draw them in a little further rather than blocking them from the center straight. Bianca, if you can aim for the middle row of ants, preferably at the front leg joint, so you don't have to kill them. Piggy's orders were so precise and sharp that even Bianca, who didn't like to be told what to do, looked surprised and moved accordingly. You're really good, aren't you? Hee, thanks, I didn't want to embarrass you, so I studied a lot. Piggy may not have the combat prowess of the other three, but he was just as intelligent and dedicated. Because of this, Tudor, Sancho, and Bianca were able to hunt more efficiently than ever before. See, I told you Piggy was good. I don't think anyone ever refuted that. Hee. Tudor's spear smashed through the ants in front of him while Sancho's double axe sliced through the ones coming out of the side. I think our combination is pretty good. Bianca was firing well-timed arrows that were causing the ants to tangle in their ranks, noticeably slowing down the monster wave. Thanks for believing in my order. I'll be right there, Tudor, just a little more distance. Your spear skills are amazing. Maybe you can expand your area a little more. Same goes for Sancho. You're doing a great job as it is, but I think you'll be much more efficient if you fight in the corners a little more. And Bianca's doing so well right now that I think we can just keep going as it is. Go, guys. And it's all done under Piggy's orders. As Tudor crushed the ants' heads, dodging the venom that poured down the back of his head, he exclaimed, "Man, this is good, and if I do it right, it'll break Vikir's record." Then Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca joined in. We can do it, break the record. How this is really hard. I wonder if Vikir had it this hard. The Baskerville's dogs are so strong and stubborn, it must have been hard. Everyone feels sorry for Vikir, who was with the Baskerville's triplets. They talk about things that Vikir would have loved to hear. Time passes. Countless ants have died and piled up, and Tudor, Sancho, and Piggy, who had been on the front lines, are exhausted. Everyone's HP was so low that Bianca, who was now an range dealer, had to step forward and stand upright. And finally, map killer ant colony, filthy spawning grounds. Together with your allies, let's defend against the onslaught of killer ants. Time remaining until the end of phase 1, 0 minutes 8 seconds.
Un Don Quixote la Mancha Tudor.
HP 0, 100. Kill point 231. Assist point 81. 2 Sancho Panza Barataria. HP 0, 100. Kill point 189. Assist point 94.
3 Asher Pu Bianca.
HP 0, 100. Kill point 156. Assist point 179. For Piggy. HP 0, 100. Kill point 58. Assist point 89. 8 seconds left. We beat the record set by the Baskerville triplets by 2 seconds. The total score at the end of the trial is 312 for Tudor, 283 for Sancho, 335 for Bianca, and 147 for Piggy. Kills and assists totaled 1077 points, and if you add in the 19 minutes and 52 seconds they lasted at a rate of 1 point per second, they totaled 1192 points. That's a total of 2,269 points, 16 points ahead of the original first place record of 2,253 points. The first place record has been broken. Looking at the status window, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca with their HP recording suits half off shouted, "We're in first place, yay. Well done everyone. Really, we're in first place, hooray. Good job." Tutor, who killed the most ants up front, Sancho, who killed the next most ants, Bianca, who had the highest score for kills and assists combined, and finally Piggy, the unseen hero who gave orders at just the right time. Their synergy set a new record in spectacular style, and there's not a group in sight that can top it. Tutor looked down at his suit's HP log and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad impacts are quantified in HP, because if this was real life it would have meant death, right? With that, everyone realizes the horror of the real thing. They look back at the number of monsters they've defeated and realize their capabilities, limitations, and potential for improvement. Now let's get out of here, Piggy shouted, and everyone nodded. First-year students only have to complete one phase of the test. In the second year, they'll have to endure another 20 minutes of phase 2. And in the third year, they'll have to endure another 20 minutes of phase 3. Bianca muttered, "One day I'll be a warrior like Ms. Dolores who can last an hour." Tutor Sancho and Piggy nodded in agreement. They headed for the dungeon's entrance. Soon the holographic spell would lift and they would be back in the real world. The illusory anthill would disappear, the real arena would appear, and the magic wall would be lifted. Then you will hear the thunderous roar of the crowd. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca walked on, wondering how they would respond to the cheers. But, why isn't it over? Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca's faces are colored with puzzlement. Despite the end of the first yearly phase 1, the illusion of the anthill still hadn't faded. Everyone looks back at the status window in confusion.
Un Don Quixote La Mancha Tudor.
HP 0-100. 2 Sancho Panza Barataria. HP 0-100.
3 Asher Pu Bianca.
HP 0-100. For Piggy. Piggy 0-100. Everyone's HP remains the same, a power retirement signaling the end of the test. Just then, rumbling. Behind the last of the ants, another huge swarm of ants began to swarm. What the hell? Why are they swarming again? I thought we were done. Open the door. Everyone panicked and banged on the magic wall behind them, but there was no response from the outside. Instead, what flashed before their eyes was, ting. Page 2 has begun. This time it's not just worker ants. They were swarming with giant-sized army ants. They were enormous in size, and their entire bodies were coated with an exoskeleton like an iron shield. That. The blood began to drain from the faces of Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca. Student Council President Dolores. She watches with delight as the juniors in her club set a new school record. But as the minutes ticked by, Dolores' expression hardened. Why aren't the exams over? She wasn't the only one with this reaction. All the spectator students and even professors watching the test were stunned. Hey, this is weird. They all have 0 HP. Why isn't the test over? They're freshmen who put them on phase 2. The phases take the form of crystals that emit a blue light as a means of transmitting magic power. The people in charge of it stared at the instrument panel with sullen expressions. There seems to be an error, as there are still strong life reactions outside of the registered students in the examination hall. What do you mean there are only 4 kids on the field? The professors are dumbfounded. The stadium originally had about 4 human lives left, which were converted into points by the HP suits. Now that it's down to 0, there should be no more life responses on the field. But sure enough, the dashboard indicated that there was 1 life-filled being left that could fight. The professors scanned the arena through the magic wall, but there was no sign of life other than the students. Anyway, it looks like the magic for the life reaction check and the phase management magic collided, causing the error. Oh no, why would there be such an error? There are obviously only 4 first-year students in the arena. That's not the point now, hurry up and stop the collision. We're technically the phase magic management department and the life reaction check magic department is not under our jurisdiction. What the hell is your jurisdiction? No way, it's faster to stop the golems than to write and solve a magic circle code, right? That's because from this year the creation and movement of the golems is automated, so the magic circle code related to it is also linked to the magic stones, and in order to dismantle it we need to dismantle the magic for life reaction checks and phase management magic first. What are you kidding me? I can't believe the magic circle code needed for the test was designed so poorly. So what then? Tell me how. Bah, of course there is a way. The code for the magic wall blocking the stadium is separate. We just need to break it to let the students out. Then unlock the magic wall. But the magic wall isn't under our jurisdiction, and if we mess with it, it could complicate our liability later. Jurisdiction and liability are such magical words that they can cause even the most normal common-sense person's brain to harden. This is especially true in times of crisis. Somehow the smallest of problems were being compounded by the operations of the other side, but there was still a way out. We just need to unlock the invisible magic wall that surrounds the stadium and let the students out. The professor in charge gave the order with an impatient look on his face. Then quickly dismantle the magic wall, let the students inside come out. That's also out of my jurisdiction, so I'll try to find a practitioner who has the key to the magic wall. At the professors at the head of the department scramble. Soon a professor with a key to the magic wall appears. He was Professor Morg Banshee, a potential candidate for the next vice principal. Professor Banshee was supervising an exam that was taking place in another training center and hurriedly rushed over when he heard the news of a series of incidents that occurred in Tutor's group. The key to the magic wall, I have it, but Professor Banshee pulled out the key with a puzzled look on her face, which contained the spell to dismantle the magic wall. The key had a large letter A written on it. Dismantling the magic wall cannot be done with just one key. Key A is useless without key B. The key had been split into 2 for security purposes. At Professor Banshee's words, all the professors started looking for the B key. And then another incident happened. Professor Sadie, the holder of the key, has left the workplace without permission. What the hell is that asshole doing again? It's been days since she was disciplined for neglect of duty. Where the hell has she been? She said she had to go to the restroom and we lost contact. Damn, what a fucking jerk this woman is. While professors are wasting time like this.
Un Don Quixote la Mancha Tudor.
HP 0-100. 2 Sancho Panza Barataria. HP 0-100.
3 Asher Po Bianca.
HP 0-100. For Piggy. HP 0-100. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca were exhausted and fighting the ants. Damn, now our HP suits are broken. We might as well take them off, these uncomfortable tights. The physical damage I'm about to take is going to be a real shock, everyone. Watch out. What the hell? Why can't I unlock the illusion dungeon spawn golems and dismantle the magic barrier? Their HP had already been reduced to 0 long ago, so they had to fight the monsters with their own bodies. The ants were still swarming in droves. Due to the structure of the defense game, the monsters are unlimited. What's more, Phase 2 was for second-year students only, so there weren't just regular ants. A gigantic ant rose up from the rubble. It had a wide hard head like a shield with many spikes, and its body was many times larger than the other ants. It's a soldier ant. Piggy exclaimed in horror. There was no way they could be mixed in with the regular ants. Damn it, we have to stop them. Well, try. Tutor and Sancho fought back with all their might, but they're already depleted. Mana couldn't keep their auras pumping. The soldier ants rushed forward, pushing the ground with their shield-like heads, and blew Tutor and Sancho away. Quack, quack, quack. Tutor's spear and Sancho's axe are smashed and scattered. And soon after, the soldier ants started poking their heads in. Quack, quack, quack. Feeling overwhelmed by so many shield soldiers, Sancho, Tutor, Piggy, and Bianca were crushed by the swarming ants. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunch, they keep coming. God, I'm going to die. Ugh, what are the professors doing? Everyone was letting out pained moans. The situation was quite serious, but it had happened so quickly that the professors hadn't yet found a way to deal with it. Since it's come to this, we'll have to smash the magic stone. Who's going to break it? This magic stone has at least 4 departments. Responsibilities mixed up in it. Everyone knows that the magic stone is an extremely rare and expensive. Ancient opal, right? Yes, some department head will take responsibility. Let's make that clear first. Is this the golem creation department? Is this the bioreaction detection department? Is this the phase management department? Is this the magic wall maintenance department? Whose jurisdiction is this? Let's make it clear where responsibility lies first. Adults' situations are complicated. The golem department made a mistake in adding the automation magic circle to the original golem creation magic circle, so let's destroy the magic stones and take responsibility. Why our side? The bioreaction detection department made the mistake in the first place. They should be the ones to destroy the magic stones. What are you talking about? If we hadn't gone through the phase, none of this would have happened. Who's more at fault and who's less at fault? Has Professor Sadie contacted you yet? What are you going to do about this magic wall? Didn't everyone hear the rumors? There is a rumor that among the first-year freshmen there is a member of the royal family who came in hiding their identity. If this incident becomes known to the imperial family, we'll all be dead. While the children are dying, the adults do nothing but think about their own safety and gain. Dolores, worried about her juniors, was disillusioned by the professor's behavior. Guys, hang in there just a little longer. Dolores raised the sword herself. Boom! She grabbed the sword from the waistband of the professor next to her and ran towards the magic stone. The professors shouted in horror. Student council president, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop right now. If you break it, you won't end up being expelled. Request compensation directly from Quo Vadis. But none of the threats or words could stop Dolores. She swung her sword at the magic stone. In this moment, the lives of her juniors were on the line. It didn't matter that it was the Academy's imperial treasure #1, or that it was a national treasure of incalculable value, or even that she would be expelled for destroying it. Driven solely by the need to save his juniors, Dolores plunged the sword in. No, she tried to stab it. Puff, puff, puff. If it weren't for the barrage of noise coming from beyond the magic wall from within the arena, Dolores looked up in alarm. The other professors who had rushed to stop her also looked at the stadium in surprise. The magic wall that keeps outsiders in and insiders out is still intact. However, there is one face within it that I hadn't seen before. A man stands in front of an exhausted tutor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca, swatting at ants. Stay away. It was Vakir. There was nothing tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca could do. With all their health and mana gone, they're just 18-year-old kids. The weight of the ant-shaped golems that were crushing them was too much for them to bear. Ugh, I can't believe I'm stuck here like this and I haven't even become a hero yet. I didn't think my end would be like this. I'm going to be a hero. Hey Piggy, why isn't this guy talking? Isn't he dead already? Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca were paralyzed with despair. They were just about to let go of their last hope. Bam! With a loud booming sound, the pressure on their bodies disappeared. As if the weight of the ants had been temporarily lifted, a rush of fresh air swept in, clearing away the suffocating poisonous fog. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca gulped and looked up. There was a black cloud of blood swirling around them. Stay away. A familiar figure stood behind them, Vakir. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca could only stare in disbelief. Vi, Vakir, how did you get here? Tutor, who still had some energy left, stammered, but Vakir didn't say much. Just, it's okay now. With those words, he raised his bow. At the same time, pop, a black aura rose from Vakir's bow. An arrow flew out with a red trajectory.
Quack, quack, quack.
It smashed the head of the giant army ant that was charging in front of him. With a single blow, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca's jaws dropped. A few minutes ago, Vakir stuck to the magic wall that surrounded the arena and looked inside. he saw a small ball of fur in the corner of the arena. A cub. It was hiding among the rubble of the collapse, whimpering. It was too small and insignificant for anyone to notice, but it was clearly being detected by the life response of the magic stone. When I took the test, the life response wasn't detected. Was that because it was overly starved? During Vikir's test, the starving cub had ingested a lot of poison all at once and had even shed skin in the process. It must have gotten quite a bit of life force into it and had been caught in the magic stone's life detection magic net. Vikir covered his face with his hands. In the end, it was the greed of the little bastard to eat more poison that caused this, and so it ate and ate and ate until suddenly it realized that its master, Vikir, was gone, and it hid in a corner of the magic wall and wept like that. In the distance, he sees the professors scrambling. No, well, who's going to be in charge? Let's divide up the jurisdiction first then. Alright, let's dismantle the magic wall first. Can't we get a hold of Professor Sadie yet? These people, didn't you hear that there's an imperial family among the first years? What a disgrace. Dolores even stamped her foot and glared at the magic stone in the distance. If this continues, I'm really going to have an accident. Vikir stroked his chin. If the magic wall is dismantled and a full search begins, they'll find the cub. It can't be allowed to happen. This is why spider education must be straightforward. Vikir headed for the edge of the stadium, out of sight of the crowd, thinking that he would have to give the cub a good scolding later.
Tut.
Vikir wore a picaresque mask on his face. Black steam billowed out of it and Vikir's body shrank. Vikir looks up into the puddle of water on the floor and sees a black puppy, wrapped in a black cloak, pacing around. Hodadak. Turned into a dog, Vikir scooped up his clothes and ran, heading northwest of the magic wall. Before regression, Vikir had stayed at the academy as a bodyguard and messenger to assist highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow, and through that experience, he had some knowledge of this magic wall. There is a gap in the lower northwest corner of the magic wall. I've been to Baskerville a lot. The triplets highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow were also the type of people who held a lot of personal grudges here and there for fear of being recognized as Baskerville. As a result, they were often attacked when they were at the academy, even when they were taking tests in the arena. At the time, an assassin had dug a tunnel to the bottom of the magic wall and slipped through a thread-like gap in the lower northwest corner, targeting the highbrow, mybrow, and lowbrow. Later, the professors inspecting the magic wall were speechless as to how they had found this gap, which required digging about 7 meters underground. Whatever, Vikir had turned into a dog and was digging a tunnel into the lower part of the magic wall. As he dug, he saw a small crack at the end of the wall. It was as he remembered. Vikir squeezed through and was able to enter the magic wall with ease. The dog's small size is an advantage. Once through the magic wall, the rest was easy. Vikir removed his mask and returned to his human form. Wooduck. A scream echoes through his body as he grows larger in the narrow cave. But Vikir's body, strengthened by the protection of the river Styx and his immense mana, pushes through the dirt to gain space. Vikir, who quickly got dressed, pushed off the ground with his legs and came out onto the ground, breaking the stone floor of the stadium. As he poked his head out of the ground, his vision was bathed in green. It was the paralyzing poison from the ant golem. With a fog this thick, it's hard to see in from the outside. Vikir was glad he couldn't see much beyond the magic wall. If he couldn't see out from here, he probably couldn't see in from there either. Okay then. The first thing Vikir did in the green poisonous haze that surrounded him was to catch the hatchling. But he didn't have to go looking for it. When the cub spotted Vikir, it ran to him and clung to the back of his hand.
Bo swish.
Vikir couldn't help but furrow his brow as he asked where it had been. Look at this asshole's ass, shameless little bastard. Retrieving the cub, Vikir took a step forward, knowing that he would have to give it a solid education later. For now, the immediate need was to rescue Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca. Vikir realized that the dense poisonous fog made it difficult to see from the outside. He immediately fed an arrow to his bow. It was only a supply bow and arrows, but with Balak's archery skills and Vikir's mana, it would be a siege weapon. Puff puff puff. Vikir's rapid-fire arrows began to swat away the ants. Whether they're worker ants or soldier ants, Vikir's arrows crushed them in an instant. After a few strokes the path opened up and Vikir could see Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca in the depths ahead. Vikir. Tutor's face is blank like he's seen a ghost. So did Sancho, Piggy and Bianca. Vikir didn't say anything, just walked to the front of his friends. You all look so weak. I want to tell them to get out through the tunnel, but they're too exhausted to move. Piggy in particular has been poisoned with paralyzing poison and can barely lift a finger. In the meantime, the giant ants began to surround Vikir. Killer ant, worker ant. Danger rating C. Size 1 meter. Found in large colonies. Name worker ant. The most common form of the killer ant species. They are the foremost burrowers and perform a variety of duties including scout, assault, and nursery. Armed with a hard and durable exoskeleton and powerful pincer jaws, they are known to dig deep burrows that extend from the human realm to hell. Killer ants, soldier ants. Danger rating B. Size 5 meters. Found in large colonies, filthy spawning grounds. Also known as the soldier ant. It was found that some individuals of this species have mutated, resulting in a massive body size and a more sturdy exoskeleton. They are the ultimate manifestation of killer ant colony evolution and are not found in normal anthills but in very large anthills or colonies of killer ants that have been left unattended for too long. Countless worker ants clink their jaws, which are like large garden shears. In between there are soldier ants that can take on up to 1,000 worker ants. Tutor Sancho, Piggy and Bianca shouted at Vikir's back in the face of this army of ants. Vikir, it's reckless, you're not going to win. Thanks for coming with us, but we're screwed. For God's sake, run, Vikir. You idiot, you'll get yourself killed. Everyone's attitude is one of despair and near hopelessness. But Vikir didn't move from his spot. Kirik. He merely pulled away from the protest. And then, everyone's eyes began to turn in astonishment. In the darkness, a child stood alone. Get out. The voice of a middle-aged man. A memory from a distant past he didn't even recognize. This scum is not my blood. The voice was bitterly cold. It is followed by the sobs of a mother. You lowly thing, you don't even know what you're talking about. Get him out of here now. Get rid of him. The sobs are followed by a chorus of chatter around the room. The child's vision shifts several times after that. A fleeing mother, forests and mountains, pursuers, steep cliffs raging. Rivers, hungry wolves, and the startled faces of passing merchants and mercenaries. Time passes and so do memories. His mother who never smiled and always looked at him with a sad expression. The stepfather who was always there to comfort and support him and to give his son the love he deserved. In the face of my father's dedicated efforts, my mother was gradually able to smile. The house, which had always been narrow, dark, and musty, slowly became wider, brighter, and warmer. The things that went into his mouth gradually changed from harsh things with a sour smell to sweet and soft things. And so began a life worth envying. A mother's pride, a father's hope. Now, for the sake of his mother's newfound happiness and to repay his father's dedication, the child chose a challenge of his own. Enrollment in the Colosio Academy. It was the result of his own hard work combined with his father's lives savings. His mother was nervous that he would be enrolled in a school that attracted only the best and brightest in the empire. His father smiled from ear to ear as he spent his life savings on a life of luxury. He thought, I'm going to make my parents happy by being a good student here. He wanted to show his mother, who was full of misery, and his father, who had dedicated his life to making her happy. But things didn't go so well. At his first school he was bullied. This was due to his timid nature. When he went to a regular school outside, he was a leader, active, and achieved excellent results in various sports, but here in Colosio, where only the most talented people in the empire gather, he was just an inferior student. His brilliant mind and relatively weak body have failed him in tests. Even now he was in danger of losing his life. And now, pushed to the limit, his mind is replaying the earliest sights and sounds he can remember. Get out, this scum is not my blood. Flashlight. With his body and mind pushed to the limit, the child struggles barely, holding on to a sense of identity that is about to explode. Just then, "It's okay now." A voice came out of nowhere. It had a greater effect than any other magic in the world instantly, dissipating the child's physical and emotional pain. No more birth anxiety, no more guilt for his parents, no more sense of duty as a child, no more studying, no more loneliness for not being able to make friends, no more physical pain, just one word to relieve it all. It was the consolation of a friend. The child opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were 3 faces. "Hey Piggy, are you okay? Breathe, Piggy, breathe. Come on, breathe, don't. Okay, he's breathing again. My Northern Warrior CPR is working. Hey, shut up and pump his chest now and you get to massaging his limbs. Tutor Sancho and Bianca, I can see my friends looking down at me there. Faces covered in tears and snot. Tutor's emotions are always high, but I'm surprised to see even Sancho and Bianca crying." Piggy woke up with a groan. His ribs were cracked, maybe even broken. But even through the pain, Piggy moved to find someone. Vikir. Tutor Sancho and Bianca's expressions changed strangely. Suddenly the eyes of the 4 friends focused on one place. And there it was. Pow, puff, 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 puff. You see the back of Vikir, who is furiously shooting ants with his bow. At this rate, I should be able to catch them even if I'm only using the strength of an expert level. Vikir thought as he pierced the skull of one of the soldier ants with a single shot. He didn't even need to pull out his graduator aura. Because I've got a knack for killing ants anyway. Vikir knows all of the strategies for killing ants that are currently unknown. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A swarm of killer ants swarms around Vikir and targets him. But Vikir stays calm and shoots an arrow into the ant's thoracic plate, the area between its head and chest. Surprisingly, the destroyed ants begin to move backwards instead of forwards. The ants that had been swarming forward began to walk backward, causing great confusion in the swarm. As Vikir watched, he realized that the golem was an exquisite imitation of a real killer ant. It must have been created by a skilled mage. Killer ants have a biocompass right here. If it breaks, it's over. This is a method of dealing with monsters that humans don't know about now, and won't be discovered for another 20 years. Before Vikir's return, humanity was puzzling over how the killer ants could find their way back home from so long a distance. If they could figure it out, it would be a great way to bring back warriors who had fallen in the fight against demons. And after countless years of tireless research, humans eventually figured it out. Killer ants were known to find their way around by spraying pheromones or memorizing the shape of major landforms, but that didn't explain their ability to find their way home after a storm washed away the pheromones or an earthquake altered the landscape. It has now been confirmed that even baby ants that have just left the nest for the first time are able to find their way home. In fact, the killer ants' ability to navigate so precisely is due to a magnetic field compass built into their bodies. No matter where they are, they can calculate exactly where they stand, where they want to go, and how many steps they need to take by integrating a complex function of mana along the way. This extremely precise biocompass, which can even detect polarization, the rotation of the direction of the force field when sunlight hits it, keeps the killer ants pointed in the right direction at all times. And then, poof, pow, 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 pow. Vikir wasn't killing the ants, he was just picking out and destroying their biocompasses. The killer ants, with their broken sense of direction, ran backwards, blocking the path of those behind them, and were crushed to death. What's next? Is it a soldier? Vikir lifted his head and stared at the giant ants in front of him. How could he forget those murderous, heavily armored creatures? The Battle of the Basin in the Great Colony, with so many casualties, that nightmare in the anthill. The monsters that had exploited the worker ants' weaknesses and turned the tide of battle in an instant, baffling the victorious Allied forces. If you go down into the depths of the anthill, into the catacombs, they scurry around like normal ants, though I don't know if they even exist today. The soldier ant is a dangerous creature, similar in danger rating to the hellhounds you've faced before. It's so strong that even elite warriors at the upper ranks of the sword expert can't fight it 11. But of course even such a beast has its weaknesses. Just as you can trap a hellhound with chocolate, you can trap a soldier ant with a trick. You just have to find the right point. Vikir focused his attention on the arrow. He needed to concentrate even more since he only had to use the aura of an intermediate to advanced sword expert. Of course the gas aura used by the sword expert and the gas aura used by the graduator are on a different level in terms of their proficiency. The same bread knife wielded by a child and an experienced chef will produce different results. Vikir's gas aura flies in a dark red trajectory like a cherry at the end of an arrow, and it goes, Pyoyog, pierced right through the center of the soldier ant's head instantly, knocking the giant monster to the ground. The soldier ants are so realistic. Vikir smiled faintly at the sight of his single arrow. Their strength is their skull, which is broad and flat like a shield and specialized for headbutting. Everyone knows this, but paradoxically few realize that the creature's weakness lies in its skull. This sneaky ant hides its weaknesses in what should be its greatest strength. The powerful skull encloses the left and right brains separately. The only weaknesses are the connecting hippocampus and the cartilages that cover it. The skull of the soldier ant is divided into two pieces with the connecting link at the bottom of the center. That soft carapace about half the size of your little fingernail is the vital area. An ant that is pierced in this place collapses the coordination system between the left and right brains and dies, literally splitting in half. The body is still intact, but the neural and sensory networks have been destroyed and the ant just lies there unable to move. Vikir stepped over the dead soldier ants and continued to fire arrows at them. If there is an ant that breaks through the defense line and approaches it, mercilessly cuts off its neck with the dagger on its thigh. His appearance was that of a veteran soldier who had spent decades on the battlefield, and with the mana of a sword expert he was truly a military god. Puck, puck, puck. The ants continued to die from the flying arrows. By now far more were being crushed by their fellows than by Vikir's arrows. With their biocompasses broken, the ants are starting to run backwards, and with the corpses of the giant troopers in the way, the monster waves can't really get going. Furthermore, the paralyzing poison that the ants spewed was being inhaled by the cubs, so it's no wonder that the poisonous fog was concentrated around Vikir. Vikir climbed up the carcasses of the troopers as a rampart, wiping out the ants in front of him, and when he ran out of arrows he moved forward to retrieve the ones in front of him. He would then climb up the body of a soldier ant further in front of him and kill another and another and another. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca, who were watching from the rear, muttered in a daze, "This isn't a dream, is it?" The third phase, the one that even third-year seniors struggle with, had already passed. But join forces with your teammates to defend against the onslaught of killer ants. Time remaining until the end of phase 3, 0 minutes 0 seconds. 1 Vikir. HP 100,100. Kill point 968. Assist point 5,321. Vikir isn't just holding his own, he's pushing back the line itself. It was only later that Professor Sadie, who had the magic wall key, was discovered. She had been found in a drunken state in a back alley bar outside the academy, only because the barkeep had reported her for vandalism and disturbing the peace. Professor Morg Banshee looked down in disgust at Professor Sadie, who was being carried in drunkenly. Retrieve the keys at once and open the magic wall. And with that, the situation was finally under control. The rescue took 42 minutes and 13 seconds. By the time the magic wall was dissolved and the professors rushed inside, it was all over. The professors didn't want the outside world to know that they were late because of jurisdictional and liability issues, so they exaggerated Vikir's heroism even more. The story of what could have been a catastrophe was dropped, and all the focus was on the fact that the academy had the most heroic first-year student in its history. Meanwhile, Vikir responded briefly to the flood of interview requests. It was a team effort, a group of friends Due to the toxic fog that filled the stadium, people were unable to see the details of what was happening inside. But we do know that Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and others who were later rescued spoke out about Vikir's heroism. Meanwhile, Vikir's ability to reach sword expert rank caused a stir around the school. Attention was also drawn to how he had managed to ace the defense game with this power, which was strong enough for an 18-year-old but still insufficient to kill a large number of worker ants and soldier ants. Vikir readily shared the secret. I think you can find it in my midterm exam written answer sheet. The midterms are divided into a practical and a written portion, with the practical consisting of defense and attack and the written portion consisting of free research and an essay. For his free research paper, Vikir chose the topic of killer ant strategies, and he had written about the weaknesses of worker ants and soldier ants in his report. The worker ant's biocompass, which detects magic fields and a vital point in the skull of a soldier ant. This information would have been incredibly helpful to imperial armies out in the wilderness slaying monsters. It's a treasure chest of tactics that can dramatically reduce the casualty rate of common soldiers and mercenaries, especially those without mana. A new strategy for the low to mid-tier monsters that caused the most damage to humanity. After this was announced, not only the academy but the entire capital and even the entire empire began to tremble. The result. Who is Vikir? The commander wants to see you. His Highness the Crown Prince has sent a letter of commendation. The head of the Magical Research Institute wants to meet him. At least within the academy there were almost no people who didn't know Vikir. Night sky, the rooftop of a dormitory on a quiet night. Exclusive hot star of the year Vikir. Who is he? Views 129872. A boy's performance at the Cold Warrior class practical evaluation at around 11 a.m. yesterday became the talk of the town. The person who received the award was a freshman, Vikir, 18, who just entered the school this year. He dug a tunnel and jumped into the poisonous fog to help his 4 friends in crisis. He set an example for the others by being a man of action and by discovering a strategy for the killer ant that was previously unknown. Meanwhile, Vikir's performance was recognized with a whopping 9889 points in the practical evaluation, a new record in the Academy's history given that it was set by a single person. Cold class first year. Wow, I thought Vikir was just good at studying, but he's an excellent student. Hot class second year. I was there too, but I barely saw it because of the poisonous fog. Hot class first year. Wow, that's too much exaggeration. Typical star making. Cold class first year. If I didn't see it myself, I would have said hot class first year. Even His Highness the Crown Prince would look for it. But this cold class first year, he's just a commoner. What kind of star is he? Cold class first year. Rumor has it that there's a royal among the 20th class. Hot class first year. No way. 222222222. Cold class second year. No way. 333333333. Cold class first year. Isn't 9889 points a true story? That's a record he set alone. Cold class first year. I thought you knew the strategy. Hot class third year. But no matter what, that's just too good. Cold class third year. I wonder if that score is possible even with a 4-person graduating class. Hot class fourth year. Yes, it is possible now. I know that strategy. Haha. Hot class third year. You don't know Columbus egg. It's hard at first, but after that it's easy. Cold class first year. He's going to be a superstar from tomorrow. I should get his autograph already. Vikir crumpled the newspaper. Yikes. In a matter of minutes he had become a school celebrity. Somehow it was getting farther and farther away from Vikir's intentions. This is all because of you. Vikir frowned at the young madam who was hanging from the roof railing, knitting. Hack hack. But the cub, who had just finished eating to the point of bursting at the seams, laid down on its belly in front of Vikir's face as if it was happy. Vikir sighed and scratched the cub's belly. Then, Pududiog. The thing had been waiting for had arrived. A white owl flew across the night sky and perched on the railing in front of Vikir. It was a letter from Cinderwendy, arriving just in time for the appointment. Fluttering. Vikir plucked the letter from the owl's leg and read it. The letter is encrypted and cannot be decrypted except by Vikir. 1/10 commandment. Information obtained. Time needed to analyze a month. To the night hound, 2 impersonators appear, one for praise, the other.
Purpose unknown.
3 Osiris of the House of Baskerville family, crest emptied supposedly. Headed to the ecliptic imperial capital. After interpreting the keywords, we see that there are 3 pieces of information listed in order of importance. The first was about the 10 demons, now 8, that Vikir was chasing. Cinderwendy thought she had a clue about the 3rd demon that Vikir would be hunting. However, since I am a very cautious person, it seems like it will take a month to determine whether it is true or not. But the information was reliable enough. Vikir decided to wait patiently. After all, the last Dantalian hunt had taught him that taking on a demon of Demon King class unknown would be too much for him. Until then, I must diligently develop my skills. Vikir realized that he needed to extend his time as a night hound. There is nothing better than actual practice to develop your skills. But copycat. The second piece of information took a moment. Apparently there are 2 copycats of the night hound. This was something that Vikir had more or less guessed. It was a newspaper article from a while back. Exclusive: the night hound strikes again, views 74609. At around 1 a.m. yesterday morning, the night hound began to terrorize again. The place that was destroyed was the central clock tower, a landmark of the ecliptic. This building, which boasts a long history, is a symbol of imperial power and at the same time contains the legacy of the previous Emperor Peha, who wanted to present the standards of imperial order. Meanwhile, the number of deaths due to this terrorist attack is the imperial family declared that they would put this rare and heinous criminal to death by any means necessary. HBO: the worst villain, the night hound, how far does his evil go? Views 89,269. The Hound of the Night has struck again. After destroying the central clock tower at around 1 o'clock a.m., the night hound ravaged the royal cemetery at around 4 o'clock a.m. The royal cemetery is a sanctuary where the brave and fierce generals of the previous era who unified the empire rest, so the fact that they attacked this place was a heinous act that was tantamount to a declaration of war against the entire empire and indeed the entire human race. Meanwhile, the number of remains damaged or lost due to this terrorist attack is enormous, and the exact damage has not yet been calculated. Note that the times mentioned in the article were all around the time Vikir was writing his report for his midterm. What Vikir didn't do was blamed on the night hound. It's a copycat. A copycat is a criminal who copies a criminal's behavior when they become famous. The reasons for copying vary from praise, sympathy, support, rivalry, and cover-ups, but even Cinderwendy hadn't quite figured out the needs of copycats. Yet, one is praising the night hound and the other is aimless. Vikir stroked his chin with his hand. It was to be expected that the night hound would become so infamous that there would be copycats. Most of the copycats were quickly arrested, so he hadn't given it much thought. However, the 2 copycats mentioned in the newspaper article and Cinderwendy's letter are different. The force they had seemed to be considerable, and so was their deliberate action. It was clear that the 2 copycats mentioned by Cinderwendy were probably the same as the real criminals pointed out in this newspaper article. It was not very pleasing to Vikir that 2 strong and cunning villains appeared at the same time. Not only would it raise the imperial alarm, but it could also lead to overlapping activity. They'll have to take a look at the site, see what they're like. Vikir finished reading the letter. The rest of the letter was of little interest to Vikir, such as the fact that Osiris Les Baskervilles, the head of the Baskerville family and Hugo's eldest son, was away from home. Vikir burned the letter with an aura on the tip of his fingernail and sent the ashes into the wind. Just then, a voice caught Vikir's attention as he leaned against the rooftop railing. Reading the newspaper, Vikir slowly turned his head. A familiar short-cut hair, silver hair blowing in the night breeze, shining brightly under the Milky Way. Sinclair, head of the hot class. Considering the place and time, it was a somewhat unexpected meeting. A pale face with no makeup, short silver hair that hadn't dried, and the faint scent of shampoo still lingering in the air. Sinclair, a commoner with no last name, just a first name. However, she is the One who holds the top spot in the hot class with overwhelming grades. Vikir didn't answer, just twitched one eyebrow. It was a rather unexpected encounter considering the time and place. Why would she be here at this time in this place? The question was soon revealed. You know, too young, this is a famous spot for the Milky Way. Sinclair smiled broadly and held out something to Vikir. It was a small can of beer. Phew. Sinclair opened the beer and quickly brought the foam to her lips. Sinclair, whose white beard suddenly grew, grinned and handed Vikir a beer as, well, 2 cans, but I'll get you a special one. Thanks. Vikir hesitated for a moment before accepting the beer. I didn't expect to see you here at this time of night. I thought I had the place to myself. I always come here when I'm in a bad mood and look at the Milky Way. Sinclair suddenly seemed to be in a better mood. Something had happened, it seemed. But Vikir had something else on his mind. This was a dangerous place. I think I'll have to change my meeting point with Cinderwendy. From now on, she thinks if I come to this place I might run into him from time to time. And the man thinking I should never come to this place again. It was a rather ironic dream. Just then Sinclair put down her beer can and took an interest in the owl sitting next to Vikir. An owl? How cute. Did you get a letter? Oh, Pam. Ah ha ha, that's an unusual cry. Sinclair gently stroked the owl's round head. Then she looked back at Vikir. Did you get a letter? To whom? Not knowing what else to call her, Vikir remained silent. Then Sinclair's eyes narrowed. You're a girl. The owl's head had a greenish-gold ribbon in it, the color of Cinderwendy's hair. Vikir nodded silently, knowing that it was indeed a girl. Sinclair's expression hardened slightly. Wow, I see a relationship on Academy. Young, you're confident that your grades won't drop while dating, right? Is it good to do CC? Well, who among freshmen doesn't have a dream of becoming a CC? It's not like that. Vikir briefly dismissed Sinclair's comment. Vikir's adamant denial of a romantic relationship caused Sinclair to pause for a moment, then exhale. It was an oddly relieved sigh. Young, if this is a secret relationship and you're hiding it from me, I'm really disappointed. We're supposed to be able to talk about things like this. Between us, we're best friends. If that's the case, do you need to tell me? Really? Best friends? Vikir didn't understand but didn't bother to ask. After that, Sinclair chattered and told many different stories to himself. Vikir was a little surprised, as she wasn't usually this talkative at school. Sinclair waved her half-finished beer wistfully, then spoke up as if she'd had an idea. Oh, Hyung, what is your relationship with the president? When Sinclair said president, she meant student council president Dolores. If asked what his relationship with Dolores was, Vikir could confidently answer with one word. Nothing. I didn't think so. Sinclair narrowed her eyes and elbowed Vikir in the side. If it's no relationship, why has the chairman been looking for you like that for the past few days? Vikir's eyes widened as if he'd never heard of it before. Why is Dolores looking for him? He's had too many meetings lately. To the principal, to the president, to the ledger, to the director, to the president, to the so-and-so, to the so-and-so. I was just getting stressed out about why so many people were looking for it. Even the crown prince said he would give me a commendation. I don't have time to study, let alone assassinate. Cinderwendy's comment that it would take a month to analyze the information was almost considered good news. Sinclair shrugged. I don't know anyway. President Dolores has been secretly looking for you lately. Then that's why she came to the archery range to find me. And why didn't you see her? We crossed paths. I can't tell her that I turned into a dog, hid, and then ran away to avoid being neutered, so I give her a quick aside. Sinclair nodded and drained the rest of the beer. Phew! The burnt barley scent of the black beer spreads across the night sky. She leaned against the railing, propping her chin with her hand, looking somewhat helpless. I envy you. Vikir folds his arms and shakes his head. Sinclair smirked, wiping the beer foam from the corner of her mouth with her thumb. Young, you're always like that. Not asking first, it's my style. Vikir laughed softly at Sinclair's comment. Born to be a hound, bred to be a hound, Vikir is not used to questioning anyone. It was a hound's virtue to stand still and wait for his master to speak first. Are you tired of people always approaching you first and making noise? Perhaps Vikir's attitude struck a different chord with Sinclair. The reason I said I was jealous, I just said that because I was jealous of my Hyung. Is that so? Yeah, we're in the same class and there's a huge gap between us. Sinclair looked back at Vikir with a puzzled gaze. A first-year student who ranked first in his class and had already published 3 or 4 research papers that would shake up the academic world. A monstrous irregular far beyond the level of a typical undergraduate. For example, the level of a first-year undergraduate student is as follows. Professor, today's lecture is on how to eat salmon deliciously. First-year undergraduate student 1, wow, what's wrong with salmon? First-year undergraduate student 2, is salmon edible or not? First-year undergraduate student 3, what is flounder for? And then by the end of the 4th year, it's a little different. Professor, today I'm going to lecture you on how to eat salmon deliciously. 4th year undergraduate student 1. Professor. 4th year undergraduate student 1. Professor, what are you doing? You're not going to catch salmon. 1st and 4th years are worlds apart in terms of the depth of subject matter covered. But Vikir was already far beyond the level of even this 4th year student, and had reached the level of a graduate student or even a professor. And what about his practical grades? Vikir, who had been suspected of being a beginner let alone an expert, revealed his hidden expert-level skills. It was a level that was unimaginable for someone from a commoner's background. One that was on par with and perhaps even better than the Great Late Period. Experts of the 7 families. Written and practical, you're a man to be reckoned with, Hyung. I hear you've already been meeting with celebrities a generation or 2 above. You everyone's jealous. Vikir was annoyed by it, but to others it seemed like it was something they needed and wanted. But Vikir knew better. Money, power, honor, all of those things will be worthless rubbish when the age of destruction begins. When that happens, all existing order will crumble and all values will be overturned. As a great writer once said, an era in which survival becomes a cheap joke will soon arrive. It's all for nothing. At Vikir's words, Sinclair shakes her head again. You're not of this world sometimes. The words made Vikir's chest heat up a little. Sinclair smiled again. The way you talk, you sound so old, no one would ever think you're 18 then. Why don't you leave this world and go into hiding somewhere? With a clink, the empty beer can crunches. Sinclair placed it in the palm of her hand and drew on her mana. Crunch. A white-hot flame bursts forth, melting the beer can. It soon takes on a new appearance thanks to the mana of the iron attribute. A rabbit with a pocket watch and elaborate metal figurine rests in Sinclair's palm. By the way, did you hear the rumor? Sinclair said, fingering the rabbit. This time I mean among the classmates of the class of 20, a royal family member whose identity was hidden entered the school. Isn't that just gossip circulating in the stock market? Well, what do you think? Sinclair replied in a somewhat questioning tone. If it's imperial blood, it's probably not normal talent since it's descended from the first emperor who was a great prophet, right? You shouldn't stand out too much at the beginning of the semester, so you'll have to keep your talents hidden, so it's worth it to get in. Perhaps you're looking to recruit someone to work with you, I think so. But you wouldn't be able to hide your skills until the moment of truth, like if your close friends were in danger during a test. Enough. Vikir dismissed Sinclair's words again. I'm not royalty. I never said you were royalty. Vikir scratched his head. Sinclair merely smirked. It reminded Vikir of a certain scene. Come to think of it, Sinclair, this woman was a mystery to me before. Vikir remembered before the regression. After graduating from the academy, Sinclair lost contact with all of her classmates and predecessors. She disappears from the world, from history forever. Before the regression, the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow, who had grown quite a bit older since graduating from the academy, would often have conversations about what Sinclair is doing now, and she's probably doing well somewhere, since she didn't miss out on being head of the hot class for 4 years, and where did she come from and where did she go? We would reminisce about the amazing grades and records she had set when she was a student at the academy. When Vikir was thinking about this, hey, what are you doing after midterms this time? Sinclair asked again. We have a week off after midterms. Do you have any plans then? I do. Like what? Back and lower body and archery training. Not workouts and training. Sinclair stuck out her lips with a sullen expression. Then she spoke. Come over to my place when you're free, let's have a meal. Sinclair's invitation was a bit of a surprise. Vikir raised one eyebrow. Come to think of it, Sinclair had made a similar offer to Vikir once before. It was back when he was volunteering at an orphanage. Dantalian's act of collecting donations for the parentless children, and Sinclair and Vikir's conversation went something like this, with Sinclair asking him if he didn't want to donate. Young, you don't donate. I don't have any money. He said he didn't really have any. Vikir had decided not to accept any support from the Baskervilles. However, it was not currently receiving financial support from Cinderwendy. He didn't want to arouse any unnecessary suspicion with his cover as a commoner. Anyway, Sinclair was a bit puzzled at the time. Money? Why don't you have any money? You're a student at the academy, aren't you being a bit harsh? The poor kids here don't have parents and we should be helping them. There is no need for parents. They have to navigate the world on their own. Parents are only functional during childhood when help from others is essential, but otherwise they are unnecessary. Vikir's thoughts were the same then as they are now. Why do I feel sorry for children in orphanages? They have everything they need to survive except that their parents have been replaced by state institutions. They get the nutrients they need and the education they deserve. It's a much happier and more comfortable life than being raised as a hound in Baskerville. The world is full of pain, something to be fought and overcome, and parents are just the initial guides to help with the first tutorials in that long fight. Vikir sees parents as merely functional, and that's a natural value in the Baskervilles, where he's lived his entire life, and in the age of destruction, where he's lived half his life. But those who have lived through war and those who have not cannot understand each other. Vikir realized that he might seem a bit strange to those who had not yet lived through the age of destruction, so he had no expectations. However, you have to come, okay? Sinclair looked at Vikir with a seriousness he hadn't seen before. Instead of her usual curious and bubbly demeanor, it was heavy and wistful. She was looking at Vikir as if she understood and empathized with him, as she had in the past. Now, if you'll excuse me, it's almost time for my shift. Sinclair dropped something in front of Vikir and walked toward the rooftop. Exit. She's got a part-time job at this hour. Vikir tilted his head, but Sinclair just smirked and waved. And then, bang, the rooftop door slammed shut. Vikir turned his head to look at the object Sinclair had set down in front of him. There was a rabbit with a pocket watch scurrying about in a hurry, staring at him. Join Discord for notification. The midterm exam period, which felt long, is already halfway over. And one quiet afternoon on the sunny terrace of a cafe. I hear you've been very busy lately. It's kind of like that. Dolores, the student council president, and Vikir, a first-year student, were having a conversation. As the head of the newspaper club, Dolores took advantage of this opportunity to honestly say things she had not been able to say before. I'm really sorry about the pissing incident, and I didn't explain it in time, and it got out of hand, and I'm so grateful that you stood up for me. We can make mistakes, that's what makes us human. Vikir nodded without thinking. Just then, Dolores froze for a moment when she heard Vikir's response. Suddenly a voice echoed in her ears. We can make mistakes, that's what makes us human. To her surprise, it was the comforting voice of the night hound she had heard that night. The same comfort for the same worry, but from a different person. Could this be a coincidence? Sure, it's a coincidence. Dolores laughed a little at the ridiculousness of her own fleeting thought. It's a comforting thought. It could happen to anyone, she thought. Whatever. Dolores had organized this to help the juniors in the club before their upcoming attack test. Vikir tilted his head. The genealogy you passed on to me through Piggy the other day has helped me prepare well for the written test, thank you. Since strategies for killer ants often come up in the notes, and studying them can be used as a secondary skill in defense games, it's a good idea to research killer ants when choosing a topic for free research in the first place. It saves you from having to study them twice. But Dolores shook her head with a faint smile. Genealogy every other third year has one, mine is just a little more organized than the others, nothing special, and I admire you for doing legendary research with it. Yeah, you're like that too. You're being honest too. Dolores smirked at Vakir's casual admission. It was starting to look like this new kid's cockiness was coming into its own. Anyway, I called you here because I wanted to give you some advice for your upcoming attack test. I don't think you'll need it, seeing as how you're shooting a bow in your defense test, but just in case. Once again, Dolores explained the structure of the midterm. Like I said, the midterm is 10 written, 50 defense, and 40 attack. As of yesterday, the 10 written portion of the midterm and the 50 defense portion of the midterm were completed, leaving only the 40 attack portion of the midterm. The written portion of the exam is actually not that important, only about 10 of the total score, but the defense and attack portions are 50 and 40, respectively. While the defense test is played in teams of 4, the attack test is solely solo performance. The structure of the attack test is very simple. It's an unknown professor versus student match. The rules of the test are also much simpler than the defense test. You fight a golem controlled by a professor and win. The test golem is a typical entry-level stone golem with 1 head, 1 body, 2 large arms and 2 legs. What makes it special is that the professors, who are experts in combat, control the golems with their own bodies. The golem mimics the movements of the professor from a distance. When a student faces a golem that moves in exactly the same way, at the same speed, and with the same combat style as the professor, they can't help but feel like they're fighting the professor directly. However, since the opponent is a golem, the student is able to deploy the best kills he or she can, and the significance of this is that the student's true combat power can be measured. Students have to fight against the professor, who is a master of combat, but they can feel the realism of real life through a confrontation with a strong opponent. The rules were designed to minimize the number of casualties, as the professors would be unable to respond to the many variables created by so many students. Dolores held up her index and middle fingers in a serious manner. First of all, there are 2 problems with your attack test. Dolores folded her index finger. First, archers are at a disadvantage when facing a golem unknown. In the defense game, archers have an advantage. They can stand at a distance and score points while their teammates' tanks either catch most of them or only occasionally miss. But in attack it's different. Since it's a 1v1 match, there are no tanks to line up in front of you, so you're on your own. The moment you give the golem any distance, it's over. Furthermore, the professor controlling the golem won't be hurting himself, so he'll just charge at you and you won't be able to inflict any pain, so there's no point in hitting him. This means that the only way for the archer to deal a fatal blow to the golem is to run here and there, creating distance and unleashing powerful arrows from time to time, which is impossible if they can't keep up with the professor's speed. So what archers gain on the defense test, they lose on the attack test, and that's how the whole thing balances out. But Dolores wasn't done worrying yet. She raised her middle finger, still looking serious. Second, the professor who will be in charge of you is that professor Sade. Vakir's eyes narrowed at that. His full name was Donatien Alphonse Fernois Sadie de Sade. You mean the pathetic professor who disappeared with the key to the magic wall and was found high and dry? Yes. Dolores nodded with a deep sigh at Vakir's question. Professor Sadie, she's technically a parachute figure. The last lineage of the Marquis de Sade, who fell due to an unpleasant incident in the distant past and is now almost extinct. Unable to watch the descendants of a once noble nobleman become miserable, she was transferred from a lowly position in the imperial palace to a professorship at the academy, which is probably similar to the practice of giving honorary honors to nobles. Dolores shook her head. She's got a weird personality and a terrible work ethic, which makes her the #1 professor to avoid among students. In fact, most of her classes are cancelled for lack of interest. I've been in a few of her classes, and 9 times out of 10 she cancels them without warning, and that's first period in The morning and the one time she did cancel she did it with notice so I never got to attend. When the good and gentle Dolores says something like this it really says it. In fact Vikir also occasionally heard Professor Banshee and other professors badmouth Professor Sadie. She didn't seem to have a very good reputation even among the professors themselves. But Dolores, being the nice person that she is, had a few nice things to say about Professor Sadie. But one thing is for sure, she's good at what she does. In addition to teaching at the academy, she's an advisor to the Imperial Guard on arrests and torture, and I hear she's recently been helping the military track down criminals. Tracking criminals. Who else? At Dolores' words, Vikir nodded. A criminal of extraordinary proportions who has shaken the entire empire, a villain so vicious that even the empire's military was mobilized. I speak of the Night Hound. I guess there's a tracer who looks like an idiot. Vikir thought for a moment, then shook his head. From the sounds of it, Professor Sadie was a lazy person who was very dissatisfied with life. Why would a drunkard like that, who lives her life by getting drunk and letting things slide, be so eager to capture the Night Hound? Vikir quickly pushed the thought of Professor Sadie out of his mind. Dolores, however, was not to be deterred and continued her warning. Professor Sadie has one nasty habit. Whenever she sees a talented student, she tries to ruin their path. In what way? Well, she beats them so badly in the name of dueling that they become crippled, or she leaves them with severe post-traumatic stress disorder. This is a rumor, but there are also rumors that she sexually traumatizes them. Male or female, you should be careful. Sexually. Well, not the Score's sexual stuff. Why would she do that? I don't know. They say it's because she's the last of a fallen marquise, so she has an inferiority complex about the descendants of the now successful family, but only she knows if that's true. Professor Sadie is notorious for bullying students who are talented, come from noble families, pretty handsome, or just plain good. Now that Vikir had performed so well in his defense and written exams, it was likely that Professor Sadie would target him. That worried Dolores to no end. Just then, "Good morning, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Hey, race your parfait and espresso." A cheerful voice broke in between Vikir and Dolores. Clink. Cold and hot cups were placed on the table, and the part-time worker who brought them smiled broadly at Vikir and Dolores. She was Sinclair. Dolores' eyes widened and she asked, "Sinclair, do you work here?" "Yes, Ms. President, only on weekend mornings. I was a replacement last night. And this afternoon." Besides Sinclair, who answered cheerfully, was Bianca, who looked pale. Dolores asked them both, "Why are you two working here?" "Because tuition is coming up soon. I need to earn money for school. The first-year scholarship doesn't cover 100 and I wanted to get some part-time cafe experience while I'm in school." Sinclair was still a cheerful high school student. Bianca, on the other hand, had a simple reason. "I like their uniforms." Vikir scratched his head at that, but Dolores nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Sinclair set down the unordered biscuits and pies on the table. "This is a service under my authority. Hyung, do you like sweets?" "No, I don't." "They'll keep that in mind next time." Sinclair was still cheerful. She turned to Vikir as if she'd just remembered something. "Oh, by the way, did Hyunga pay his school fees this time?" "No." "When are you going to pay it?" Vikir stroked his chin. Had been so busy lately he hadn't thought about tuition. "I've decided not to seek assistance from the Baskervilles and ITLLBA, while before I can contact the Sindawendi who have entered the red and black depth to trade with the Balik. Much of the cost would be covered by the scholarship anyway, so the immediate out-of-pocket expenses weren't too great." So Vikir asked Sinclair a question. "I have a question about this cafe." Vikir rarely asks a question first, so not only Sinclair but also Dolores and Bianca turned to look at him. Finally, under the three women's gaze, Vikir spoke briefly. "Do you have any men's jobs?" With a midterm attack on the line, Vikir goes for a part-time job interview. When Sinclair hears about Vikir's financial situation, she immediately takes him to the boss office. Vikir silently thought to himself, "It's not time to use Sindawendi's money yet. It's best not to make any contacts until the moment comes." Cinderwendy's vast funds would be used later at a very important moment. Any contact with her must never be revealed until then, so it's better to refrain from such petty monetary transactions. The best way for the agents to be discovered was to follow the money trail. A bourgeois family'll leave it as a hidden card for them. Biker muttered a little to himself. Then Sinclair, who was walking slightly in front of him, turned her head with a puzzled expression. "Brother, what did you just say?" Nothing. Did I hear you wrong?" Sinclair shook his head, then turned back to the topic at hand. "This cafe is the best thing ever. The pay is a little low, but it's inside the academy, so there's no gossip and the work is easy, and the boss lets me make whatever I want to eat. If I have extra ingredients, it's close to the dorms and the lecture hall, and there aren't too many people at night, so I can study privately, although I can't sleep, and the uniforms are pretty." Sinclair quickly explained to Vikir the advantages of working at the cafe. She added in passing at the end, "I want you to work with my Hyung. I think it would be fun." But, contrary to Sinclair's expectations, the cafe owner was firm. "No way, we only hire girls." Mr. Pringles, the owner of Languid Noon Mustache, was a middle-aged gentleman with a bushy mustache. He had his own firm philosophy and beliefs about running a cafe, and one of them was that he only hired women for part-time jobs. He believed that only a woman's meticulous and delicate hands could make the best coffee. Faced with a gender barrier, Vikir was inevitably rejected. But Sinclair is a brave girl who doesn't let walls stop her. She would break them down with a weapon stronger than walls. "But boss, what does my Hyung look like?" Sinclair approached the back of Vikir, who was sitting on a chair, and stretched out her hands and almost hugged Vikir. Sinclair's hands pulled Vikir's bangs up. Oof! The bangs fell back, revealing Vikir's bare face. "Oh, now that's a different story." Mr. Pringles stroked his mustache once slowly with his hand. Then his mouth opened. "Minimum wage, 3 months probation. During the probationary period, I'll pay you 70% of your salary if that sounds good to you." Sinclair then turned to Vikir and grinned broadly. "Hyung, that's a pretty generous offer. This cafe usually doesn't hire men at all."
Idon.
But Vikir shook his head. A minimum wage job and an apprenticeship which would leave him with no time to go slay demons. Vikir hadn't intended to work here in the first place. He was just curious about how much kids get paid these days. "If I want to pay for school, I'll have to find a job that will pay well in a short period of time." Vikir was reminded that it's hard to make money with a regular job. "What kind of job should I do?" "Monster hunting would be the best, right? Once the midterm season is completely over and the holidays are here, I'll go hunting for monsters in the nearby area." Of course, Vikir knew exactly what dungeons were hidden near the Imperial capital and what monsters lurked there, so making money shouldn't be too difficult. But Sinclair, unaware of Vikir's thoughts, could only shake his head. Then, Mr. Pringles coughed for some reason. He stroked his mustache with a hand gesture that was a little faster than before. "So how about no probationary period, just minimum wage?" Mr. Pringles suddenly changed his tone. Both Vikir and Sinclair shook their heads. "No." Vikir shook his head again more firmly, and Mr. Pringles' fingertips twitched once in his mustache. "Well then, without a probationary period, I'll add 500 gold to your minimum wage. How about that?" "No." "Ugh, then add 1,000 gold to your hourly wage." "No." "Yuck, then I'll pay you 15 times your hourly rate just for that." "I want." "Ouch, then double your hourly rate. Work for me." "No." Vikir frowned as he watched Mr. Pringles twitch his mustache. At this point, it was Sinclair who was flustered. She stopped Mr. Pringles with an awkward smile. "Oh, Mr. Pringles, you must be disappointed. You're going to have a lot of female customers with my brother, aren't you?" "Huh, is that so? Oh well, I guess that's true. I hadn't thought of that." "What, otherwise why would you hire my Hyung at double the hourly wage?" "Well, our cafe has a nice uniform." "Yeah, right, except we only have girls' uniforms." "Exactly. Whatever." Vikir decided not to take the cafe job. Leaving the boss office, Sinclair lamented. "All the good jobs around here are for women. Cafes, theaters, and bookstores are great places to work. Why don't you try cross-dressing? It might not be so bad after all." Bianca next to her said with a rare look of seriousness on her face. But Vikir shook her head silently. It's okay, I already have a part-time job in mind. Aware. Sinclair opened his rabbit eyes. There was no way he could say demon hunting right then, so Vikir just shut. Then, Dolores, who had been waiting with her parfait, suddenly stood up from the table. Whoa, 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 the copycat again. She was trembling, clutching in her hand the newspaper that the mailman's owl had tossed through the cafe window just moments before, breaking the night hound, a vicious act that knows no bounds. Views 3,869. The worst villain of all time, the night hound has bared his fangs once again. Last night, a group of students from the Varangian Academy who were on a school trip to the Yellow Sea were attacked by a night hound, causing great damage. There were 0 minor injuries and 0 serious injuries. Among them was the head of the Varangians Academy. Meanwhile, the night hound was not targeting the Varangian students in the first place but had an ulterior motive, but the encounter was a result of the bravery of the Varangian students who spotted a suspicious person and came forward first. Meanwhile, no fingerprints were detected on the only piece of evidence left at the scene, a broken vodka bottle. Cold class first year. Wow, the Varangian kids must have been victimized. Hot class second year. For so long I felt like I was a stranger because I was in the academy, but it doesn't feel like a stranger that someone my age got attacked. Hot class 1 ND year. I can't sleep at night because I'm scared these days. Hot class 1 ND year. Really, that criminal should be arrested sooner rather than later. Hot class second year. Wow, I'm so excited for the night hound. He's a villain, but he's cool. Cold class first year. This is crazy. Cold class first year. Isn't he a psychopath? Hot class third year. This guy needs to be checked out. Cold class first year. But there are a lot of night hound fans in the academy. Hot class second year. Edda, they're just writing nonsense saying they're
anonymous. I'm afraid we'll go blind.
Hot class third year. I'm a night hounds fan. I support you. Bring a wake up call to this rotten society. Hot class second year. Imperial Guard members are here. Dolores looked at the newspaper angry. This is not the work of the night hound. Someone is copying him. A real villain. She jumped out of her seat and walked over to Vikir, Sinclair, and Bianca. I'm sorry girls, but I have an emergency and I have to go. Well, talk about the attack test a little later. Yes, Ms. Chairman. Sinclair and Bianca nodded obediently. Vikir, meanwhile, was a little impressed by Dolores' glare. Did you realize it was a copycat? Excellent. Vikir read the newspaper article Dolores had left behind. Apparently there was a madman on the rampage out there. No, not one but two. Two copycats. One has been less active lately, the other is still on the rampage. I was already avoiding eye contact, but now I was getting even more attention. This had obvious advantages and disadvantages. The pros are that Vikir's alibi is now stronger, the investigation is in disarray, and hopefully Vikir's crimes can be blamed on a copycat. But there was one major drawback that all of these advantages didn't cover. It's that my vigilance is heightened when I'm acting as the night hound. This could disrupt assassinations. The more vigilant a society's leaders are, the more guards there will be. Vikir made a silent resolution to himself to eliminate the copycats, the fake night hounds, if possible. Once I do well in the attack test tomorrow, I will go straight to catch the copycat. I have to get a job, I have to study, I have to take exams, I have to go on assassinations, I have to catch and kill copycats. Vikir's academic life is indeed busy. The final exam of the midterms had begun. Students and golems faced each other in a large circular arena. On the opposite side of the arena, the professor stood alone. The student's opponent, the golem, copies the professor's movements. Whiz-pop, clank-thunk. When the professor swings his right arm, the golem swings its right arm, and when the professor leaps, the golem leaps. The professor has to control his avatar golem from a distance to take on the student, but in this case, the sense of distance becomes a handicap. Then it was time for the real thing, and the students on the stage faced off against the golem. The students had to use all their strength against the golem, which mimicked the professor's body movements. Meanwhile, the attack test was divided into sections based on the order of the Attendance list with a specific professor in charge of sections A through B. And one professor facing about 100 students. Naturally, with different professors controlling the golems. Fighting styles would also vary. A professor with a generally gentle personality moves the golem in a defensive manner, while a professor with an impatient and aggressive personality uses the golem offensively. Therefore, students had to memorize where their name was located in the attendance list and identify their professor in advance to study his fighting style. This was a test designed by the Academy's first principal, who believed that education is more effective when you know and analyze the person who will teach you before you learn. Meanwhile, a tutor who was being tested for the first time was holding a spear and fighting hard. Pow! The tip of the spear exploded with a powerful aura. If it was a real man-to-man duel, no matter how strong the professor was, he wouldn't have been able to unleash such a lively attack. But the opponent was a golem and the real professor was moving safely at a distance. So without hesitation, tutor plunged his spear into it. Boom, boom, boom. The golem, which was radiating magic, was knocked back by tutor's aura. However, not yet. A familiar voice spoke from the golem's mouth. Professor Morg Banshee, the Academy's leading candidate for vice principal. Even though he was on the far side of the training grounds, he knew exactly how far away tutor was. Chea. The golem snaps its fingers, forming a bond, and thorny vines grow around tutor's body. Tutor ducks his head. The vines are fake. The golem, controlled by Professor Banshee, immediately throws a giant punch. Tutor barely twisted his waist to avoid it. Fist is also fake. There was no way to avoid the sole of the golem's foot as it launched a back kick. Pow! Tutor was knocked off his feet. The golem's shadow casts an eerie shadow over Tutor, who is covered in dirt, and thrown out of the field. The click of Professor Banshee's tongue comes through the golem's mouth. Did you think that because I'm a mage I wouldn't use my fists and feet? Ugh, yeah. The purpose of battle is to win. Just because you're a mage doesn't mean you have to use magic to win. You have to use whatever you have to win, whether that be fists, kicks, teeth, or whatever. Thank you for your teaching. Professor Banshee was a hated human being, but he was a great teacher. Tutor bowed politely and exited the arena. Ring. Tutor's score was then displayed in a magical status window. Effective hits 12, 1 point each. Effective dodges 20 times 1 point each. Effective defense 3, 1 point each. Critical hits 0, 10 points each. Total score 35 points. A total score of 35 points, by far the highest score of any first-year student. Good. Tutor threw his hands in the air and called out in triumph. He succeeded in delivering 12 effective hits to the golem controlled by Professor Banshee, successfully evaded the golem's attacks 20 times and properly blocked the golem's attacks 3 times. I didn't manage to land a critical hit against the skillfully maneuvered Banshee's golem, but it didn't matter. Professor's masters of combat would never allow a critical hit against a student. Tutor nodded to Dolores, the student council president, who was watching from a distance. It helped that Dolores had given him a heads-up on the fighting style of Professor Banshee, who was now in charge of Tutor, though he hadn't expected to use his feet at the end. At least you scored better than those triplets from Baskerville. Tutor smirked as he looked to the other side of the arena. There he could see 3 people standing arm-in-arm, highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. Highbrow had a score of 34, midbrow and lowbrow both had a score of 33, and they were in first and second place until Tutor showed up. Tutor taunted the triplets with a nasty look. Hey, how's that for being a dick to your friends? But somehow the Baskerville triplets didn't respond to Tutor's taunt. They just stood there like carved wooden chickens. Tutor, who had just taunted his dumbfounded classmates, stuck his tongue back in his cheek. What is it with them always picking fights, and now they won't take a fight at all? Tutor wasn't sure why the Baskerville's triplets had suddenly become like that, but he thought it was a good thing. Tutor's taunt fell on the wrong person. Damn, I'm pissed at that Tutor asshole. Bianca stomping her foot at Tutor. Effective hits 7, 1 point each. Effective dodges 24 times 1 point each. Effective defense 0 1 point each. Critical hits 0 10 points each. Total score 31 points. Bianca is an archer, which puts her at a disadvantage in 1v1s like this, especially against a golem that knows no pain. I can't believe I lost to tutor. It's all because of the weird test. Structure. It's disadvantageous for archers. The balance sucks. You know, I don't remember you mentioning balance once when you were raking in the points on the defense exam. Why would you bring up the defense exam if you had nothing to say? Of course you're bringing it up so you don't have anything to say. Tutor and Bianca started fussing over the scores again. And then I said, "Ha ha ha, how's that, you foolish things?" Grenouille, the second in charge of the hot class, finished the test with a victorious smile. Effective hits 11 1 point each. Effective dodges 22 times 1 point each. Effective defense 2 1 point each. Critical hits 0 10 points each. Total score 35 points. He finished the exam with the same score as tutor, the head of the cold class. Apparently his original advisor, Professor Banshee, became the one in charge of the exam, and he scored better than expected. In other words, he was pretty lucky. Grenouille looked over at tutor, who was cheered on by his fellow cold class. Is this a tie? I think you and I will have almost the same midterm scores, right? Don't rub it in. We broke the class record on the defense test. Our individual scores were tie, and let's not forget that I have a higher written score than you. Tutor smirked at Grenouille's arrogance as if he wasn't worth the trouble. I don't know what you're talking about. The cold class hasn't released the final weapon for the attack test yet. What isn't the final weapon? Yours or Bianca's? You're tied with me, and Bianca's dead. What? Who wants to die? I'm going to tear that gloomy bastard up and put it on top of my porridge. Grenouille's answer made Bianca behind him jump, but she was quickly silenced by Tutor's urging. Tutor smirked and looked at Grenouille. 11 strongest. Even in a unknown fight against a golem, there's someone much stronger than me. Grenouille's expression hardened at that. Yes, even the arrogant Grenouille was wary of Tutor and Bianca. In fact, there was someone even more threatening than Tutor and Bianca. Sancho Barataria of the class A Cold Warriors. Tutor exclaimed triumphantly. Sancho is a northern warrior who can beat a bear with his bare hands without a handful of mana. Moreover, if it were an attack test with unlimited mana and unlimited number of kills, what would the result be? It will be on a different level from when Naphtali was doing it. At that, Grenouille and the other hot class students grunted and averted their gazes. They admit it. Of all the students in both the cold and hot class, it was Sancho who was expected to score the highest on the attack test. Sancho must be number 1 in the cold warrior class, right? That's right. Have you seen his size? His fist is bigger than my head. Doesn't he just rip apart golems with his strength? Maybe Hell set an all-time record for individual scores. All the students were chattering the same thing. But what happened next sent all the students cold and hot into a panic. Thud. Sancho, covered in blood, fell helplessly to his knees. On top of him, a status window reflected the cold reality. Effective hits 8 1 point each. Effective dodges 9 1 point each. Effective defense 0 1 point each. Critical hits 0 10 points each. Total score 17 points. That's a ridiculous score. He only managed to land 8 effective hits and 9 dodges. He even had 0 effective defenses, meaning he was hit by almost every attack. A score of 17 is not even mediocre. It was truly a shock that Sancho, who can score high scores in the late 30s, barely received this score. Even worse, Sancho collapsed in a heap as soon as he finished the test. The gaping wounds and dripping blood made the atmosphere in the testing room even more gruesome. Sancho. Dolores rushed over to the injured junior. Dolores helped Sancho stagger to his feet and heal him. Soon a crowd of students gathered around Sancho and Dolores. At the front of the line was their roommate and best friend Tutor. Hey Sancho, are you okay? The president heal me so I'm fine. Sancho's deep sigh shows his self-destruction for failing the exam. I also feel sorry for not being able to establish the prestige of Cold Warrior class. A vein appeared on Dolores' forehead. She patted Sancho on the back a few times, then stood up and glared at the Professor standing on the other side of the arena. The pilot of the golem that had been in charge of Sancho just moments ago. Ho ho ho, boring. It's a laugh that seems to tickle, but underneath it all there's a deep sense of extreme boredom and pessimism.
Sa du din sade aka ms sa du.
A young female professor who was considered the worst disgrace of the Colosio Academy. A drop of cold sweat trickles down Dolores' cheek. However, her gaze is filled with laughter. Ho ho ho, what do you see? Miss Sadie, she turned to Dolores. A black military cap, a long purple ponytail, hair spiked like horns in places, skin as pale as a corpse. Underneath her black studded uniform she wore a loose belt, and in the middle of it hung a rolled-up whip. The heel of the black kill heel she was wearing was a whopping 31 centimeters long, and the tip was sharp like an awl. There were terrible scars burning like flames on the tips of her 10 fingers, where her fingerprints should have been, and there was a rumor that she had been drinking vodka and chewed on her own fingers thinking they were snacks. While she was drunk, Dolores broke out in a cold sweat and met Professor Sadis' gaze. Normally she would have immediately turned a blind eye to that scary woman's gaze, but having grown up through the Dantalian battle, Dolores was not about to shy away from a look of protest at the injury to her favorite junior. What, look at her? Professor Sadie drew the whip at her waist. She turned and paced toward Dolores, who glared at her. What kind of a bitch with no blood on her bald head gives a grown woman a glare like that and thinks she's the student council president? Ho ho ha, honey, even your Abby Humbert can't open his eyes at me like that. The cold sweat that was drenching Dolores' body became even more intense as Miss Sadie slowly gave off momentum. Dolores had fought Dantalian before, but Professor Sadis' aura exuded an entirely different kind of fear. A woman who exuded an almost demonic danger. Then, your disdain for the students is in moderation, Professor Sadie. A voice interrupted Professor Sadie. Morgue Banshee, who stood in Dolores' way. Dolores sank back in her seat, feeling the pressure on her body dissipate as Professor Banshee's back blocked her view. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee turned to Sadie and warned her in a low voice. What kind of attitude is this in the middle of a sacred midterm? Not only did you overtest a student in your charge, but you crossed the line into verbal abuse and assault. Do you really want to get yourself fired? TSK. Professor Sadie interrupted, spitting phlegm at Professor Banshee's feet. What? Professor Banshee's brow furrowed at Sadis' rudeness. But Professor Sadie was unfazed and pulled something out of her waistband. It was a large glass bottle half full of vodka. Clink. Professor Sadie showed his sharp teeth and bit down on the long, narrow mouth of the glass bottle, breaking it. Wazak, wazak. She chewed the shards of glass in her mouth like candy, then slurped them down her throat along with the vodka. Professor Banshee's mouth was half open in disbelief. Is that alcohol? No, I mean, how can you have that kind of attitude on this exam with your students lives on the line? This isn't alcohol, asshole. I can smell the alcohol all the way from here. The 76 degrees, it's not alcohol, it's water. This crazy person. Professor Sadis' head snapped up as Banshee showed signs of rambling. Then she spoke sarcastically for all to hear. The world has changed for the better that an old man from House Morgue who used to manage a morgue can be offended by a daughter of the Marquis de Sade. But Professor Banshee is a man of great family pride. Few that was hundreds of years ago. The Marquis of Morgue, now also the Marquis de Sade, has long since fallen, and your status is no more than a semi-baron. It's a boring world, to hell with it. Professor Sadie flicked her ears and turned her head away as if she didn't want to deal with him. Professor Banshee gave her a stern look. How far do you think the principal's favor will go if you continue to treat students badly in the next exam? I will definitely discipline you with the authority of the next vice principal. Nay. Professor Sadie still didn't pretend to hear, but she didn't laugh or make sarcastic remarks anymore, not that she could completely ignore what Professor Banshee was spewing out to save her life. Professor Banshee gritted his teeth and turned away. He knew full well why they kept her on the faculty, even though it cost them lives every year. Honorific, the opinion in aristocratic circles that the dignity of a nobleman no matter how fallen their dignity, should not be overly damaged. No, there are a few more factors. An unrivaled sense of combat and a genius for criminal psychology. She possesses enough combat power to be able to take on a company of the Imperial Army on her own, and shows an uncanny ability to predict, track, and apprehend the psychology of all types of criminals. A madman can understand a madman. Professor Banshee shook his head. Professor Sadie is clearly a rare genius in terms of ability and talent, but her short temper makes her difficult to work with. She had just brutalized Sancho Barataria, a promising young man who seemed to have a lot of potential. Luckily, Sancho is a strong soul and hasn't suffered too much trauma yet. How many up-and-coming elites have been traumatized by Professor Sadie only to find themselves peeing themselves at the mere sound of her laughter? They often took a leave of absence from school or dropped out of school, and even if they managed to graduate, they were often so weak-hearted that they could not fight at all, no matter where they went. Considering this, Professor Banshee felt like thanking Sancho for being such a strong soul. Dolores next to him was also looking at Sancho with pity. The professor in charge was extremely unlucky after all that, Sadie. But the nightmare was just beginning. Ho ho ho, come on up next, it'll be gentle from now on. Professor Sadie continued to call the students in her charge into the arena. Jag. Her avatar mud golem slapped the thorny whip in her hand against the floor a few times. Then the next student stepped onto the field. Puck. The result was what everyone expected. The student was unable to land a single effective hit on the mud golem and was retired as his entire body was mangled by the whip. 0 effective hits, 4 effective dodges, 0 effective defenses, 0 critical hits. Sancho's next student was left in tears with a miserable score of just 4 points. And the one after him, and the one after that, and the one after that. None of them managed to land a single successful attack on the golem, which mimicked Professor Sadis, every move only dodging the whip baptism. Furthermore, Professor Sadis' whip, writhing and flying like a viper, was nearly impossible to defend against once it began to strike. 4 points, 3 points, 8, 6, 5, 7 points, 4 points. The parade of disastrous scores continues. It was a moment of reassessment that Sancho's score of 17 points was outrageous. Meanwhile, the professors watching were grinding their teeth. Sadie, that stupid bitch, is destroying the entire grade point average. I'm sick to my stomach to see this kind of discriminatory test every year. Why on earth does the principal favor that bitch every time? As a last act of respect for the fallen Marquis de Sade. Damn it, how unreasonable and absurd. I thought this was not the way the ranks and classes were supposed to be divided. I can't help but think that the students in that class were unlucky. Maybe we should give the sexually victimized kids extra credit for their work or attitude later on to make up for it. Well, it's a good thing the assistant principal's faction has her, because she'll bring down the principal's approval ratings. In the midst of all of their complicated thoughts, Professor Sadie chuckles, sending the students into a desperate state. Ho ho ho, it's fun to make the dogs sweat and train them well, not as much as making them bloody. The good news among the misfortunes was that Professor Banshee's threats were effective, and Professor Sadie did not end up killing the student. Still, the idea of treating students like dogs and whipping them with a whip was offensive to many. This wasn't a teacher educating a pupil, it was just the stronger beating the weaker. After giving the student she had just beaten a total of 4 points and retiring them, Sadie called for the next dog to be trained. And then, who you seem to be the only one with any sense, so you'll be worth training. Professor Sadis' eyes lingered on a student standing at the bottom of the arena. A man with an expressionless face and a cold aura surrounding him at all times. Vikir was standing there. Vikir stood there, his face still expressionless. And behind him a female student with white hair walked out. Sinclair, ahead of the hot class. She walked toward the stage as if sensing it was her turn. Class a hot mages number 69, are you Sinclair? By this time she heard Professor Sadis' voice calling out Sinclair's name. It was a line of genuine interest. Despite being from a commoner's background, Sinclair's performance in practical and written exams is better than anyone else's. Not only that, but she has a reputation as an alpha girl who takes multiple general education classes, clubs, volunteer work, and a part-time job in her spare time. In fact, Sinclair's name is known to students, professors, and even some of the most polarizing parents who are interested in the inner goings-on at the academy. Is that why Professor Sadie had her eye on Sinclair? Dolores stepped up to Sinclair's side looking concerned. Sinclair, you might as well drop out of the exam. In addition to being a professor at the academy, Professor Sadie is an advisor to the Imperial Guard's arrest and torture unit, which means she's very capable and she's just as likely to do you harm as she is to be a cranky professor who'll try to bully you if she sees a talented student. But Sinclair shook his head, looking more determined than ever. I was expecting that. What? I've been expecting it more or less since my proctor became professor. Sadie. Sinclair lifted her head, her sparkling gaze was fixed on Dolores. I appreciate your concern, Ms. President, but I need to do well on these exams so I can get a scholarship to pay for my tuition. I see what you're saying, but Professor Sadis' case isn't typical. Even if you fail this exam, I'm sure your professors in other subjects will make up for it somehow, whether it's by giving you extra credit or extra points or whatever. But Sinclair turned her head. She could see a number of students lying there groaning. The damage was especially severe among the hot class, who had relatively little stamina compared to the cold class. Seeing this, Sinclair bit her lip tightly. I can't hide from the person who made my friends look like that. I want to take the test on the same terms as my friends, Ms. President. Sinclair's desperation was enough to get through to Dolores. Why don't I know? Dolores had been a freshman herself when her friendships with her classmates were strong. Yes, there is such a thing as comradeship and country love. Thank you, Ms. President. No problem, but if you're in any real danger, you should give up the test and run right to me. I'll heal you. Yes. Sinclair replied with a flourish and leaped up onto the stage. Now Professor Sadis' curious gaze is on Sinclair. The innocent look of a child looking down at an insect to tear apart. Oh, so you're the Sinclair, the one with the good grades, the great combat skills, the sweet personality, the good nature, and all the classes volunteer work and clubs. Thank you, you're flattering me. Wow, you have a nice voice, you have a pretty face too. Professor Sadie began to ramble on. It must be worth ruining. The atmosphere would have been quite warm if it weren't for that last comment. Suts. At this point, Professor Sadis' aura began to radiate. Professor Sadis' avatar, a mud golem that closely resembled her figure, stood up on its slender legs. In its hand it held a long vine whip. The golem's mouth moved to convey Professor Sadis' voice. There's been a ridiculous rumor going around the school lately that I'm bullying a talented student. Sinclair cringes at the words. Rumors? Surely Professor Sadis' true intentions were not jealousy or inferiority complex. Sinclair was confused for a moment, wondering if she had misunderstood. But Professor Sadis' next words were certainly more insane. That must be a real misunderstanding, because I bully everyone talented. Or not, ho ho ho. At the same time the golem's whip flew out. Crack. With a loud crack the stone floor cracked. Sinclair ducked and dodged, but the whip moved as if it were alive, chasing after Sinclair's feet. Kiririk. With a vicious motion like a salmosa. Except that the talented ones struggle a little longer, so they're unusually full of it, ho ho ho. Was that Sancho back there? I guess he had some expectations, but the academy standards have dropped a lot, and such a lump of lousy talent is the ace in the hole for cold class. I'm disappointed. Professor Sadie licks her dry lips with her tongue and continues to flick it into thin air. How about you try acting like an ace in the hot class game? At the same time the whip makes countless bends and knots, bursting the air around it. Puff puff puff, crack 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 crack. The surrounding cobblestones explode. Sinclair cast a wind spell on her body to help her move faster. Haste. With a quickened movement Sinclair dodged the noose created by the whip and moved to the edge of the training grounds. Speed like the wind indeed. But haste, that's how fast you can move with a haste, kid. If you do that in real life you'll die right away. Professor Satis Golem caught up with Sinclair's movements far too easily. This gasp came not only from Sinclair's mouth but also from the mouths of all the students and professors watching the test. Sadie piloted the golem with such ease that even the professors were amazed at her godlike skill. Ordinary professors, no matter how skilled in combat they were, could not control a golem from a distance so perfectly. A body synchronized to a golem has a slight slowdown when moving, and the golem also has a momentary synchronization delay when it is avatarized. Additionally, the distance jamming would be more challenging, as you would be trying to intercept a distant opponent and you would be unable to calculate the difference in length or thickness between your limbs and the golem's limbs, which would introduce small errors. But, ho ho ho, you don't get points for running away, do you? Professor Sadie had none of that. Her incredible focus and physicality flowed like water, as if she was actually fighting the student in front of her. It's as if she's actually in close combat with the person in front of her. That's right, I don't get points for running away, so thanks for the advice. Sinclair stood firm and cast a spell. A multiple spell cast. 3 circles, 3 layers, 9 mana circles in all. Quack, 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 quack. A whopping 3 class 3 magic spells exploded out. A song of fire, ice, and wind. A tremendous talent rarely seen at her age in terms of mana affinity alone. She could match or surpass the mages of House Morgue. However, ho ho ho, seeing the spears of fire, ice, and wind, Professor Sadie could only chuckle softly. Ho ho ho, the aces of the hot class are nothing special either. I would rather be bothered by the big guys from Varangian. Professor Sadie muttered, her interest waning. And then, with a single kick, all of Sinclair's magic was destroyed. Cuck. Mana flowed back as the spells were forcibly cancelled. Sinclair stumbled backwards, blood pouring from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. Above her head, the golem's fists and kicks began to rain down. Quack, 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 quack. The physicality of Professor Satis Golems was astonishing. The amount of mana that can be injected into the golem is obviously limited, but Professor Sadie chooses the moves that are most efficient with that limited amount of mana. This, coupled with the unparalleled physicality of the explosive bursts of mana, results in an unbelievable level of control over the golem. Insanely flexible, bizarrely contorted, incomprehensibly bent, and monstrously fast. It's as if its entire body is one long whip. Kayag. Sinclair couldn't help but scream. Sinclair stumbles backwards, frantically dodging the golem's fists and kicks. And then she hears the voice of the Grim Reaper in her ear. Oh no, my dear, there's something else you've forgotten. Have you forgotten? My whip. The golem's fists and kicks are so fearsome that she forgets for a moment. Professor Satis' primary weapon is a whip. Sinclair snapped out of her reverie and she could see the whip stalks sprawling around her body like some kind of bird. Snap. The noose tightened in an instant, binding Sinclair's entire body in a single bound. Unable to move, Sinclair turned her head. Kill Heel's pointed heel came so close that it almost touched the surface of Sinclair's eyeball. Supas. Sinclair quickly jerked his head back to avoid Professor Satis' kick, but not the second one that followed. Pow! A heavy middle kick. Sinclair didn't need to see it to know that all of her ribs were broken, piercing her internal organ. Sinclair was sent flying through the air. Like a kite with a broken string, she tumbled out of the arena. At the same time, a status window popped up. Effective hits 3 1 point each. Effective dodges 16 1 point each. Effective defense 0 1 point each. Critical hits 0 10 points each. Total score 19 points. Top of the class, never missing out on first place in any test. Her total score was only 19 points. Barely above average. Sinclair. A startled Dolores picked up the falling Sinclair. Heal magic was cast on Sinclair, who coughed up blood. The professors rushed over and began to heal her. Meanwhile, Sinclair looked up at Dolores and smiled faintly. I'm sorry, Ms. President. Don't talk, Sinclair, it takes time for your internals to heal. Cough cough, I guess I won't get the scholarship. At that, Dolores cried and held Sinclair's hand tightly. For all we know, Dolores could pay Sinclair's tuition. She was quite wealthy, coming from the prestigious Quo Vadis family. But that wasn't what mattered now. It was about doing things on her own, whether it was exams or tuition, without anyone else's help. That's what mattered to Sinclair. Then, ho ho ho. Laughter pierced the silence. Professor Sadie, she was smiling broadly at Sinclair's tears. Are you crying because you didn't get the scholarship, honey? I'll pay for. You don't cry about it, you're not a beggar. Not an unknowing remark, but a knowing one. It made Sinclair's stomach flip. Twice. Students and professors alike stiffen at Professor Sadie's words like thorns on a tongue. But there was one person whose face didn't change at all. Vikir, he just stares at Professor Sadie with his usual expressionless face. But Professor Sadie opened her mouth to speak, and Vikir's expression finally broke through. Okay, let's get right to it. Next on the agenda is Class B of the Cold Warriors. Her flesh-colored eyes snapped open and rolled in Vikir's direction. Then her lips curved in a soft arc crimson against her pale skin. Piggy, come up. Meanwhile, when Sinclair, the head of the hot class, is carried out on a stretcher with a dismal score, the mood of the entire class is somber. The usually cheerful Sinclair had become something of an idol to the first-year students. But not everyone was saddened by Sinclair's tragedy. Whoa, 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 that commoner bitch finally got her nose flattened. She doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's just gotten the head of the hot class. Exactly, the head of the hot class should be from our noble family. She'll get extra points for being pretty and flattering the professors. Anyway, some of the group sneers darkly. Now it's time for someone who's truly worthy of the title, our Granui. It was Granui who was the leader of this group, composed entirely of the scions of the Empire's most prestigious families. But why does he have such an expression on his face? He was completely unresponsive to the words of his subordinates and friends. His gaze is fixed on Sinclair in the distance. She is in pain as she is carried out on a stretcher. Sinclair had always been a hard-working and determined student at school. Despite her commoner origins, she was never intimidated by the nobles and achieved more than anyone else in her studies. But Sinclair is in pain. She even shows tears that have never been seen before. Growling, Granui's teeth gritted. Be quiet. The boys and girls of the noble faction fell silent at her words. Granui spoke in a low bass voice. It was not a fair fight. Maybe the other professors will make up for her marks, whether it's extra credit or attitude points. At that, the noble boys and girls nodded. It's Granui after all. He's so strong, he deserves to be the leader of the noble faction. You can't let your guard down yet, can you? A battle for head position. Let's show this lowly commoner girl a lesson. But Granui still looks bitter. Then Granui's expression softened slightly. Professor Sadie, I thought I told you to do it in moderation. It was Professor Morg Banshee. He spoke as if he could take no more. There is a limit to what I can do to save the face of a principal, and I cannot tolerate your behavior any longer. What are you going to do? Professor Sadie puffed out his chest, showing his guts. The other professors behind Professor Banshee began to walk out and protest. Professor Sadie, don't you think this is too much? Some of the students you've hurt are under my guidance. Professor Sadie, this isn't right, isn't it? You've been turning a blind eye to the magic wall key incident the other day, and you've been turning a blind eye to people using their annual or semi-annual leave on the same day without reporting it and leaving the workplace without authorization. Are you a psychopath? Are you crazy? What are you thinking? Bullying students? What kind of grading system do you have? Do you think other professors are so weak that they give students grades? However, Professor Sadie was not deterred in the slightest and even bared his sharp teeth and snarled. These mongrels, where are they? Really barking about building a pack? Barking. The professors' faces lit up in shock and embarrassment. A few of them leapt to their feet, but Professor Banshee stopped them. There are many eyes watching. Suddenly the professors realized that there are a lot of students around. Professor Sadie's demeanor was brash and arrogant. If only weren't a descendant of the Marquis de Sade. It's been a long time since Professor Banshee, whose facial expression never changes so much so that he is nicknamed a wax doll by his students, folds his eyebrows like cooking foil. Anyway, this is really your last chance, Sadie. You don't call me by my first name, old man. If you're gonna call me by my full name, call me by my title. I'm not kidding, Professor Donatien Alphonse Vernois Sadie de Sade. If you show any more harshness than necessary with your students, I will personally exclude you from the midterms, and I will severely discipline you for stealing the principal's seal. Professor Banshee's tone was so vicious that it was almost murderous. Professor Sadie, on the other hand, only smiled meaningfully and did not return the Banshee's anger. By this time, the next examinee had arrived. It was Piggy from Class B Cold Warriors. Piggy was holding the sword with trembling hands. Professor Sadie immediately snorted. You don't even know how to grip a sword, are you a scumbag? Professor Sadie is verbally abusive when it comes to violence. But Piggy trembles and doesn't back down. I'm not a coward, and I'm supposed to be Vikir's proud friend, and I can't back down from that. Piggy was smart, and he knew what was coming. If even the great Sancho or Sinclair had fallen to the ground, how could he be sure he was okay? But even so, Piggy didn't back down. Nor did he declare a quit as Dolores had advised Sinclair to do. This trial is my chance to break through my glazed shell and bring out the strong courage inside me. But Piggy's thoughts were cut off mid-sentence. Hogwash. Professor Satis Avatar Mudgolem suddenly approached and kicked Piggy's body. Quack, quack, quack. Piggy bounced 3 times on the stone floor. In no time, Piggy is covered in blood. Suddenly there are groans of pity from the crowd. Even those who usually despised Piggy for her weakness were sympathizing with Piggy as the victim of Professor Sadie. And his friends Tutor and Sancho were becoming even more furious. Damn it, I want out, I want revenge. I've already been beaten down once, but to have a friend get screwed like that is really... Neither Tutor nor Sancho could do anything but clench their fists and turn red in the face. Just then. Okay, next examinee up, huh? Professor Sadie starts to turn her head but stops. Piggy, he's staggering out of his seat. I'm not going to lose like this. Piggy is covered in blood, but he still hadn't let go of the sword. I got in trouble with the other kids at the defense test, and I don't want to do that again. With that, Piggy thrust his sword forward with a cheer. Professor Sadie laughed in disbelief. Ho ho ho, I'll have to make him a pork skewer. The mud golem moved. The mud golem, wearing pointy kill heels like Professor Satis, charged toward Piggy. Tutor and Sancho gasped. Piggy, you should just lie down. You can't get into a close combat with that crazy professor. There's a difference between courage and bravery, Piggy, in a situation like this. It's better to just give up. Sinclair next to him disagreed. I don't think so. What? Tutor and Sancho turned their heads, and Sinclair jerked at the ground in front of Professor Sadie. Ah! They let out a collective gasp. That's right. Piggy was now luring Professor Sadie away. To where? To the mud hole he had just fallen into. In the previous match, Sinclair's fire and ice magic had caused the ground to freeze, melt, and form a muddy pit over and over again. The arena with Professor Sadie still had a solid stone floor, but the arena with the golem on top was filled with mud pits, and the direction Piggy was standing was in the dead center of Professor Satis' back, hidden by the golem's back. In other words, if the golem mimicked Professor Satis' movements on the flat ground, it would soon fall into a mud pit, and that would be the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. As expected, Piggy's brain is the best. This will do it. Guy, that's pretty good, isn't it? Go, Piggy, show her what you're made of. Tutor, Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair began cheering for Piggy. Piggy drew Professor Sadie in with an exquisite square and landed a terrain conversion blow. But what, there's mud. Professor Satis' genius chews through all of these variables. Bam! The golem's high heels didn't stick in the mud. More accurately, they were stuck, but they came off as quickly as if they were stepping on flat ground. Piggy's eyes widened. His eyes are wide with horror. In front of him, Professor Satis' golem leaned in close. A sweet voice spoke dangerously and giddily. You think you're a genius at installing things. Piggy's attention was suddenly drawn to Professor Satis' high heels. To his surprise, the heel had fallen off her shoe and was lodged in the mud behind her. That's right. Professor Sadie was used to walking on the tips of his toes with his magpie feet pushed to the limit, without putting any weight on her back heel, just the strength of his toes. And those trained toes are the perfect finishing touch to a kick that packs a tremendous amount of power. It was a glimpse of how much she had been training herself. Yeah. Piggy finally swung his sword, but it was about 2 seconds later than he had planned. And against Professor Sadie, 2 seconds was the difference between heaven and earth. Another horrible gurgling sound erupted. Piggy fell to the ground outside the arena, not just bloody but completely covered in blood. That's a lot of bullshit for a second time. Professor Sadie turned around, unleashing an unrelenting barrage of abuse. At that moment, there was a sound that stopped her in her tracks.
Ting.
Piggy's score popped up. Valid hits 1 point each. Effective dodges 0 1 point each. Effective defense 0 1 point each. Critical hits 0 10 points each. Total score 1 point. 1 point, only one effective hit. But Professor Sadie never allowed Piggy to attack. What, there's no way I'd give that scumbag a point. But Piggy's score is definitely 1. Then, Professor Sadie's eyes widened. A broken blade was deeply embedded in the lower belly of the golem she was controlling. Piggy, are you okay? Tutor and Sancho frantically rushed to Piggy's aid. Covered in blood, Piggy could barely stand up on his own. One of his eyes was swollen shut and completely closed. Guys, I still got a point. Tutor and Sancho were silent for a moment as Piggy spoke. Piggy had clutched the broken sword in his hand the moment Sadie's kick had hit, and he had driven it into the golem's body. It was only worth 1 point, though the shards of the clenched blade made a mess of his hand. Piggy did it, and he did it. Well done, asshole, you did it. You didn't blink until the moment you got hit, which is something I couldn't do either. I admire you, Tutor and Sancho said, supporting Piggy. Piggy didn't even have the strength to speak anymore, only the faintest movement of his dried lips. Just then a medic rushed over and began tending to his wounds. Dolores looked at him with concern. Your left head is badly cracked. You could have been blinded if the holy power had been applied a moment later. You'll be blind for a while, so be sure to wear the medical one-eye glasses. That's a good thing. My mother would have cried a lot if I had gone blind. The sigh of relief that followed Piggy's words was met with clenched teeth by neither Tutor nor Sancho nor Bianca and Sinclair, who had just arrived. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Professor Banshee was issuing an ultimatum to Sadie. Step out of the training grounds, Sadie. From now on I will revoke your test. Administrator qualifications. You are a human being unworthy of testing a warrior's honor because you yourself are not a warrior right now. Sadie smirked at Professor Banshee's rebuke of his dishonorable behavior. A warrior? There are no warriors in the academy. They're all idiots. At the same time she muttered in a low voice. Only he, the one who stirs the night of the empire, is a true warrior. Professor Banshee did not hear Sadie's words. Come down here now. You are not worthy of a professor, and from this point forward I will strip you of all rights and privileges as an examiner. But Professor Banshee was cut off mid-sentence. Next, a voice interrupted the conversation between Professor Sadie and Professor Banshee, extremely cold but with something calming rising from it. Next, Vikir. The expressionless face of Vikir finally stood in front of the examination board. Personally, I'd like to be tested by that professor. If you didn't know Vikir, you'd think he had nothing on his mind. But for those who know Vikir, it's easy to see how he's feeling right now. On top of the white skin, one faintly exposed vein can be seen with a blue edge. Vikir was angry. The unleashed Hound took to the field. Vikir had a special meeting with Professor Banshee before he was put to the test. Viker gun. Professor Banshee's gaze and voice were cold, and as usual he didn't like Vikir. But, as a professor, I have a duty to see that my students are not put in harm's way. That's why I don't want you to take Professor Sadie's exam. I'd like to take the test as scheduled on principle if possible, but I also think I might get something out of it. What's something to gain? Professor Banshee tilted his head as if he couldn't figure out what Vikir was thinking. Then he spoke firmly. There is nothing to be gained from a person like Sadie except for the experiential realization that there are many absurdities in the world. Professor Banshee was still cold. He took a few steps in front of Vikir, then moved his hand and held a piece of paper in front of him. If you want to test Professor Sadie, sign this memorandum and only then will I allow you to do so. A normal student would have given in right there. No, there wasn't a single big lunatic here at Colosio Academy who had the nerve to go against Professor Sadie and Professor Banshee in the first place. None except for Vikir. Vikir signed the memorandum and handed it back to Professor Banshee. Everyone around him was stunned by his nonchalance. Professor Banshee also showed a change in expression that was worthy of being called a wax doll due to Vikir's unexpected behavior. You're really going to take on Sadie? You're still so arrogant. Ha 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 ha, those greenhouse plants that have been fed nothing but sweet fertilizer need to taste the bitterness of the world so they can learn to recognize what's good for them and what's not. Professor Banshee's face crumpled into a grimace and he snorted. And then, it was Vikir's turn. That's it, you scumbag pigs. The shadow of Sadis Golem looming eerily in front of Vikir as he steps up to the test. Professor Sadie looks at Vikir curiously. I'm not interested in weak pigs, but you're kinda interesting. How dare you pick me, a scum from a talentless commoner? Are you friends with the short pig that came up earlier? Ho ho ho, his left eye is probably going to be blind. How about I match you with the right eye? Asshole and douchebag duo, what do you think? Vikir didn't bother to answer. Just, Karek. I just fed the arrows to the archery show. Ping. The arrow flies at high speed. But Professor Sadis Golem reacted surprisingly quickly. Humph, an archer closing the distance like this, that's a good strategy for the early game. You sure can think on your feet, can't you? Archers typically fight from a distance. However, when you need to score points in such a short amount of time, it can be a good idea to move forward while shooting arrows. It would dramatically reduce the time it takes for the arrow to fly to the target. However, Professor Sadis' physicality was a monster. With incredible flexibility, she swung her waist like a bow and dodged all the flying arrows. Even the mighty Vikir had to hold his tongue at the instantaneous reaction. The phrase crooked genius seemed like it was created just for her. Even the professors who criticized her character and behavior were speechless at her skill. It's a shame, because if she hadn't lost her personality, she would have been a great warrior and a great contributor to the allied forces of humanity. But Professor Sadie doesn't seem like the type to fight for anyone. The kind of person no one would follow, no one would respect, and no one would love. That's Professor Sadie. If that's the case, there is no need to look after it. And Vikir was now flashing a cold glare at Professor Sadie. Pawn. Arrows fly with a crash. Vikir had a bunch of arrows attached to the string and was firing them at an incredible speed. Admiration began to erupt from those around them. My God, who is he following Professor Sadis' movements? That short distance isn't getting any shorter. How is he dodging those? Plus, look at the speed of the firing, it's insane. The students and professors alike marveled at Vikir's movements. Of course, Professor Sadis' synchronization with the golem had limited his mana and slowed his movements, but it was still encouraging to see a first-year student keeping up. However, ho, you're only a archer after all. Professor Sadie was right. Vikir's arrows hadn't scored a single hit on Professor Sadie since the beginning. Ting 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 papa. The arrows were shattered by fists, feet, and whips before they even reached the golem's body or bounced off into the distance. Some of the arrows were shot in the wrong direction, as if I had miscalculated the wind. Every once in a while, like beans in a drought, the golem would get a hit, but it would mostly hit the lower part of a limb and bounce off, so it wouldn't count as a hit. Even Bianca, watching it from outside the testing area, shook her head. Archers have no chance in a real attack test, and while I did well with my gentle professor, you'll be hard-pressed to get a single point against Professor Sadie. She was right. Tutor Sancho Sinclair and even Piggy, who had a bandage on his face, looked worried. Dodging the golem's punches and kicks, Vikir picked up the arrows that had fallen to the ground and fired them again. But still most of the arrows bounced off the backs of the golem's hands or fists or were broken beyond use, and the number of usable arrows continued to decrease. Ho ho ho, are you going to continue? It was a rat, not a pig. Professor Sadie seemed to be in high spirits. After all, she hadn't managed to land a single whip on Biker either. She looks restless, as if she wants to abandon the golem and go out on her. Come here, you wimpy child, you need corporal punishment. Professor Sadie wants to corner Vikir, but the circular shape of the examination hall makes that impossible. Vikir cleverly realizes this and continues to run in circles, stalling for time. There are points for evasion. But Professor Sadie had no intention of going along with Vikir's plan. Ho ho ho, trying to collect points through effective evasion, it's a rat-like idea, but that cannot be allowed. And with that, her whip began to strike even more fiercely. Bam crack. Professor Sadie did not attack Vikir, she wasn't going to give him a dodge point. Instead, she struck the floor of the examination room. The round circular surface of the test is gradually cracked by the whip. In the end, one corner of the test field changed into a sharp shape and angled corners naturally appeared. What Professor Sadie did next was to drive Vikir into this corner. The whip is cracked and the floor bursts open everywhere but the corner. Vikir, who had been stalling for time by running clockwise and counterclockwise around the circular testing area, was forced into the corner.
Die Scumbag.
Professor Sadie shouted at Vikir with a verbal assault unlike anything you'd expect from a test examiner. The whip flew and the arrows were falling apart. Vikir rolled and crawled across the mud and stone-covered floor, dodging Professor Sadis' attacks and picking up and firing the few arrows that were still intact. When he does manage to escape a corner, a whip comes flying at him, leaving a faint cut. Vikir was like a cornered mouse. Everyone watching could only sigh. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, Dolores, and even Professor Banshee, who has always disliked Vikir, are getting nervous. And Professor Sadie, who has finally gotten a hold of Vikir's leash, declares cheerfully, "The pain, disability, and death you are about to suffer will be worth nothing." At the same time, her hand holding the whip is raised high. If you are hit by this whip that is imbued with aura, you may suffer at least serious injury or even death. Professor Banshee growled. Have the medics stand by. At that, the professors scrambled to their feet. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, and Dolores had all moved closer to the examination area, so that if Vikir goes out and fails, they'll be there to pick him up. But, Professor Sadie tilted her head. A subtle foreign sensation on her arm for a moment. It made her whip-wielding arm pause for a moment. Thwack. Near the joint where the arrow had been hitting earlier, I hadn't paid much attention to it because it wasn't considered a valid hit. The spot felt strangely stiff. Ziggy geek. A momentary phenomenon, surely a temporary event. But it was a shock to Professor Sadie nevertheless. The golem stopped. The whip attack that had threatened to crush Vikir at any moment had been interrupted. Professor Sadie jerked back in surprise. This time the golem listened and followed. All the spectators were dumbfounded. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you stopping? Is it a bad mood? The golem seemed to stop for a moment. Anyway, this is your chance, run kid. Abstain, you'll get yourself killed. Everyone who saw Professor Sadis golem moving again exclaimed in unison. This is ridiculous. What was that just now? Mud golems and stone golems often malfunction like this. But most of the time it was just a minor glitch that would go away with a test drive. Professor Sadie raised the whip again and aimed it at Vikir. Down then up then down then up again. But, pinch. Once again the movement was stopped. Zap. The whip that was falling towards Vikir stopped midway, destroying the wrong place. No, really, what the hell? Professor Sadie threw up her hands in annoyance and stepped back. Just then, tang. Vikir, who had escaped from the corner, fired another arrow into the golem's lower abdomen. Crunch. The golem made another short stop. Finally, a gasp escapes from the professors. That's it, I get it. It's because he kept hitting the same spot. You're constantly putting fatigue on the joints that weaken with every movement. Oh, that's a pretty good hit rate. And then there's the reaction from the students. Wow, he keeps hitting the same spot with the arrow, is that possible? It's possible, he's a really good archer. Yeah, I saw him shoot right up there with Bianca on the range the other day. And from what I saw during the defense test, it looks like he's almost an advanced sword expert too. Who the hell are you? The public opinion took a sharp turn. The crowd booed at the villainous Professor Sadie and cheered at the unexpected appearance of the dark horse Vikir. Great. Tutor, who was cheering outside the arena, exclaimed. Vikir, you've been targeting the joints of the most mobile golem's limbs and the joints of its underbelly. I've got to give you credit for some real archery skills. But Sancho beside him shook his head. It's certainly a feat to keep shooting at the same spot without missing a beat, but can you really make Professor Sadis golem stutter like that? Tutor scratches his head at the question. It was Sinclair, the young girl next to him, who answered their questions. Partly because of my Hyung's arrow, but also because of Professor Sadis. Habits. Habits. Ahu, Professor Sadie uses a whip, so where do you think it takes the most effort to use a whip? Yeah, is it the lower abdomen due to the structure of the golem? Both arms and legs move while applying force to the lower abdomen. Moreover, the characteristics of the weapon called a whip are the same. Exactly, that's why he's been targeting the lower abdomen. If he can loosen the joints there, he can seal the arms and legs as well, which will weaken the whip's power and accuracy. Is that even possible? Those areas are much smaller than normal joints. It's supposed to be super precise sniping. Bianca cut in on Tutor Sancho and Sinclair's conversation. He can. Bianca chewed on her bottom lip as everyone turned to look at her. The other day we were practicing archery together at the training grounds. And he shot and killed a flying mosquito from 100 meters away, and he didn't even use any mana. Hey, does that make sense? It's real. Sinclair ran a hand through his hair as Tutor and Bianca bickered. Alas, the joint in the lower abdomen is a weak point. You're always one step ahead of me. Why didn't I think of that? Then a voice answered everyone's questions. It was Dolores, the student council president. That's because it's a weakness you didn't have against Professor Sadie. At this, everyone's eyes widened. Dolores turned her head as if to answer, and there was Piggy looking awkward. Do you remember the last piece of sword that Piggy put in? Dolores asks, and everyone gasps. Even Piggy himself. The piece of sword that Piggy had stuck into the golem at the last moment had been countered, embedded deeply, and created a tiny weakness. Vikir, a veteran warrior, sees that weakness and grabs hold of it. He was so confident that he would never lose that he willingly signed Professor Banshee's waiver. Sensing this, Professor Banshee could not help but make another face in front of the stadium. What an annoying little thing. Professor Sadis golem visibly creaked, and she twisted her mouth in disbelief. Even though Shed dealt with a lot of examinees in her time, Shed never had a student dare to play mind games with a professor. Even more so, it had never worked, let alone against the mighty Professor Sadie. As time passed, public opinion was turning in Vikir's favor. Good job, kid, keep it up. This is your chance to score big. Go, Vikir, go. Show me what you can do from a commoner. Brother, you're awesome. Cheers and responses erupt from the audience. It's pushing Vikir's back. But you're funny. Professor Sadie has turned all these flows upside down once again. She straightened her posture. Her posture, which had been so fragile that she could have fallen at any moment, was quickly regained. It was a wonder how she could balance on those unstable-looking heels. At the same time, her whip swept around like a fierce snake. Quack, 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 pop, tuduk, crash. Broken shafts and broken arrowheads scattered in all directions. All the arrows lying on the ground were shattered and scattered. Rather than attacking Vikir, Professor Sadie is trying to disable the arrows. Around him, all the arrows that were still in good condition were now gone. The battle was effectively over. Ho, how hat can an archer do without arrows? Professor Sadie gritted her teeth, a wry smile tugging at one corner of her mouth. It was true. Vikir didn't have any arrows left. All of the supplied arrows had already been used up, and even when he tried to use those that were stuck on the ground or off, most of them had already broken after being shot several times. The wind had carried them off in strange directions, making them impossible to retrieve. And now, with all of the remaining arrows broken by the blows of Professor Sadis' whip, there was nothing the archer could do. In the end, Vikir was left with no means of offense. The crowd's cheering dies down rapidly as the harsh reality sinks in. "Ho ho ho, do you get it now, pigs?" Professor Sadie said, smacking the whip a few times on the floor. "Did I say get out of the way? There's still quite a bit of time left in the test. What are you going to do, quit or play with your sister some more?" But Vikir just stood there expressionless. It didn't mean he was going to quit, but it also didn't mean he was going to continue. Professor Sadie frowned. Vikir's eyes were obscured by his bangs, but it was clear that his gaze was directed in this direction. An unpleasant gaze. It did not belong to a cornered prey. Absolute confidence without a single doubt. The eyes of a predator who is clearly looking at this as prey. A moment. Creepy. Professor Sadie shuddered once. Where does this chill running down my spine come from? The opponent was a first-year academy student, a commoner with nothing to show for it, an archer with a broken arrow. But for a moment Professor Sadie was overwhelmed by the unseen energy, neither mana nor aura emanating from the boy. It was an instinctive reaction similar to that of a frog in the presence of a snake or a dog recognizing a dog dealer. But reason overcame emotion. Professor Sadie came to her senses and quickly recognized the obvious. There was no reason for her to be intimidated by the boy in front of her. And being pushed off, the momentum, even just for a moment, left a nasty scratch on her stubborn pride. Is that why? Professor Sadie was furious. The genius who normally would have trusted and respected his own instincts ended up making the mistake of looking down on the prey in front of her. "How dare you, arrogant pig, you don't even know the subject, and where do you get your eyes like that? Just close your eyes," she growled, her eyes widening. At that moment Professor Sadie, who had been focusing all his attention on Vikir, saw his lips curl into a small smile. So small that no one else could have possibly seen it. A message that could only be understood by reading the shape of the lips. Blinded by anger, where are you looking? Suddenly Sadis' eyes widened. At the same time, puck, a strange sound came from somewhere. It sounded like the popping of something soft, and it must have been very close. Professor Sadie blinked a few times through her wide eyes. Her left eye felt strangely hot, and then her vision went black. At the same time, a searing pain began to engulf the entire left side of her face. Blinded by anger, where are you looking? Professor Sadis' eyes widened to tears as she read the shape of Vikir's lips. At the same time, puck, the vision in her left eye went black. Kaha! Professor Sadis' horrifying scream echoed throughout the training grounds. The entire left side of her face is on fire. But the golem's face is intact, not a single arrow mark. Professor Sadie reaches out and touches the left side of her face. She can feel it. Hot liquid running down her face and a thick hard arrowhead lodged where her eyeball should have been. An arrow deeply embedded in Professor Sadis' left eyeball. The crowd is shocked and speechless. What happened all of a sudden? I thought the wind was changing direction, but suddenly an arrow came flying. Her. Isn't that Vikir's arrow from earlier in the match? That's ridiculous. Why is it flying now? It was blown to a strange place by the wind at the beginning of the match. And now that the wind has changed its back. Oh my God, is that even possible? How can she be so unlucky? There was an unprecedented loss of life that no one could have predicted. The professors were also stunned by this horrific and outrageous event. No, I've seen a lot of students get hurt, but I've never seen a professor get hurt. And it's that Professor Sadie. He really, is it okay to call this retribution? A colleague is injured, what nonsense, no matter what, that's not true. So should I discipline that student Vikir? Why would you say that he didn't do it on purpose? It was just a natural disaster. Earlier in the match Vikir had made a number of misfires, and one of his arrows had soared high in the wind only to spin around and fall. In other words, it was just a coincidence. Moreover, Professor Sadie was so focused on the golem mimicking her movements that she didn't notice the arrow falling toward her body. Her vision had been so narrowed by her anger and obsession that she could only focus on what was in front of her. Ting. By that time the scoreboard appeared with a beeping sound signaling the end of the test. Class B-256 Cold Warrior Division. Effective hit 1 point each. Effective dodges 28 times 1 point each. Effective parries 1 point each. Critical hits 10 points each. Total points 40. 2 points for 2 effective hits and 28 points for 28 effective dodges. This was the result of Vikir's constant running away from the whip. Finally, the attack on Professor Satis' main body counted as 1 critical hit, and was worth 10 points. In a way it was a critical hit since the golem was in a state where it was unable to fight. It was a bit tricky to count it as a point since it was a human casualty, but that's what the magic system had decided. Everyone was puzzled, as in the long history of the Colossio Academy, a professor had never been injured in the middle of a test before. Anyway, and so Vikir's total score was 40 points, a new record for the grade. This was despite the fact that the professor in charge was Sadie. The professors looked at the timely scoreboard and chattered amongst themselves in disbelief. He was so focused on harassing the student in front of her she didn't realize the danger she was in. She's just unlucky who would think an arrow would come flying at her. A terrible tragedy of overtesting. Too bad the wind changed direction just then. She brought it on herself. But how am I supposed to grade that student Vikir? Give her what the magic system says, it's 40 points. But if that were the case, wouldn't there be some students who deliberately target the professor? That makes sense. How could they jump that long distance to harm you? What happened today was just an accident of bad luck. This has never happened before, so I'm not sure what to do. The professors are also divided. Some say it was an accident and Vikir's critical hit should count as a valid point. Others say it was an accident but that Vikir's critical hit should be excluded. But either way, the consensus is that it was an accident. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho Piggy and Bianca were reacting furiously. What the hell happened? That means Vikir won. Is there any winning or losing in this game? It's just a time limit. Who cares? It's just Professor Sadie who ended up looking bad. At the reaction of the juniors, even the nice Dolores breathes a sigh of relief. It was unfortunate that Professor Sadie had an arrow in her eye, but somehow it didn't seem excessive. After all, Shed almost deliberately blinded Piggy's left eye, and Shed scarred so many talented students over the years. It was a small price to pay. Then, enough, all exams stop here. Professor Banshee's gruff shout echoed throughout the stadium. He stepped onto the pitch himself, accompanied by the professors who specialized in heal magic. Vikir, the exam is over. You may now return downstairs. Vikir didn't say anything in response, just bowed his head. Under Professor Banshee's direction, all of the tests that had been taking place on the vast training grounds came to a halt. Soon whitecoat medics began to rush over in response to Professor
Banshee's al.
The medics were only in the area where the students were taking their exams, so it took them a while to get to the area where the professors were staying. Professor Banshee then walked over to the cowering Sadie and said, "Professor Sadie, get yourself some medical treatment, and I hope you will refrain from any further arrogant behavior after this incident." But Professor Sadie didn't even bother to listen to Professor Banshee. Ho 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 ho. Sadie suddenly began to laugh. She laughs in spite of the blood dripping from the fingers wrapped around her face. Then Professor Sadie pulls her hand away from her face. Professor Banshee frowned. The sight of the arrow still lodged in her eye, the mangled flesh around it, and the gushing blood was too much to bear. "Professor Sadie, hurry up and get treatment." For a moment Professor Banshee's face was colored with horror. So did the students, professors, and spectators who were watching. Whoa whoa whoa, what is that doing? Eek, she's crazy. Oh my god, what am I looking at? All similar reactions. And so it goes. Pop. Professor Sadie had just pulled the arrow out of her left eyeball with all the force she could muster. A straight arrow shaft and a sharp tip at the end. The eyeball that had just been removed from its socket. Everyone is overwhelmed by Satis madness as she rips out her own eye. And then, tsk. Professor Satis' mouth drops open, shocking everyone even more. Then sharp teeth begin to chew on the eyeball pierced by the arrowhead. Crunch, clunk, clunk, clack, clunk. Professor Sadie, before anyone could stop her, she took the arrow into her mouth and began chewing on her own left eyeball. The sound of the eyeball popping and chewing in her mouth was loud and eerie, enough to be heard by all the spectators. After swallowing her left eyeball whole, Sadie laughed hysterically. "It's from my grandfather. If I throw it away, it will be wasted." Her maniacal smile sent the medical team scurrying back, unable to get any closer. Even Professor Banshee, the great Banshee, was at a loss for words, his mouth half open. Sadie glared at the medics. "I don't need your help." As she spoke, she rolled her one remaining eyeball. There was a sideways glance at Vakir, who was just walking down the field. Vakir doesn't seem to be paying any attention to this side of the arena, as if he hadn't been there since the last time. His gaze has already left this place and is headed somewhere else entirely. It's as if everything that's happened so far hasn't mattered at all. Professor Satis' face turned red. "Ho ho ho, it's fun. This is so fun. That guy you said you were in Class B. Cold Division, right?" Professor Sadie turned her head to look at Professor Banshee. "If you're going to feed me for this, feed me discipline. Instead, the day my discipline is lifted, I'm going to take over Cold Warriors class right away." There was an unusual heat in Professor Satis' voice, as if he were possessed by something, and it struck fear into the hearts of every professor and student in the Cold Warrior class. And toward such a crowd, frown. Satis' eyeballs are sticking out and she just frowns at the empty cavity. "I just winked at you, didn't you notice?" She was indeed an unknown woman. The long midterms are over. Defense, attack, and a written test. Everyone was surprised when the overall results of these tests, which were worth 50, 40, and 10 each, were announced. First place Vakir. Second place Sinclair. Third place Don Quixote La Mancha Tudor. Fourth place Highbrow Les Baskervilles.
5th place Grenouille des Leviathans.
Sixth place Usher Poe Bianca. Seventh place Midbrow Les Baskervilles. Eighth place Sancho Barataria. Ninth place Lowbrow Les Baskerville. 199th Piggy. On the attack test, students who had lost a lot of points after meeting with Professor Sadie recovered their scores. This was due to a mysterious addition of extra points to their written scores. Although it was a small part of the score, it was a game changer, and students who had been unfairly penalized by Sadie were able to make up for it. But of all the students who took the test with Sadie, there was one who did not receive any extra point. It was Vakir, the only perfect score. There was no room for extra point for Vakir, who came up with research results so shocking that they turned the academic world upside down in his free research report on the written exam. He performed well above average on the defense test and scored enough points against Professor Sadie to win the attack test. And as a result of his outstanding achievements, such as resolving an accident caused by a magic stone error, hard carrying the defense test by himself, and delivering a fatal blow to Professor Sadie, Vakir was ranked top of the class this year. Of course, this was not the outcome Vakir wanted. In the first place, Vakir tried to get good grades only on written exams, because he didn't want to attract attention. However, there were a lot of variables, such as Madam's cub accident in the defense test and Professor Sadie almost blinding Piggy in the attack test. Vakir used this as an opportunity to reflect on his lack of thoroughness. But the students, who had no way of knowing that Vakir was thinking about it, simply crowded around him and chattered. "Vakir, I really saw you again this time. I honestly thought you were only good at study, but your physical skills were no joke. Hey buddy, would you like to have a date with the kids from Themyscira Women's College? I think it would be very reassuring if you came out as a member. Well, mana for mana, senses for senses, and monster strategy knowledge. A man who has everything. A good head makes for a good body, and a good body makes for a good head, but you're good at both, so you'll be good at everything. Hey, don't you think you're being too blatantly flattering? You're not really friends with Vakir. Go back to your seat. But you don't belong here either. I'm sitting next to Vakir. I'm sorry, but I'm not selling even for a laugh. Hey Vikir, are you interested in studying? Do you want to join our study group? We only have kids from good families or who are good at studying. Drink this, you were so cool yesterday. Hey, who are you having lunch with today if you don't have anyone to eat with? Why don't you eat with me? All the professors are talking about you. When I went to the faculty office, they were all looking at your papers and admiring them. Vi Vikir, the seniors from the noble faction are looking for you. Awesome, I saw this morning that the noble seniors are looking for you too. Vikir could only frown slightly at the many voices around him. Then, hey, what are you looking at? You want to get your ass kicked? A gruff-looking schoolboy pushes his way through the crowd. Hi bro, less Baskervilles, he snarled, baring his teeth. I'm the head of the Cold B class, so don't you dare come crawling up to me and flatter some commoner like this'll kill you. Although Hi bro was an outspoken bully, there were few students who could protest in front of the 4th-ranked overall student. The cowed students scurried back to their seats. Hi bro turned to Vikir and gave him a thumbs-up unnoticed. All taken care of. Well done. The words spoke for themselves. Hi bro took Vikir's praise and returned to his seat, smirking secretly. The mid and low brothers are quick to criticize Hi bro. You're cheating, brother. Keep the praise for yourself. If you're unjust, you'll have to watch your master's back like me always. The Baskerville triplets are now a loyal trio waiting for Vikir's orders. But there were some beings who would not be deterred. Vikir, how are you feeling? Tutor Sancho, Bianca, Piggy, and Sinclair. Tutor laughed, clapping Vikir on the shoulder as he entered the classroom. You bastard, if you had that kind of power, you should have come clean and reported it to me first. You got me worried for nothing. Fortunately, his friend's attitudes didn't change much upon seeing Vikir's power, though Tutor and Sinclair were a little disappointed. By the way, Vikir, I didn't talk to you back in the room because I was in a hurry. I want to show you something. Piggy stepped forward and held something out to Vikir. It was an article from yesterday's paper. Breaking news, a major accident during a defense test. A first-year student of the Cold class take care of it. Views 50899. The first-year midterm defense exam is a traditional exam that everyone goes through once in a while, but a recent accident occurred in this exam. This major accident was caused by safety insensitivity. At that time, the professor's responsibility was getting worse and worse. A male student came out of nowhere and saved everyone. Meanwhile, the main cause of the commotion was Professor S, who left the duty station with a magic wall key without permission. Finally, we attach a video of the first-year hero Vikir Kuin breaking through the poisonous fog to the surface. Cold class first year. Wow, look at him tearing through the poisonous fog. Awesome, powerful. Hot class second year. Is this the guy that you know that me husband? Hot class first year was his name Vikir. It was a pretty common name. Anyway, hot class fourth year. Wow, but it's a legend that you went through the poison fog for your friends. Hot class second year. I heard that there's already a fight between the second year noble and second year great house in the academy to recruit him. Cold class second year. Don't you think that's just inside the academy? Guilds and families outside the academy are also lining up to take him as soon as he graduates. Cold class third year. He's only a freshman. Hot class third year. The prominence that has already been revealed is no longer a freshman class. Haha, that's something even a graduating class can't do like that. Piggy's newspaper plays a video shot on the mana screen. The video of Vikir tearing through the poisonous fog that filled the magic wall and shooting arrows was getting tons of views. When was the last time I shot something like this? Vikir ran a hand over his forehead. After the midterm exams ended yesterday, I had to take some time off to go on an assassination mission, so I'm extremely tired. Now that it was in the newspaper, it was only going to get worse for a while. Then, why are you all gathered in front of the first grade classroom? Do you want to be disciplined? A stern voice comes from the front door of the classroom down the hallway. Professor Banshee was chasing away a group of students. They were probably upperclassmen second and third years. Noble and great house. A group of children of noble families and a group of children of great families. Along with the student council, these groups are the three major powers of
Colosseo Academy.
While not recognized as an official group like the student council, they somehow wield more power over the entire student population than any other group of students, whether from the central noble families or the powerful houses. They've come this far to embrace the rising dark horse Vikir. Of course, as powerful as they may be, none of them are confident enough to face the icy gaze of the students and Professor Morg Banshee, so they disappeared in a hurry. Professor Banshee. The first thing he did upon entering was find Vikir sitting by the window. Vikir, who had dozed off a bit, was woken up by Professor Banshee's cold voice like a splash of cold water. Vikirkin. Yes. Have you been closing your eyes again and thinking about what kind of magic trick you're going to discover today and surprise the academia with? No, I dozed off. That's honest, one demerit point. Professor Banshee still hated Vikir. He emphasized that class started immediately after the class bell rang and emphasized the justification for demerit points, saying that Vikir was dozing off during class time. Ugh, Professor Banshee, here we go again. It seems like you're always giving demerits to Vikir. Oh no, Vikir, you've racked up so many demerits that you're going to have to do community service again. But this time aren't we not going to do community service because of the festival? Yeah, but it's festival season soon and it would be unfair to do community service when everyone else is partying. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca Sinclair, and others each had their own words to say. Of course, Vikir wasn't listening to Professor Banshee's point at all. His mind was already racing with the details of the letterhead received from Cinderwendy last night. Information has arrived about the next 10 corpse. The boring assassination was over. Now it was time for another blood and guts battle. Vikir closed his eyes again, silently letting Professor Banshee's nagging voice drift out of his ear. The night hound was on the hunt for his next prey. With all the midterms over, it's time for a little break at Colosio Academy. Following the principle that when you study you should study hard and when you play you should play hard, Colosio Academy holds a big festival every year to comfort the tired minds and bodies of students after midterm exams. As the festival season approaches, professors tend to give students less class time and more breaks. The idea is to get students thinking about and discussing things to do during the festival. Of course, shortened classes sounds ridiculous. Some, like Professor Morg Banshee, were just plain mean. He is known for his strict and sensitive personality, but he becomes especially more nervous during the festival season. Cutting classes short to prepare for the festival, that's not what a professor should do. Students pay a lot of money to attend classes, and cutting them short is a violation of their rights. I don't understand how a professor can cancel a class for the sake of the students. It's just a selfish desire to make things easier for the professor. Professor Banshee muttered in annoyance as he looked out the window at the banners and wreaths, the makeshift stage and tents, the sound equipment and fireworks display. In that case, today is an extended class. It will be at least an hour longer than the normal lecture time, so everyone take note. Professor Banshee's stern announcement is met with silence. Tutor in the front grumbled under his breath. Damn it, on the festival planning committee. I'm supposed to be out of class half an hour early. Ha, is this really possible? According to the seniors, Professor Banshee does this every festival period. Obviously you've never had any fun in your life, so you can't empathize with the students. Yeah, I guess all I did in school was study. Bianca, who was in the same boat, was frustrated and for once agreed with Tutor. Then, hey, what are you talking about? Professor Banshee's ghostly hearing picked up Tutor and Bianca's small talk. I guess being a member of the festival planning committee is worth the tuition, and what who's never hung out at a festival? As Tutor and Bianca remained speechless, Professor Banshee snorted lightly. Don't get all excited about the festivities. This is the time of year when we have the most accidents. With that, Professor Banshee deducted 1 point each from Tutor and Bianca's attitude scores. Next, Professor Banshee is about to go back to class. Professor Banshee was about to resume teaching when he heard loud music. Outside the window, bang 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 bang. A military band from the Imperial Army was tuning their instruments in preparation for a performance. Elsewhere, an invited dance troupe is putting together a choreography before taking to the makeshift stage, and the excited chatter of students arriving for class and preparing for the festivities was creating a din of noise. Despite the curtains on the windows, the soundproofing enchantments, and even the use of a separate silence spell, Professor Banshee groaned softly at the noise of the festival outside. This is why I hate festivals. In the end, even Professor Banshee had no choice but to end the class a little early. The students' attention span wasn't what it used to be. Well, if you're going to sit through class like this, just go out and play. It's better that way. As Professor Banshee grumbled, gathered her materials, and left the room, the children's eyes lit up. Professor Banshee's class happened to be a joint integration class for all the classes in the cold and hot, so all the students were seated. It was the perfect time to discuss what to do for the festival. The members of the festival committee stepped forward. Tutor from cold class and Grenouille from hot class were the ones who would lead the festival. Okay friends, let's decide on a concept for the festival. The concept of the festival means what kind of monetization system will be set up at the festival. In short, the idea is to create a simple facility that can be used for business, such as a bar, game room, or restaurant, and students can earn money by serving, cooking, or playing games there. Traditional bars, haunted houses, and hunting clubs were generally popular profit models. But no matter which one you choose, there is one law of the land that must be followed, Tutor said, and all the students nodded in agreement. At the Academy's festivities, there was one unwritten rule for all grades. It was TS. Transsexual, which usually refers to the transformation of a man into a woman, or a woman into a man. At Colosio Academy, it was fashionable for all the boys to dress as girls and all the girls to dress as boys during the festivities. Sinclair, always cheerful, claps her hands and laughs. Wow, that sounds like fun. Can we test it out before the festival? Sure. Grenouille nodded, immediately agreeing with Sinclair. By now, the students in charge of the props were carrying out the disguises they'd been working on. Sinclair placed a mustache on her nose and chuckled. Look, Bianca, I look like the boss at our part-time job, don't I? Yep, did you rip off Mr. Pringle's mustache for this? Bianca giggles in a hip chin, thick eyebrows disguised in a long regent wig, and wearing a clumsily inflated inflatable muscle suit. Sinclair laughs awkwardly at the extent of Bianca's disguise. Ugh, your disguise is so tight. Are you really going to do that for the festival? Are you crazy? Of course I'm going to make myself look androgynous and sexy. Great, come with me. Really? Oh wait, we have to cross-dress men too. Bianca's expression quickly turned sinister. She walks over to Tutor, who is picking out his disguise. Hey, I'm familiar with your disguises, so I'll help you out. Soon Bianca is using makeup and disguises to dress up the boys, including Tutor. Tutor's hair was made long with golden partial wigs, but it didn't look quite right on his handsome face with its deep lines. Ugh, he doesn't look good as a crossdresser because he has dark lines. Bianca shook her head and looked away. Ha 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 ha. And next to her, Sancho Barataria was laughing, arms crossed. She's crossed the line by taking it too far. Ha ha ha, I've never crossdressed before, but I don't feel bad. Really am surprised. I thought you were more of a manly man and didn't like crossdressing. Nonsense, crossdressing is the most manly thing you can do because women can't do it, and that's why the warriors of the North often have the world's greatest crossdressing contest. Well, technically yes. Since women can't crossdress, only men can, and consequently crossdressing is a manly act. Sancho nodded, looking in the mirror at his long hair and whitened face. With makeup I look just like my sister, so blood doesn't lie after all. There was a slight murmur around him. Unexpectedly, Piggy's eyes sparkled with admiration. While Sancho's sister must be very beautiful, I like strong women. Really, would you like to go on a blind date with her later? I'm afraid her taste is for shorter, fluffier, and cuter types. Really, do you think someone like me would dare to meet Sancho's sister? Ha ha ha, if you like her, you can keep seeing her, otherwise you can't. This was indeed a blind date set up like a warrior of the North. But the women's interests had already shifted away from them. No, their interests had been unified. They had already been. Where is he? Where did he go? Where is he? Find him. Hurry up. Find him right away and find him. Schoolgirls with all sorts of cosmetics in their hands, wigs of all kinds. Various dresses, skirts, stockings, rings, necklaces, other trinkets, chokers, garter belts, and other accessories were looking for someone. It was a frenzy that would have overwhelmed a search party of Imperial Army. Commandos. Number 1 most beautiful man in the academy. Number 1 coolest man in the academy. Number 1 sexiest man in the academy. Number 1 cutest man in the academy. Number 1 in the academy's most wanted man to pet. Number 1 in the academy as the man you'd most like to put your arm around. Number 1 in the academy as the man you would most like to bite. Number 1 in the academy as the man you'd most like to cuddle and sleep with. Number 1 in the academy for most cross-dressing. The man who topped every poll of the academy's female students and some male students who swooped in to vote. The winner of all sorts of unofficial honors. Some of the makeup artists, hair designers, and fashion people have had their eyes on that beauty for a while now, can't contain their lust and artistic spirits, and are already searching for the one. And soon, the predator's eyes caught sight of their prey snoozing in the corner of the window. Vakir. This man always has an expressionless face. Normally it's fairly rare for Vakir to be sleepy. But lately his grueling schedule of frequent meetings with scholars, award ceremonies, midterms, and even a few assassinations thrown in for good measure has been enough to make even the mighty Vakir doze off. Is that why? The sight of Vakir dozing off, his face usually hidden by bangs or glasses, lit up the eyes of many of his female classmates. I found him, there he is. Wow, he's beautiful.
Im so exquisite.
I've been practicing my makeup skills for this day. I even brought my specially ordered dress. I made a wig out of my own hair that I've been growing for 10 years. I'm a former hair model in the imperial capital. Ma'am, why didn't the rare underwear set I ordered 4 weeks ago come even? If it's just the ones I was wearing in a hurry. An army of schoolgirls swarmed around Vakir to dress her up. And it wasn't just the first years, there were also a lot of second and third years and even a few fourth years who were graduating. They have casually infiltrated the first-year classroom during a break-in class, and they are indeed showing off their first-year traditions. Move over, kid, what does a first-year know about makeup? Oh my god, look at you, do you even know what competition underwear is, and have you ever competed? You made a wig out of that wild hair, put it away. A wig made out of my hair is much better. I'm the Rapunzel of the continent. Give me that, kid, it'll do the nose shading 1,000 times better than you. It'll do the cheeks, I have 56 trillion color cosmetics alone. Hey, maybe you should do the eyeliner. If we're going to do this, let's just divide the face into zones and do makeup by zone. He'll choose the color of Vakir's lower lip, no one else. The lower lip, why is my brother here in the first place? Rows and rows of nameless makeup products, all sorts of whimsy, all sorts of dresses, skirts, uniforms, etc., and a whole lot of accessories including garter belts, chokers, and other items that cater to a few special tastes. The fascination of countless girls and a few boys was soon directed at Vakir. And then, huck! Vakir snapped out of his slumber and gasped at the sight of so many palms covering his vision. A collective insanity that would surprise even the uninhabited in an age of
destruction.
Suddenly Vakir jerked upright, remembering the nightmare of his arrest on the verge of execution. Hudadak. As Vakir scurried away, the girls followed suit. We have to make him cross-dress. It is the law of our academy. Let's have a festival. With that, the girls followed the fleeing Vakir out into the hallway and around a corner. But somehow Vakir was nowhere to be found. The girls looked around dumbfounded, like a dog looking up at the roof while chasing chickens. But, hack, hack, hack! From the corner of the locker room, a black puppy nonchalantly crossed the hallway. Vakir is currently wearing a picaresque mask. Transformed into a black dog, Vakir made his way out of the main building, past the legs of the girls who were scrambling to find him. No matter how tired I was to those little guys. He dozes off, then jerks back when he sees the girls' palms, which would have made his comradescent arms from the age of destruction laugh out loud had they known about it. I'm sorry, my friends, I guess I've been a little too withdrawn lately. Living with young children while studying for the midterm exams I couldn't afford to have a good night out. The day is coming to an end, but there is still a long way to go. Baskerville Hugo Traitors to Mankind, the 10 Commandments, the Demon World. The path of Sura, where one must move forward by killing and killing again. Vengeful Ghost. Vikir gritted his teeth, once again familiarizing himself with the heavy meanings of the words Age of Destruction and Returner. Chug 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 chug. The tiny black puppy turned to face the academy's outer walls. In preparation for times like this, there are clothes hidden outside the walls. In advance, just pick a suitable hole, go out and get your clothes back from there. Vikir has been wandering around the forbidden zone and racking up quite a few demerit points for it, but he's found a spot he's been eyeing. People rarely come to this remote part of the wall. Vikir had built an open hole here just big enough for his tiny body to fit through when he was a dog. When I exit through this hole, I immediately put on my stash of clothes and enter the city, and the information from Sinduendi floated around in my head. The Demon Triangle, the only area of the Imperial City that her informants have been unable to reach, the only place where they've disappeared. It was right near the orphanage where Dantalion was hiding. The Royal Cemetery. A cemetery where the heroes who defended the Empire rest. According to Sinduendi's information, many informants had recently gone missing while investigating there. Vikir recalled a newspaper article he had read relatively recently. Extra, the Night Hound, the worst villain of all, how evil is he, views 89,269. The Night Hound has caused another major accident. After destroying the central clock tower at around 1 a.m., the Night Hound ravaged the Royal Cemetery at around 4 a.m. The Royal Cemetery is a sanctuary where the brave and fierce heroes of the previous era who unified the Empire rest, so the fact that they attacked this place was a heinous act that was tantamount to a declaration of war against the entire Empire and indeed the entire human race. Meanwhile, the number of remains damaged or lost due to this terrorist attack is enormous, and the exact damage has not yet been calculated. It was an article about copycats imitating the Night Hound. Maybe the copycat isn't really trying to copy me. Vikir had said that the world was just calling him a copycat for the sake of it, but what his true purpose was still unknown even to Sinduendi. And now Vikir speculated almost with certainty that the mimic had something to do with one of the 10 Commandments. It was a hound's instinctive sense of smell. Alright then, let's get right down to business, shall we? Vikir licked his dry nose once lustily, then trotted off to the opening in the bushes. Dodo. But Vikir didn't quite make it through the opening. Bung bung bung. The quickly moving legs are just fluttering in the air, because someone had wrapped their arms around his back and waist and was lifting him up. Wochako, we see each other again. A familiar voice rang in his ears. It was the Student Council President Dolores L. Quavades holding Vikir's back, with a wide smile on her face. She was dressed for the festival, wearing a fancy tuxedo and a black mustache. Vikir's mouth was half open in disbelief. Why on earth is she here? He was caught off guard because he had checked the area several times and found it deserted. Vikir's questions were answered by Dolores. You're wandering around too. There are a lot of stray cats and dogs around. Here, maybe there's an open hole somewhere. That's why I often feed them here, because I don't want to disturb them near the dorms. Dolores is indeed a good person. It's amazing that she's doing a service project that doesn't earn her any community service points in a place where no one recognizes her, especially out here in the middle of nowhere, as far away from residential areas as possible in case some people don't like stray dogs and cats. Dolores laughed bitterly. There's been an unusually high number of abandoned puppies and cats in the dorms lately, especially in the first few months after freshmen move in. Some kids get into fights with their roommates or just get tired of their pets. I love pets, but there are times when I wish there was a law banning pets in academy dorms, so I'm going to push for it before my term as student council president ends. But I'm also facing a lot of opposition from people who want to keep their pets. Some kids think I'm a pet hater, which isn't true. She stroked Vikir's head with a loving touch. By the way, were you abandoned by your master or do you have your own? Butler. It seems like you've been traveling alone for a while now. Would you like to come with your sister? Dolores seemed to be under some absurd illusion. Perhaps she had mistaken Vikir for a poor stray dog that had been abandoned by its owner. Come to think of it, you're not exactly wrong. Vikir suddenly realized that his situation wasn't so different from what Dolores thought. It's a bitter pill to swallow, an abandoned hound accused of every sneaky, dirty thing. How was that any different from being a stray dog who trusted his master only to be betrayed and abandoned? Even worse, Vikir had been executed, so it was worse, not better. Even though I killed Set, or rather Andromalius, the mastermind behind it. That doesn't remove the Baskervilles and Hugo from the list of targets for revenge. Blood is blood, nothing can replace it. Well, whatever. Dolores set Vikir aside for a moment, pausing to pick up the dog and cat poop. And trash. You sure do keep yourself busy. Vikir scurried away as Dolores wiped the sweat from her brow. I don't like being touched by people, and more than anything. Ouch, Choco, come to think of it, you should be neutered. It was Dolores, not veiled malice. Hodadak. A black puppy running away. It was a wind-like movement, and Dolores couldn't help but lose sight of Vikir. Would she know? Realizing that he's just about to turn the night hound into a eunuch. Hey, it's gone, you don't give much attention to your side, you're so shy. However, Dolores, who is not aware of this fact, only makes a sad expression as she watches the black figure disappear quickly towards the edge of the bush. The night hound continues to blend silently into the night. Vikir glides from building to building. But unlike before, Vikir's movements are many times more agile. Although he became stronger through training, it was more due to the entity attached to the wrist of his left hand. Pow! A spider web spewed from his left wrist. The creature shoots the webs onto the walls or railings of the building in front of him as he flings himself into the air. Vikir then swings forward like a pendulum, attaching another web to the building in front of him, and so on. The baby madam pulled out an enormous amount of spider silk from within its small body, and it seemed that the moment a very small amount of concentrated spider silk extract was ejected out of the mouth, it hardened upon contact with the atmosphere. If this little guy can spin so many webs, I wonder what Madame Eightlegs was like. Vikir recalled the last time he had fought Madame Eightlegs. Madame Eightlegs had consumed an enormous amount of webs during her raid on Balak's village, so she hadn't really been able to pull out much in her fight with Vikir. If Madame Eightlegs had been able to spin as many webs as she wanted, Vikir probably wouldn't have survived that day with his limbs intact. You're more useful than I thought. Hack hack. Vikir patted the head of the cub that was spitting out webs from its mouth. It's a good thing because the travel time has been dramatically shortened. Thanks to it. Tap tap tap. Running along the outer wall of the building, Vikir soon landed on top of a half-destroyed clock tower. The city's landmark clock tower was half-collapsed after a massive impact. However, because the tower originally had a long history and was built with great care from the foundation, it escaped complete destruction. Vikir remembered a newspaper article he had read not long ago. Exclusive night hound strikes again. At around 1 a.m. yesterday morning, the hound of the night struck again. This time it was the central clock tower, a landmark of the imperial city. A copycat, a strange man imitating the night hound. Vikir stared at the massive clock tower destroyed by an unknown and mysterious entity. The scars on the walls were too long and freeform to be sword marks. It looks like the marks of a whip. Destroying the city's landmarks makes me wonder if is a person dissatisfied with society. Destroying the central clock tower with its long history would have done nothing for the city. It's just a clock tower, a symbol of order and peace that everyone in the city sees several times a day. Nevertheless, there was likely some symbolic meaning behind the attempt to destroy it. For example, it could be a protest against the social system, an attempt to overthrow the order or something like that. Well, that's none of my business. But that wasn't the point right now. Finding and killing the copycat was more urgent to Vikir than the identity of the copycat. Let's see. From the roof of the tower that had been destroyed by the copycat there was a panoramic view of the city. The lights are slowly dying down. The city is dark and deserted as it prepares for a slow, steady sleep. And the night hound who only opens his eyes when everyone else is closed. That's where Cinderwendy pointed out as suspicious. Vikir lifted his head and looked to the north of the city. It was the area where Vikir had gone on a volunteer not long ago. It was the site of the Indulgentia family's orphanage now in ruins. It's definitely a ruin and there's nothing left. Why are informants disappearing over there? Vikir lifted his mask slightly and sniffed the air. I can smell it, an odor. It was extremely faint, but it was unmistakably the scent of a demon. The fact that the area had already been cleared of assassins meant that something was still there. But it's strangely faint. Why? It was much fainter than the usual demonic odor and hardly noticeable. Vikir instructed the cub to stretch the thread and then jumped off the clock tower. The web ended just before he touched the ground and the recoil caused him to bounce, flip, and land on the ground. Vikir ran through the city, darting from alleyway to alleyway in the darkness. He ran and climbed from roof to roof, ledge to ledge, wall to wall, higher to lower and lower still. Vikir eventually reached the ruins of the Indulgentia orphanage. It was only 100 meters or so away, with the royal cemetery on the other side. Moving from the outskirts of the ruins to the center, Vikir sensed something was wrong. The smell is getting fainter then stronger. The demonic stench had been diluted by something. A strange aura, as if human blood were mixed with half and half demonic blood. Is it possible for a demon to smell like this? Even Vikir, a veteran demon hunter, had never smelled it before. Meanwhile, the ruins of Indulgentia orphanage were completely deserted. The Quo Vadis had finished their investigation and no one would set foot here. Normally there would be guards on duty, but with the recent wave of copycats, they've been short-handed. There's a sign that says it's off-limits to the public, but no one seems to be stopping Vikir, so he keeps going. Soon enough Vikir was in the area where one after another of Cinderwendy's informants had gone missing. And then, in one fell swoop, Vikir realized why her informants had disappeared, what made them disappear and what happened to them and where they went. The missing lower jaw, the tongue down to the collarbone, had turned purple. His body was gassy and bloated, and the flesh that had been shed had congealed into a greasy mess. A few of the undead wandered through the ruins, their bodies emitting a foul odor. Danger rating C. Size 17 meters. Found in all continents. Nicknamed the Lesser Rotten. A common sight in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewers. In rural areas and rundown cities they are almost as common as rats. The dead are walking around moaning unpleasantly. It was unknown what they had done in life to be walking around here now, but it was clear that at least some of them were informants for Cinderwendy. Go to a good place. Not that there really was a good place. Vikir drew his bow from his back. Anubis, the bow of the Balak, a powerful black bow that clung to Vikir's hand. Like a second skin. I've been letting this one rest too long. His hands felt like they were going to rot after handling nothing but entry-level bows during the Academy's midterms. It is a lie to say that masters do not care about their equipment. If only I could get this black bow Anubis out of there, I could smash golems. And Professor Sadie and everyone else. But then I'd be in trouble. Anubis wouldn't have finished her off with a single eyeball, unlike a supply bow. Vikir squeezed Anubis, deeply thinking to himself. Chuckles. Madame Cub, who had been clinging to Vikir's left hand, moved back to his shoulder, apparently unhappy with Anubis. The black bow Anubis was made from the remains of Madame Eightlegs. The baby Madame seemed to hate traces of its mother because of the memory of being almost eaten by its mother when it was still an egg. It suddenly occurred to me that for spiders the parent-child relationship may not always be so strong, like the dogs in Baskerville. And so it goes. Click.
Vikir pullet on Anubis.
Poof pow. One by one the heads of zombies in the distance exploded. The zombies shattered before they could react, and Vikir continued to follow the faint stench. Just then, reaching the center of the ruins, Vikir saw a stunning sight. Guilty the patriarch of House Indulgentia and Dantalion the ninth of the 10. He was dead, but one of his undead minions was still alive and well. Geronto, a lich with reddish-black hair and a black cloak. But Vikir was not surprised that Geronto had risen. The one who brought Geronto back to life. Standing in the midst of the ruins, it caught Vikir's attention at once. A person who exudes overwhelming demonic energy, the source of the demonic scent that led Vikir to this place. A being wearing a helm and armor made of bone with long hair flaming like red flames and a black cloak fluttering around. The eighth corpse was there, wearing a bone helmet and armor and a cloak that seems to reflect only the darkest parts of the night sky. It stood at the center of the ruins, the master of the 9,000 dead who roamed the land. And Vikir saw right through its ominous identity. Danger rating S. Size. Found in serpent's womb deep within the gate of destruction. Nicknamed Eighth Corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. Herds of cattle and beasts shall perish. The 10 Commandments 10 top. The 8th Demon Seer. The highest-ranking demon who crossed over to wipe out mankind. Vikir swallowed hard, a groan boiling in the depths of his throat. I never thought I'd meet you so soon. Set the inferior second son Dantalion, the face of 1,000, and Seer, the king of corpses, appeared rather abruptly. Vikir recalled a memory from before the regression. The black mage was called the king of corpses. Seer was a master of bringing the dead back to life. When the army of the dead, a marionette circus of corpses, came to town, all living things held their breath and feared him. Vikir also knew the identity of the one who had contracted with the 8th corpse seer. Unlike the other contractors of the 10 corpses, Seer's contractor was relatively well known. It was Marquis Morg Snake. He was the highest-ranking member of the Dark Hall of the Mage family Morg. Morg Snake had always secretly practiced black magic, so he would have been a perfect match for Seer. He was a rival of the Mad Adolf and a formidable force to be reckoned with. Even in his lifetime, Morg Snake is a High Council member of the Dark Hall and Morg Adolf is a High Council member of the Light Hall. For some reason the two had not been on good terms for a long time, and the head of the family, Morg Respain, was barely able to control it. Before his regression, Vikir hadn't known for what purpose Snake had contracted with Seer, but he remembered clearly enough that the results had been disastrous. This is the time when Morg Adolf is still a Class 6 mage. If that's the case, then Morg Snake might not be at a very high level of mage yet either. But Vikir's thoughts were interrupted. The King of Corpses had sensed Vikir's intentions. Who is there? A booming voice called out. Surprisingly, the voice, somewhat muffled with demonic energy, clearly belonged to a woman. Only then did Vikir take a closer look at the woman. It was different. Something was different from his memory before the regression. Morg Snake, the man who should have been the King of Corpses, was tall and unnervingly thin. So much so that when he walked he looked like a clown on a pole. Once a target for assassination, his appearance and strength was something Vikir knew best. But the King of Corpses in front of him was about the same height as Vikir. What's more, it had a well-trained body and balanced proportions quite unlike the Morg Snake. Moreover, woman. Vikir's mouth was half open in disbelief. Judging by the height, chest, and hips, the Corpse King's body was definitely female. Something is amiss. Seer's contractor has changed. According to the original history, Morg Snake should have been the contractor for Seer, but that was long after the fact. But now Seer's contractor is already here, and she's nothing like Morg Snake, the Corpse Queen. A human, clearly a woman, though it was impossible to make out her face as she wore a helm made of skulls. She turned around, her long hair flaming red beneath the skull helm that covered her entire face, and her black cloak fluttering at the same time. Vikir frowned slightly behind his mask. I don't know what's going on here, but it's good. Morg Snake was a high-ranking mage who even Vikir couldn't guarantee victory against, and if such a being had made a pact with a demon, it would have been even stronger. But it was not him, but someone else entirely, who became Seer's contractor. The aura emanating from her is peculiarly half-human, half-demon. Perhaps that makes her a little easier to deal with. Luck of the draw, the heavens have helped. If I do well, I may be able to kill 8 corpse today. Debating whether or not to retreat in the face of 8 corpse, Vikir turned toward the battle. At the crossroads of death or death, the demon and the demon hunter faced off. The devastation minutes before Vikir's arrival. The corpse queen. She stared at the ruins of what was left of the building. I don't know what happened, but there must have been some sort of massive
explosion.
Dantalian, you lowly thief, how dare you steal from me? At the same time she stretched out her hand and emitted an aura that was like the darkness of the abyss. Crackle, 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 crackle. Suddenly the pieces scattered throughout, the remains moved and gathered into thin air. Bitterness, sadness, anger, hatred, longing. Drops of congealed blood, torn flesh, shattered bones, missing hair. Traces of the dead that have not yet been sorted out remain tangled here and there without distinction between those of the soul and those of the body. They have gathered in one place at the call of the queen. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A black magic circle appeared from nothing and a woman's body began to regenerate on top of it. Geronto, the red-haired undead, reappeared. The corpse queen looked at the resurrected Geronto and stroked her hair. So Seer's power is working to some extent, the ability to find the person you want to find. The corpse queen stroked Geronto's hair as if she were handling something very precious. Rose, I managed to find this child, but I still couldn't find who I really wanted to find. Perhaps I shouldn't have believed everything the demon said. A demon contractor, but I have yet to make that power fully mine. So the corpse queen was working hard on her closed training without missing a single day. She had closed herself off from the world. After all, the only way to fully master this power is to cross the gates of death once and for all. For now, I am only halfway there. I have not yet made the power completely my own. So when I brought Geronto back to life, I wasted mana unnecessarily raising up a bunch of random corpses as plague. I still need to train more to be able to use my power where it's needed. And then, the corpse queen sensed an unwelcome visitor. A monstrous figure in black robes and a plague doctor's mask. An ominous aura radiated from him. 8 corpse, Seer, king of corpses, you are my copycat. An eerie voice modulation came from his mouth. The Night Hound, the worst villain to terrorize the Imperial City and indeed the entire empire in recent times. The corpse queen, however, shook her head at the sight of the Night Hound. Who are you? Do you not know me? I don't know you. You don't seem interested in what's going on in the world. Don't you even read the newspaper? The corpse queen snorted lightly at the Night Hound's question. Newspaper? Why would I read such a thing? I have no more interest in this world. Yes, I do. Newspapers are a tool to inform us of worldly events. Those who have no interest in the affairs of this world have no need for newspapers. The Night Hound and the corpse queen, 2 masked men and women, face each other. Neither revealed their identities to the other, but the enemy they harbored was clear. The demon slays. Do it if you can. The Night Hound drew his black bow. Anubis. The corpse queen also summoned her dead soldiers, including Geronto. Cuddle up. Deep underground in the orphanage, unexcavated bones, flesh, and ghosts rose to their feet.
Danger rating C.
Size 17 meters. Found in all continents. Name the Bone Man. A common wraith that can be found in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewers. In rural areas and rundown cities, they are almost as common as rats.
Danger rating C.
Size. Found in all continents. Name the Ghostly Remnant. A ubiquitous wraith that can be found in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses, and sewers. In rural areas and rundown cities, they are almost as common as rats.
Danger rating C.
Size 1 meter. Found on all continents. Name Corpse Eater Ghoul. A low-level demon that can be found in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned buildings, sewers, and other places where corpses are found. They are not a resurrected form of the dead, but an entirely different species of undead that twists to feed on corpses. Unusually, ghouls are not known to be an undead creature born from the dead. and it is said that once a ghoul has died it cannot be reborn as an undead again. In other words, it's not known where they come from or where they go. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, and ghouls, the most basic forms that make up the Black Mage's army of the dead. As place is place, many of the resurrected undead were once children of the orphanage or were twisted to feast on its corpses. TSK. The corpse queen clicked her tongue at the gathering undead, as if she didn't want them around. Then the night hound's attention was drawn to a skeleton in the forefront of the group. Rattle. A golden necklace glowed brightly around the small skeleton's neck. Nymphet. The moment he saw the words, the night hound bared his teeth. You will not die a pretty death. Fierce, even more fiercely. Night hound in black robes and a plague doctor's mask. The corpse queen, her skeletal armor and helmet hiding her true identity. In the center of the battlefield where everything had fallen apart, a man and a woman stood tall. Dogs live on bones. Dogs that don't know the meaning of the word and show their teeth should be boiled. Vikir drew on his mana. At the same time, the hatchling on his left wrist spewed out a web toward the front. Zap. The white mucus scattered like a sticky mist spread out in a web blocking the opponent's vision. The corpse queen, who had been hit in the face by the web, wiped it away with the hem of her cloak. What a dirty trick. Her reaction made one thing clear to Vikir. The current corpse queen is weaker than the corpse king before he was turned. The king of corpses who dominated the age of destruction was the owner of the Nine Heavens tomb and a fearsome demon who ruled the Sisson Blood Sea. How many mortals have despaired in the face of his terrifying black magic as he raised countless dead soldiers and retrieved the corpses of the dead. If Morg Snake had become king of corpses as I remembered before my regression, he would not have batted an eye at such an attack. However, the current corpse queen was too inexperienced in battle to react to such a mild attack. You've only been under contract for a short time, so you still have the memories of your human past when you were still a novice black mage. That had been the case with Set Les Baskerville, who had also been contracted by Andromalius. The fear of Hugo that lingered in his bones even after his death, a fear that Set's body remembered had caused Andromalius to fail at a crucial moment. And it seemed to be a similar case with the contractor from Seer in front of him now. Perhaps it's even weaker than Andromalius the 10th or Dantalion the 9th. Even though he couldn't let his guard down with a demon of the Demon King class in front of him, he still felt slightly more hopeful. Flicker. Vikir took a step back after the corpse queen's web blocked his view of her. Intercept with bow as far as possible, then sword if distance closes. The corpse queen does not know the night hound. It had the far greater advantage of not knowing whether his primary weapon was a bow or a sword, while he knew her primary weapon was black magic. Vikir stepped back as the Madam Cub drew back the cobwebs and then quickly drew his Anubis. Black bow Anubis, a legendary bow with 5 quivers. Vikir drew 5 arrows and fed them to the shafts, then nocked them. Then, the sight of Vikir's bow stance froze the corpse queen in place for a moment. The eyes within the skeleton's orbit wavered. A slight agitation, it subsided in an instant, and what took its place was, You barbarian, I'll kill you, will kill you. It was a rage so fierce that it could have burned the whole world to the ground. It heated up so much that black flames flared up around it, turning it into a sea of fire. Even Vikir was stunned by its terrifying power. What is it? Why is it burning? I don't know what made her so angry. However, the corpse queen, who had been calm until just now, suddenly changed her demeanor and began to close the distance between them before spewing out an infernal rage. You filthy barbarian, why don't you try blocking me with that little bow of yours? At the same time, the flames began to take the shape of an extremely long spear. Quack, quack, quack. As if he was facing a berserker, Vikir rolled on the ground to avoid the spear. Clang, 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 clang. There wasn't just one spear of fire. Dozens of black spears flew across the ground. The soil and stones in their path are melted away by the infernal fire and scattered. The wasteland is turning into a lava field. But Vikir rolls on the ground, dodging a spear of fire. Crunch. The ground caved in, and then spikes of steel began to rise from the bottom of the pit. Deadpool. The rebar with its sharpened tips snaked out of the death pit created by the corpse queen aimed at Vikir like a snake. Poo-poo-poo. The steel snakes burrowed into his body. In an instant Vikir was pierced by countless bars. You lowly barbarian, you shout, and you look bad. The corpse queen slowed her pace as if sensing that the battle was over. But, I know it's only half the battle, but it's still a battle. Vikir pulled the rebar out of his body with too much ease. Thud, thud, thud. The iron spikes fall to the ground. The bog salamander's wraith, trapped within the magic sword Beelzebub, regenerated the wound in an instant. Suts. By the time Vikir climbed out of the pit of death, all of his wounds had healed. Only the cloak that covered him was slightly tattered. What, how? The corpse queen tilted her head in disbelief. But the night hound did not answer the demon's question. Vikir closed the distance again and fired another arrow. Puff, puff, puff. 5 arrows flew in near succession. Vikir had unleashed the skill of all the Balak warriors, especially Ian, who was the best bowman of them all. Each arrow curved in a different direction, but all were aimed at the same bullseye. This must be the archery of those hideous Balak. I tried to be moderate. But no, I won't kill you nicely. The corpse queen's neck was covered in blood. Gurgle. Next, the 4 elements tainted by the dark mana simultaneously formed a whirlwind. Black ice, black fire, black earth, black wind, and black skewers flew toward Vikir. This much multicasting would be unthinkable for most mages. But Vikir was used to this sort of thing. He had seen too many outrageous things in his past life. Charalak. Vikir flicked his left hand. The wire from his sleeve caught on the steel frame of the half-destroyed building. Pow! Madame Cub, the thread from the creature's mouth sent Vikir flying through the air, and he was soon out of the magical storm. At the same time, puff, puff, puff. Another bolt of arrows flew, aimed at the corpse queen. Thud. The skeletons, zombies, and ghouls that rose from the ground gathered together to block the arrows. However, bang! The wall of bone and flesh shattered far too easily. Cheat. The arrows melted everything they touched. The powerful poisonous aura that Anubis possessed was enough to make even the corpse queen retreat. The corpse queen took Geronto's hand, which she had revived earlier, and stepped back. What a disgusting poison! These barbarians know how to take and ruin the precious things of others. Do you hate the natives of the Black Mountain? Hate them, ha ha ha. The corpse queen laughed once in disbelief. Then she pursed her lips, which were barely visible beneath her bony mask, and asked, I know the archery you use. What is your relationship with the night fox and her child? Vikir answered the question as if he knew something. I am the hunting party of Balak. And with that the corpse queen's fury was unleashed. Then you must have been there on that night as well, and I cannot forgive you for that. With that the corpse queen drew something from within her cloak. It was a black bag, ominously black and dripping with mana. Flutter. The corpse queen snatched the black bag and tossed it to the ground. Immediately the contents of the bag rushed out. Dalgrak, Dalgrak, Tektiger. It was bones. Bones covered in ash and the teeth marks of wild beasts, as if they had been burned and then eaten. What's more, almost all of them were broken and cracked, as if they hadn't died a good death in the first place. The corpse queen threw them to the ground and imbued them with dark mana. Sutsits. Soon the bones began to rattle and move. A shroud of darkness settled over them like a veil, allowing them to lead their miserable lives once more. Vikir stared at the new undead that had taken on another life before his eyes. It was a skeleton, a living corpse covered only in dried flesh. A high-ranking dead man wrapped in dark mana like a shroud. Lick. Danger rating A. Size 3 meters. Found in Abyssal Edge. Named the Exalted Dead. Some mages have transcended the bounds of time and created a whole new kind of bondage. A giant mysterious hand lurks at the bottom of the abyss of witchcraft, and, by binding their souls to the dark chains of its grasp, they have become immortal. But they didn't know it. If a person dies at my age and then gains immortality, will his age still be My age, or would he age even after achieving immortality? Mages who became liches because they were blinded by the desire for immediate achievement were separated from the world and sank deep into the abyss without even going through proper funeral procedures. After a long time, even their bodies were no longer left and they crumbled to dust. But even then, only the souls trapped at the bottom of the abyss remained still, thinking of themselves as mages. Forever. Lich, an extremely dangerous demon. An entity far more powerful and terrifying than even the Gerontos he had faced before. Growling, the new lich slammed into the ground with a snap of its jaws and landed in front of the corpse queen. And then, for some reason, Vikir thought the lich's face looked quite familiar. Yes, a barbarian of Balak is a barbarian of Balak. The corpse queen laughed in a voice that sounded like she had cried so hard. She was hoarse. Purr. The lich draws dark mana at the queen's command. Vikir recognized the face of this revived lich as a high-ranking undead. Brown skin, hair a mixture of black and silver. Beneath the mask, Vikir's eyes widened to piercing slits. Vikir knew what that man looked like in real life. No, he didn't just know it, he knew it very well. How could he forget that it was the same facehead spent the last 2 years with in Balak's tribe? Vikir expressed his disbelief through his mask. The undead in front of him was skeletal but clearly had brown skin and flowing hair that was a mixture of silver and black hair. Moreover, the tattoos on its body were unmistakably Balak's. Ahiman, the shaman of Balak. A black mage of considerable distinction born of the shamanic tribe Rococo. Yes, he was definitely dead. He was crushed and shattered by Iliad's battle with Vikir and eventually burned to death at the hands of his own people. But his gritty life force and the tenacity, inferiority complex, grief, anger, jealousy, despair, greed, frustration, and hatred that he harbored to the very end have brought him to this place as an undead. Now there is no native shaman who was once so ancient and honored. Tagag, tagagag, tag. However, only the undead whose only way to express themselves is by clashing. Their teeth remain ugly. Meanwhile, the corpse queen looked at the lich she had created from the corpse of Ahiman, and said, "The corpse of a black mage picked up relatively recently, a good thing from the depth of the black-red mountain." Ahiman was an ugly, twisted creature on the inside but otherwise a formidable force to be reckoned with in terms of qualities and talents comparable to
Mark Adolf.
He would have been a formidable foe even for a Vikir if he had focused on the ways of the mage from an early age instead of trying to impersonate a warrior. But he was eventually consumed by the abyss, unable to overcome the inferiority complex and sense of victimization that consumed his soul. The classic case of a talented perverse mage being consumed by the abyss of magic that is the lich. Tagag, tag, tatag. A skeleton whose lips had rotted away, leaving his teeth and rotten gums. Exposed, Ahiman could only grind his teeth together to make a sound, unable to speak, as if he had lost all sense of self. He was a faithful puppet doing the corpse queen's will. Why is Ahiman's body here when it should be in the black-red mountain? Vikir pondered for a moment. After all, hadn't a knight from Don Quixote's family been a puppet of Dantalians not too long ago? Furthermore, Staffordshire of the Baskervilles, Mosgus of the Quo Vadis, and Rose of the Morgue had all fallen prey to the demon as living corpse puppets. This should come as no surprise, as collecting corpses and turning them into puppets is the demon's specialty. Vikir didn't have time to ponder this. Tag, tagag, tagagag. The sound of teeth and jawbone colliding is loud. Ahiman's lich shifted and an unpleasant aura began to fill the air. Tsutsits, tsutsits. The bones began to move again. Vikir narrowed his eyes. Ahiman's specialty in life had been playing with the dead. And now that he was a lich, the stench was even more vile, threatening the entire battlefield. Whoosh whoosh. A black air currents rushed around Ahiman and the dead around him came back to life. Surprisingly, even Ephibopeto and Hebe, who had been killed by Vikir earlier against the Dantalians, came back to life. Grr. Giggle giggle. Swoosh swoosh. Unlike Geronto, who was brought back to life with a clean look, Ephibopeto and Hebe were in a state of disrepair. But Vikir soon realized that they didn't need to be restored to good looks. Pow Woodchuck. He waved his hand and the three undead began to merge into one. The bodies of Hebe Afibo and Pedo merged into one, each compensating for a missing body part. Danger rating A. Size 8 meters. Found in Nine Heaven's tomb. Nicknamed the Giant of the Flesh Wall. A golem made from the flesh of once living things. Miscellaneous meat is made by lumping meat together like clay and roughly imitating the shape of a human being, with almost no trace of the original material remaining. They are filthy, unclean, and unholy, but their power is said to be real. Another higher undead has arisen. Powerful limbs sprouted from its sturdy flesh, and its gnarled, distorted face lifted its head to glare at Vikir. Tagag tag. Gurgle gurgle. The Lich and the ragged golem surround Vikir. At the same time, the dark spear summoned by the Lich and the fist of the raggedy golem flew at the same time. 2A danger classes would be a difficult opponent for even Vikir to deal with. Moreover, the Lich and the Rags Golem were both high-level creatures that were difficult to figure out how to defeat at this point, so Vikir had no choice but to keep retreating. By this time, the Corpse Queen's infernal fire had begun to burn. Quack quack quack. A spear of fire flew out and caught Vikir off guard. The ground that the spear sliced through was immediately transformed into a long lava tube that began to bubble and boil. The raggedy golem began to press down on Vikir with its massive bulk. The Lich of Aheman also summoned black flames, grinding his teeth and jawbone. Together, Vikir fires back with arrows but is unable to land a critical hit on the Corpse Queen due to the meat shield the Rags Golem creates as it throws its entire body at him. Then the Corpse Queen and the two high-ranking undead under her command began to prepare for the final blow. The dark clouds in the sky swirled and ominous mana pulsed. And Vikir had a hunch. Fighting with only a bow has its limits. The Corpse Queen can create fire spears and deadpools to intercept enemies at a distance. The Lich too can use the roots of plants pulled from the depths of hell to attack enemies from a distance, while the ragged golem can use its large, tough body to block attacks from the opposite direction. In the end, the power of the Black Bow Anubis alone can only do so much. Vikir is just about to draw his sword. The wrist of his left hand suddenly feels empty. Turning his head, he sees the hatchling on the ground running wildly into the distance. Didn't they say that animals sense danger in advance? Like a rat running away from a shipwreck or a catfish swimming to another river to escape an earthquake, the cub had left Vikir's body. A pet leaving its owner in a life-or-death situation. It was a deeply ominous sign, but Vikir turned his head unconcerned. Yes, you should live. No need to get caught up in someone else's fight. This cub has just hatched from an egg, so it will still have a long life ahead of it. It'll be a long time before it grows up to be as big as its mother. One concern was that there would be space in this imperial city for him to forage and stay warm. Please stay out of sight of humans and survive to the end. Vikir tore his gaze away from the retreating cub and turned back to the Corpse Queen. Yet,
Die Barbarian.
the Corpse Queen raised a black sun above her head. The infernal flames bubbled and boiled like oil. A black arola stretched out like a coiled snake. Vikir crouched low to the ground where the pillar of frightening flames fell. Kiririquack. The black vines of the infernal tree that Lich had summoned and the giant hands of the ragged golem had sealed off Vikir's escape route. Vikir gritted his teeth. Truly rotten king of corpses. Even though it was only half a human, its power was immense. However, Vikir did not back down either. Having already killed Andromalius and Dantalion, the experience imprinted on his body and soul accelerated the mana coursing through his veins harder and faster. Baskerville 7th Formula. A small but distinct seventh tooth in the aura of a peak graduator. Vikir drew the magic sword Beelzebub from his wrist and swung it lightly once. The seemingly insignificant movement, like the flapping of a butterfly's wings, instantly created a tremendous ripple. Spinning in a circle at high speed, the aura storm soon formed a sphere, emitting a blinding red light. A black aura sun rested on the tip of a tall sword preparing to descend. At the same time, quack quack quack, the infernal tree summoned by the lich, the body of the rag golem, and the aura emitted by Vikir clashed heedin. The shredded roots of the infernal tree and the body of the ragged golem. The 7 teeth of the night hound gathered together in the shape of a sphere, and soon viciously attacked everything that stood in their way. And the final battle is the black sun summoned by the corpse queen. Oh! Vikir's crimson sun and the corpse queen's black sun clashed together to form penumbra. The half-destroyed buildings were completely destroyed. Stone shattered into sand and sand boiled. Steel rebar melted like cheese in the hot winds blowing from the center of the collision. Everything was falling to pieces on the battlefield. Vikir suddenly saw something strange. It was the eyes of the corpse queen. The corpse queen's red eyes shining through her skull helmet. Morg Snake, who was supposed to be the corpse king, those eyes that were so different yet somehow so familiar. Her eyes glowed with the reflection of the magic sword that was emanating from Vikir's hand and the aura it carried. And at the same time, "Now wait a minute," the corpse queen cried out when she saw Vikir's aura. Her tone was both urgent and desperate. Boom! The world crumbled into blackness. Vikir stepped back, feeling his entire body turning into mud. Thick blood and bits of guts leak from his mouth, his vision blurred and his body refused to respond. Vikir drew upon the power of his magic sword Beelzebub to restore himself. Suts. Though it took a great deal of stamina and mana, Vikir was able to reattach broken bones and repair torn muscles. However, he was unable to regenerate the numerous wounds across his body, as most of his strength was spent repairing his core skeleton, guts, muscles, and severed organs. Vikir thought as he touched his bloodied body, the mask barely covering his face. They'll never make it back to the academy in this condition. Tutor Sancho and Piggy would be horrified if they saw him now. Then, hack, there was a presence clinging to his left wrist. Madam Cub, the little guy, had returned. "Thank you, you saved my life." Vikir stroked the cub's head. Just before the clash with the corpse queen, there was a thread that grabbed the back of Vikir's neck as he was caught in the explosion. A thread that the cub had secretly attached to the back of Vikir's head, a sturdy lifeline that had survived the maelstrom of mana without breaking. It was connected to a rock behind it. The cub tugged Vikir onto that rock, and it was only because of it that Vikir narrowly escaped the explosion. If not for the thread, he would have been mortally wounded, unable to regenerate even with the power of Beelzebub. Meanwhile, Passus, the lich of Aheman, and the ragged golem crumbled to dust and vanished. And behind them the corpse queen stood tall. But then, thump, the corpse queen dropped to one knee. She was motionless, probably stunned by the shock of the mana backflowing into her body. Since you're half demon, half human, the effects of the mana backflow must be even greater. Vikir stared at the corpse queen. He remembered her last fleeting words just before the confrontation. Now wait a minute. Why did the corpse queen lose focus at such a crucial moment? Thanks to her distraction, Vikir was able to shatter the black sun, a mana concentration in the negative dimension, with his 7 teeth. Although it was only half the power of the 8 corpse, was strong as time passes it will become stronger. Must be killed here and now. I don't know why the corpse queen takes her power at the end, but that's not what matters now. The corpse queen lay defenseless, the 8th corpseer. I had to kill her. Now, Giapuk. Vikir walked forward with the magic sword Beelzebub hanging down. Blood oozed from his ragged body, making long snail-like tracks on the floor. Then,
Don.
The corpse queen's mouth opened. Her head drooped like a condemned man about to be hanged, her skull mask already shattered, her face invisible. But her lips were definitely moist.
Don livre-me.
A muffled, disheveled tone, then a faint noise. It was a sob. Apparently the corpse queen had a story. But there is no grave in the world without a story. Vikir's grip on his sword tightened. Who among the undead didn't have some sort of excuse or story to tell? Vikir didn't care what kind of life the woman in front of him had lived before, becoming the corpse queen or what kind of story she had to tell. For he had a greater mission than all of that. To avenge his own fleeting death, that of his comrades-in-arms and that of humanity as a whole. To stop the age of destruction. That's what brought the night hound back to his feet after his fall. And with that Vikir stood before the corpse queen. The corpse queen shook her head, unmoving. She fainted and let out an conscious sob. Then Vikir lifted Beelzebub high into the air. The sword sharp as a guillotine preparing to fall will soon separate the 8 corpse from her neck and body. This is the moment when the third demon is hunted. And now, pow, the sword fell. Thus a total of 3 of the 10 demons are killed. The age of destruction is pushed back, a fitting tribute to the many comrades who died in the blink of an eye. But things don't always go according to plan. Clang. There was a presence blocking the magic sword Beelzebub. Geronto. Vikir's brow furrowed. A metal skewer blocking a dark red sword. The mage who had gone by the name of Morg Rose in the past had become a lich, and was blocking Vikir. Clang. The skewer broke, but it managed to deflect Beelzebub. Vikir staggered backward. Now Geronto's dark mana began to spew out flames and metal skewers. Everywhere. Vikir adjusted his mask, thinking. Dantalion's minions are a pain in the ass. At this point he was stuck. Had seen Geronto's power before. He was no match for her, especially in his current state of exhaustion from fighting the corpse queen. Vikir took a few steps back, creating distance. Every inch was good, and he needed to give his body time to recover. What? Surprisingly, Geronto didn't pursue Vikir. Instead, she politely picked up the corpse queen who had fallen behind her. Vikir shook his head. By nature, the undead, the dead, are jealous of what they don't have. That's why they blindly bite and rob the living. The same is true for the raised undead. Their first priority is to attack the nearest living being rather than defend their master, which is fine as long as the master is strong-willed, but once the master is unconscious, the undead are out of control. But what about now? Geronto holds the corpse queen close to his heart. It hasn't even bothered to attack Vikir, who is now in a state of exhaustion. What? No way. It's one of two things: either Geronto is not a normal undead, or the corpse queen's spirit remains strong on this battlefield. Maybe both. Geronto is undead, so it's safe to assume that the corpse queen's mind is still roaming the battlefield, controlling Geronto. The idea is, do not attack the author. It's a will to avoid fighting Vikir. In the final confrontation, and now in Geronto's case, the corpse queen seemed to have no intention of fighting Vikir. What the hell? How could you? Vikir frowned. The mysterious woman who had become the corpse queen in place of Morg Snake. As a demon contractor, why was she acting so strangely? His vision blurring, his breath quickening, Vikir tried to gather his thoughts, but he couldn't focus. And then, taking advantage of the gap, Geronto drew a circle of magic. Pow! It was a teleportation magic circle. A blue light burst forth, teleporting Geronto and the sleeping corpse queen in her arms. Chet. Vikir drew his black bow Anubis and fired an arrow, but Geronto's teleportation was half as fast. Flash. In the blink of an eye, the two women disappeared in front of Vikir. Did I miss? Vikir sighed and leaned back against the molten steel. It was the usual, a surprise when you weren't ready. The future unexpectedly changed. These variables had caused me to lose sight of my goal. For the first time, I failed in my assassination. Afterthought. Still, I knew I had a chance against the 8th demon. He's still a weak demon. Vikir muttered to himself as he patted the hatchling that was spewing threads into his arm to form a cast. Suddenly there was a commotion around him. Flash. Torches and mana lights were lighting up the area. As you turn your head toward the low ground below, you see guards approaching. At full alert, having heard the commotion. I also hear a familiar voice. Ho ho ho, this way, it must be the night hound. Come on, pigs, follow me. One eye, high heels and a thorn whip wrapped around a slim waist. The Imperial Guard, led by Professor Sadie, was rushing toward them. You've become a nuisance. Vikir melted into the darkness, his body covered in tattered black cloth. with Mushu Hushu's ability to glide through the darkness without making a sound, it wasn't hard for Vikir to escape the encirclement. Taking the cub's thread, Vikir ascended to the heights of the ruins, crossing the void in an instant to reach the skyscrapers outside of the encirclement. Tuck. Reaching the ground below the building, Vikir looked back at the ruins in the distance and smiled bitterly. I don't know what I'm going to tell the kids about this. Just like back in Dantalazan, his body would be racked with the aftereffects and fatigue for some time. Midterms are over and the festival season is upon us, so I could use a break. It's also a good idea to check yourself into the nurse's office with the excuse of overwork. 3 days in which to recover and then go in search of the 8th corpse. Vikir adjusted his picaresque mask as he thought. And then, Vikir's body transformed. Hack. An exhausted-looking black puppy with severe wounds all over its body trotted toward the academy.